Hello. Hello, hello. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just posting. I'm promoting Katie's Fansly really quick. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna put this on Discord too. Oops. Sorry, I will be actually paying attention in a second. Ugh. Check Twitter, you'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah. Okay. We good. Okay, I posted on Discord and Twitter. And then, oh, I was gonna post on Fansly too. Hi, thank you, dickhead. How's it going? You're tired? I feel like we should reward the pups because they're in here and they're cute. The tiny pups. Maybe. What? So take it, you little weirdo. Hey, boss. Okay, well that's on whoever gets it, I guess. You already saw it? Nice. Good. Okay, hold on. Ooh. Phone just glitched out for a second, but we're good. We're good. I have 5,000 followers on Fansly now. Yay! What are you doing over there? Okay. It's honestly better than OnlyFans. If you like using Twitter, you'll like it. Because I would say it's closer to Twitter. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. I think we're good now. Let me see, did it post? Load, bitch. My internet's really... Actually, it's just my phone's dying. Okay, perfect. Perfect! Wait, I didn't need to put her link on the post on fans. Whatever. I'm an idiot. I'm tired. Ignore me. Guys, I was thinking, don't tell Katie. If she comes here, don't spill the beans, okay? This is between us. I'll hurt you if you spill the beans, okay? So, this is our secret. I say that we try to find some good cosplays and we maybe help fund a few cosplays for Katie because she doesn't have any right now. And while I'm getting rid of some of them, I'm thinking I want to give her my Isabel cosplay because that would be good. I think we could find a few more. So I say we brainstorm some cosplays for Katie. Okay? Easy ones. Easy ones. That we can like find on Amazon or something. That'd be fun. So that's a side project I want you guys to work on while we're streaming. All right? Because that would be good. And she's having a rough time. So I think anything we can do to help would be awesome. So yay. That's true, D&D. Some people are really dumb. Plus, maybe she'll get some referrals, I guess. Although people are already on there, so it probably won't, because it's her referral link, so. Yeah. Anyway. D&D. She's not here yet. She's doing stuff right now. Ooh, nice. I wanna think of like some characters that would like be good to maybe post on like Reddit that like would maybe get some traction. I wanna help her get like a few possibly viral posts because I think that would be good since she's like restarting all her platforms, so she could use like a boost in interaction. You know what I mean? So actually, I'll do it later. I was just thinking I should post a picture of us together on Instagram to promote it too. I was thinking we could do like, I think she would be good as like a goth cheerleader, right? Like, you know, the one that they have that I've got in here. I'm not getting rid of it though, otherwise I'd give it to her. But they have other like black cheer uniforms or something that we could find. Hi! Why are you just the cutest little baby? You're so cute. You're so good dog. It's a good doggy. It's a cute doggy. It's a cute paws. There. See the paws. Do you have something in your eye? You keep blinking. Okay. Sugar baby. I love you. So yeah. Oh yeah, the Samsung lady. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Huh? Sometimes that happens. That always happens to me. There's just so many outfits that I've had to like not end up keeping because they just don't fucking fit. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. Let us do some Mr. Reddit. And then, fucking goddamn it, YouTube. And then, we're gonna start in the closet again. Let's see. So I think I want to start. I'm gonna start on socks, I think, and then we're gonna go to panties next. Yeah, and then accessories. And then we'll go through the last shelf that's in there. And then we'll see where we're at. Bruh, no, she should definitely do Diva. Last night I decided to make like an Amazon wish list just to put a bunch of different cosplays that I found for her in there, and I put a bunch of different Diva ones. I also did like, yeah, there's like Diva, like, Louise from Bob's Burgers would be a good one for her. I was thinking she should do Black Widow. I think that would be a good one. She'd have to get a wig, but that's fine. Wigs are chill. Yeah, let me look in the list really quick. Let me look and see what I found so far. Which I'm not gonna share the list with you guys because I was just like kind of adding shit for her to buy. But yeah. Anyway, I added a bunch of different like Japanese cosplay things that are just like stereotype things, like the athletic uniform or like sailor outfit. Oh, I gave her a there was one in here that's a Care Bear onesie, which I thought would be a good one. Yeah, put a Diva, put a maid outfit. The fucking Fifth Element. That would be a good one for her. Dorothy from the Wizard of Oz. Oh, Rey from Star Wars. That'd be a good one. Gwen Stacy would be a good one. A nurse would be a good one. Oh, she said she wanted to do like horror cosplays. So I was thinking she could do like Freddy Krueger, like a girl version. She could do like Little Red Riding Hood would be a good one. I was thinking she could be Chun-Li from Street Fighter because she could probably do the poses. What else? Hooters girl. A cop. So yeah, those were some of the things that I had thought of. So if you guys can think of anything else that oops, I don't want to hear myself, that yeah. So yeah. Oh yeah, Snow White's a really good one. I like that one for her. Okay, let me find Mr. Reddit. Mr. Reddit, come here. Oh, by the way, I figured out who he sounds like to me. He sounds like another YouTuber called Bass Showman. Go listen to something by Bass Showman and then listen to Mr. Reddit and tell me that's not the same person. Tell me that's not the same fucking voice, because it sounds the same. Ooh, yes, vampire. Oh, the Hex Girls from Scooby-Doo. That would be so good for her. Someone write this down. Someone make a list so we can send it to Katie. Okay, let me find a... Hi, baby. Hi, a good dog. That's a good dog. He's a very good dog. I love you, Charlie. She's a good pup. He's a good pup. Okay.
Hey there, Mr. Reddit here. Welcome back to another episode of r/entitled Parent Story.
Hopefully this is good
Today
sound.
we have a very special episode
volume
for you.
level.
A compilation of some of the
You know what I
greatest
mean?
entitled parent stories we read over the past year.
Let me get a link.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy a few hours of the most entitled parents you've ever heard of. And by the way, Karen assured me that if this video gets 1,000 likes, she won't try to speak to anyone's manager for an entire week. So please smash that like button. And if you're new, subscribe and turn on notifications for new stories from Reddit every single day.
Okay.
And become an official member of the
Where
Reddit
is
today,
it?
and I'll give you a shout out in an upcoming video. r/entitled
Sunny,
parents.
why you just look so sad right now?
Rose
Here,
away my video
take
game collection.
one. You look
It's
sad.
1998. I'm 12 years old, and I've become a budding video game collector. It's the middle of the Nintendo 64 and PlayStation era, and while most of my friends have sold their older consoles
There we
to
go.
help fund purchases of current
Ooh,
generation
yes.
games, I still have an NES, SNES, and Sega Master. In addition, to
Nice.
the Nintendo
She said
64,
15 people
the Super
already
Nintendo
joined.
stays in my sister's room
So
at
this
time.
is
Although she doesn't play it
going
much,
good.
and I still
I want to
come
get more
her
people on her
to play on
Fansly.
it some days.
So she doesn't feel like she has to stay on OnlyFans. We must make it obsolete.
Depending on my gaming wins.
Make
My
Fansly
friends
better.
who come over are also enthusiastic
Oh,
and
Batgirl is
support
such a
the
good
funny
one. Oh my
games
god,
they
write that
consumed in
down.
previous years.
Oh, yeah. I had one. I was thinking her and her boyfriend could do Joker and Harley. That would be a really good one. Write that down too.
My room has been cleaned up and made more orderly. I open one of my drawers and am shocked to find it empty when it once contained my NES and its games. Me. Mom, where's my original Nintendo?
Yay. Okay, happy.
Casually.
Ooh, the Evangelion plug suits. Who would she be best as?
She looks at me incredulously. You don't need old
Mm.
garbage when you have
I
a
just
new
thought,
video game system.
I'm getting rid of my Ichigo cosplay. I could give that to her.
The expression of incredulity grows.
Oh, a Scream Boy Girl vid? Yes, do that. Do
What
that.
use
That'd be
would you
good.
possibly have for an old Nintendo?
The difference between OnlyFans and Fansly is OnlyFans will eventually ban you and take all of the lewd content off of it, whereas Fansly will not. And it has more features,
You don't
so
know
it's
what
better.
I'm talking about.
Plus, it's cheaper.
I rush out
So.
to the side yard
Especially
and open
Katie's.
the trash
She made her
to find my
Fansly
NES,
cheaper.
Controllers, zapper,
And there's more content on it.
sitting on top and uncontaminated by any trash or fetid liquids.
Yeah, I
So
like the
recovered
Jason
it all,
and the Freddy
carrying
Krueger
bags.
as women ones. Those are
My
both
mom watches
really
me
good. I
and
like
shakes her head
those.
and sighs.
Oh, also
Shakes
the
back
Lady
my
D.
actions.
She would do a good
I
Lady
talk with
D
her later.
one because she got them
Please
titties.
don't throw anything out of my room without checking with me first. It's
She
my
just have to do it from an
house,
angle
and
that
I'm
makes her
not
look
going to
taller because she's
fill it with garbage.
only like 2
Sure
inches
enough,
taller than me.
days later, I came home and found that my Sega Master was now missing. It shared a drawer
Oh
with my
yeah,
Nintendo
Chainsaw
64
Man. That would be a good one. I
Sega
haven't
controller
seen
is
anything
all that's
from
left
that
of my
yet.
system.
I need to. It looks really good. I'm not gonna lie.
I also realized the power
But that Zero
adapter
Two
for the
ripoff character, maybe
N64
that'd be
is
good.
missing. I run back out to the side yard and open the trash can. Empty. She picked the day the garbage
Write this
truck
down.
came
Write this
to make
down.
sure I couldn't
Someone
get
make a
it back.
list. Someone go through chat and make a list.
Mom, did you
That would
throw
be
away my
awesome.
Sega Master? Yes,
Oh yeah, she
I
does like
did.
Lord of the
There is
Rings.
no reason
Yeah.
for you to keep around
Yeah.
useless junk when you're playing a new system.
These are good. These are good.
I do still play them, and I like collecting. No, you don't.
Oh my god, yeah, their support, Fansly support actually talks to you versus OnlyFans that literally will ignore you for 2 weeks and then be like,
The next one.
oh, you wanted something? No, fuck you, I'm banning it. Like,
They are worthless.
don't do
And
it.
all your
She doesn't have a bunny girl cosplay. She literally has like 2 cosplays, and I think they're princesses, like Alice from Alice Madness Returns, and then I think Snow White or something. So yeah, she has like nothing. We're starting from scratch here, boys. So like possibilities are endless. Her natural hair, well, her like actual hair is like black right now, but she has no wigs. She's open to getting some. So if we want to do that, we can have that on the list. So yes, just help me. Help me write down ideas, okay? We need to give her some good shit. And if you can find links to good cosplays on Amazon or something, or like I guess anywhere that's like, if it's cheapish, add them. Someone like make a Twitter thread and add them and then at me so I have access.
Play those old games when you have new advanced games. She tried several more times to convince me to part from my ever-growing collection of games and consoles as I grew into an adult.
Good. No, you got hacked? Bro, I'm sorry. That sucks. Ooh, Lady D Vampire Daughters? Yes, that would be so fucking good, dude. That would be so good.
I'm now 33 years old and have about 250
yes, it's
games.
incredible. Oh, I was thinking she could do Violet. Violet would be a good one for her. You are such a good baby. I love you. I love you. Good girl.
And that old games
Good girl.
can be very valuable.
Good doggy.
She regrets being so harsh on me, and as an avid collector of antiques herself,
I'm gonna go.
Throwing away a complete
I'm gonna go in the closet.
working plastic system, as she now can emphasize with what I went through.
Mandy from Totally Spies. Oh my god, I love Totally Spies. Yes.
She enjoys finding
Dude, these are so fucking good. This is why I wanted your help. So, write this down, someone, because I'm gonna be having my hands full.
By the Christmas
Yes.
of 2018, I lived
Yes, Mrs.
and still
Bubbles?
do on the opposite side of the country
You
from
good
my
dog?
family. I could not return
Okay.
for Christmas that year.
Write this
so my
down.
parents sent Christmas presents to me in the mail so I could open them on Skype.
She probably would work better with the Elastigirl vibe, but I'm just thinking like with her hair, she could just like
worked hard to track one down
do it.
that was in optimal condition.
Yes, Wednesday Addams. That's another really good one. Or Elvira. Okay, I'm gonna go in the closet. I have shorts on, by the way, so don't be weird.
A young woman pulls up to our drive-through pharmacy.
I'm gonna start
to
grabbing
pick up
shit
Ritalin
out.
for her son, who was sitting in the back seat. The medication wasn't ready, so I checked the system and see that the insurance isn't covering it. A reason is usually provided, but not in this case. Entitled Mom. That makes no sense. We always get it filled here, and there's never a problem. The insurance covers everything. Classic line with pharmacy customers who think insurance is magic and has no limitations. Me, I understand, but I just
Who
tried
the
to run
fuck
it through the
thinks
insurance.
insurance
and
is
they rejected it
magic?
without giving
Are
a reason
they
why.
what? Do they have
Would
brain
you be able to
damage?
call them? Entitled Mom. Okay, I'll call right now. Looks at her insurance cards angrily. So, what's the number? Me, confused why she thinks I know the number off the top of my head.
I don't actually have that.
There should be a customer service number on the back of the card. Entitled Mom, still angry. Member services? Yes. She calls and remains sitting in the single-lane driveway, blocking a line of cars with no regard for the other people who came for their medications. Me. Could you pull around the store to make the call?
Okay.
I'm not leaving this spot until I get my son's meds. The pharmacist comes over. Pharmacist in a friendly tone. I'm sorry, but would you be able to... Entitled Mom without even looking at us. I'm not leaving. Rolls the window up in our faces. The pharmacist curses under their breath and leaves to help other customers. The mom reaches someone from the insurance company and puts the window back down. For 15 minutes, I listen to her scream at the representative. The whole store can hear her through the drive-thru, dropping profuse language and bullying the rep. Her son is fidgeting in the back seat, but sadly, he doesn't look surprised by this behavior. Entitled Mom. Why isn't my son's medication covered? You are supposed to cover it, and he needs this. What is your name? Okay, and what is your last name? L? Is that your last name? Wow, that's a weird last name. Then give me your employee number. What do you mean you don't have numbers? So how does your company have you on file?
Yes.
Give me your information. You know what? Never mind. I want to speak to a manager.
Well, that's why I'm saying if you can find like a cosplay that's cheap on Amazon for the character, like that would be great. Because then we could just buy it for her and she wouldn't have an excuse.
Shut up. Eventually, the cars behind her begin leaving the line. None of them come inside the store.
Because, like, I can easily drop $1,000 on cosplays and not think about it. So, like, I can get her, like, a shit ton. And, like, that way she doesn't have to think about it.
Me, confused as to what she expects me to do, since the insurance issue has not been resolved. Did they put the claim through? If so, I can try to rerun it.
Okay.
Entitled Mom arrogantly says,
Sucks.
Just run the cards and give me the medication. I'm going to pay the same amount as I did last time. Use the cards I just gave you and give me his pills.
Okay,
It
ballet
still has to go
tights.
through the insurance first. The mom continues screaming
These are
simultaneously
just
at the phone and now
normal
at me.
fuzzy socks.
The pharmacist comes over
I have enough
and
fuzzy
takes
socks,
charge
so
of the
I
situation.
am man. Those are
Pharmacist,
bye.
you need to stop talking like that to our staff.
Good.
You're cursing
Thigh
and
highs,
insulting
those
us.
can
We don't
stay.
need that. In the future, I think you
Thigh
need to
highs,
use
those
different
can
pharmacy.
stay.
Entitled Mom in a weirdly
Oh, these are
amused
old
way.
thigh highs. I think I'll get rid of these just because they're pretty worn out.
The
So
pharmacist
actually, these
and I
don't
are
even
fed
have a
up.
hole in them.
I look back and see that the
Dang,
store
that's pretty good.
manager has
Actually,
been
maybe I
listening
will
to
keep these
everything in the
since they don't even have
background.
a fucking
The
hole.
pharmacist tries to run the medication through the insurance
It's
again.
pretty rare for thigh
but the
highs. They
rejection
always
is
end up
still
getting
coming
holes
up.
in them.
Pharmacist, the insurance is still not going
Okay,
through.
you can stay.
We've done what we can. The cash price is $130,
Okay, big, chunky
and we can
socks.
fill it for you.
I love
The mom
these.
sped away in a flash without another word. We were surprised she didn't curse us out one more time. We anticipate that she has already called corporate to tell them we are horrible people for preventing her from getting her son's medication. The store manager who
Little
overheard said
panda
she will vouch
socks. I
for
don't
us.
really need these.
If that entitled mom knew how to be patient and work with people, there's a chance she could have gotten her son's medication filled. I feel really bad for that kid. Next we've got my mom's jerk boyfriend. When I was around 8 years old, my mom kicked my dad out of our house,
I love
which he
these.
took
These
surprisingly
socks
well.
are so cool.
Around that time,
They,
she started seeing a guy who we will call Family Breaker, or FB for short. Anyway, she tried to keep him a secret from me and my older brother, but that obviously failed.
They have
Any parents with an
glitter.
8-year-old know how hard it is to keep a secret from them. So one night, Mom decides to bring him over for dinner, and let's just say he did not make a good impression at all. His first words me and my brother heard him say were, "Hey babe," which made my brother get more mad than I'd seen him before or after. He packed his bags and moved in with my dad, like within 2 days of that first impression of Family
Jeez.
Breaker. I was just happy Mom had found someone after Dad. Dad is not a bad man. We were just stunned. And I convinced my, at the time, 10-year-old brain that everything was okay. But then he started staying over and eventually moved into my house. When that happened, his true colors started to show. He was a raging alcoholic who made me make him drink sometimes.
Where's the other sock?
It was around this time I started to get into boxing, but also realized what was going on at home. So when I went to Dad's house, we would sit on his couch and talk about all the stuff going on at Mom's house, and it usually drove me to tears.
Good
I'm a
socks.
boy, so I feel like I could have handled it better. But Family Breaker would throw these
yes.
parties on school nights,
My
and with me
pretend
being in
boot
5th
sock.
grade, my bedtime was 8:30 p.m., and I never met that deadline. It really messed with my head.
These are good mesh
There were
socks. They
strangers
don't
there
have any weird
sometimes who would pass out on my
funky
bed,
things on
and
them.
I had to sleep on the couch or the floor. When I told Dad about this, it really made him mad. But he said there was nothing he could do, and it was my mom's own stupidity.
Okay.
I remember one night, he was so far gone, and Mom had said the wrong thing,
Mickey
and he
Mouse
threw his drink in her
socks. I don't
face.
need those.
When I told my brother about this, He came home and punched Friend Breaker square in the jaw. That was a great day. But that was only 5th grade when I was 10. The next memory I have is the day before I started 6th grade. I was freaking out because I had not started a new school
Oh, I
in
love
6
these
years.
socks. They have little
He told me to
band-aids on
just
them.
shut up and go to bed when my mom was trying to comfort me. That was horrible. But my mom started to understand what kind of a person he was and paid more attention to me than she did him. I vividly remember one night, Mom was watching me play Batman Arkham Knights on the PS4 her and my dad had just bought me as a late birthday present.
Oh yeah,
stood in the doorway.
These
He
tights.
just stood there.
I really used to do a photo set with these for the fucking foot guys, but I got
had a grin on my face.
toe tights.
Then a few weeks later, he did something
They're really cool,
I never
so
thought
I want
he
to
had
do
the
something
guts
with
to do.
these eventually.
He asked to meet my father, which gave Dad and I the best laugh we ever had. Then, when I told him Dad had declined the offer to meet the devil in the flesh, he said, whatever, I didn't want to meet him anyway. If I'm remembering right, a few weeks later, we had our finals in school, and he pulled me away from my mom to tell me, I hope you fail, you annoying jerk. Which again, put me into tears, because I was a fragile 11-year-old. I ended up passing with all A's and B's just to prove to him that I'm not as stupid as he thought.
Oh, these were for the alien I
Then,
did.
that summer,
These
my
are
mom
good
wanted
tights.
to bring all of her side of the family down to our house for a week. The
Or
thought
thigh
of my
highs.
very close-knit family meeting him scared me
Fuzzy
to death.
sock.
My brother came
love
home for the
these.
occasion, and I still can't think of a man who hates Family Breaker
Rainbow
more than him.
socks, which honestly I'm gonna
Everything
get
was
rid of because
great,
they're too like
except for him.
bright.
He made my
rainbow.
family feel very uncomfortable, which I
Just
felt
normal
bad about.
socks. I'm gonna
But
put that
Family
off
Breaker
inside.
and my
I
uncle
just
and
put
all
those
the
with the normal
boys
socks.
did build
Oh,
a
these
little
are good.
building in our backyard. But nobody there except Mom
These are
even
from
came close to liking him. But
Ooh,
all in all,
Huff
it was a
socks.
successful visit.
I
When
love
they all
Huff
left,
socks.
it was being an absolute
I'm gonna
jerk
keep these in
about
my
how the
closet
family
too.
treated him, even though he was rude to them.
Okay.
I started 7th grade a few weeks later.
The amount of
and
like
this was
single
it.
socks that I
This
have.
was the year they broke up.
How?
I had thought they had broken up already when I started school again, but I was wrong. One day, I was on the phone with my dad to tell him good night, and for the first time, he yelled at me and yelled my name. I remember telling my dad, hey, I gotta go, to which Dad replied, I heard it. Put me on speaker. I hung up and yelled at him, get the heck out of my dang house. A few weeks later, I was
Yellow
doing some
socks,
homework
these are
on the
mid.
computer, and I heard him call my mom his girlfriend. That's when I flew over the edge. I walked up to him without saying a word and beat him up. Then I told him to pack his things and leave. He did in a heartbeat. I then convinced my mom to break up with him. He then began calling my mom on an almost daily basis and making her cry. That time, I really wanted to get him, but I didn't know where he was, so I could not even tell him to leave us alone in person.
More
Then
weird
last year,
socks.
he came to our doorstep the morning we were
Oh,
going to
they're
Florida for
McDonald's
vacation.
tights. Yes.
At that point, I was 12 and finally comprehended what I had been through the past 3 years.
Oh,
And I once
my
again
cross
broke down in
tights for my
tears.
nun cosplay.
But this time, I started shaking
Yes.
too.
Aw,
know
thank
if it
you,
was fear or
Kai.
what, but that's
Thank
the last time I saw him.
Thank you, thank you,
But a
thank
few
you.
days ago,
Mwah.
my mom got a call from him, and that shook me to my core. Also, in a recent discussion with my aunt, I learned that he had hurt her, and once again, I wanted to get that man. But this time, I had something stopping me.
I have no
besides
idea
the
what you
fear
guys are
of
talking
jail.
about right now.
I was scared of hurting my parent, my older brother who I care so much for, and the fact that Family Breaker moved to Florida after being threatened by my dad, my brother, and I. My family is happy again, and nothing bad has really happened like this since.
Most of these
Thank
socks
you
are
if you read through
fine.
this whole thing. It means the world to me. Next we've got, I'm going to call the head office on you for catching me stealing. This
Although I
just
have a lot of
happened tonight.
single ones.
I'm still laughing about it, so I thought Reddit might want to laugh about it too. Our cast, we've got me and the tag-swapping idiot. I work in a store that has a horrible problem for stealing, as it is a thrift store on a rather bad end of town. Anyways, I'm currently taking a course to become a security guard, so being able to stop shoplifting is really fulfilling for me.
Tights.
So, of course, I see this guy with a huge hood, couldn't even see his face,
Oh,
and a
these socks
backpack.
are-
Usually, a
Those are
backpack
just
in this
normal
store
socks.
is enough to keep an eye out.
Aw.
I'm working fitting rooms,
These
and we have a
donut socks, these
company-wide
are
policy
super old.
that you need to count the customer's items before they go in, and you can only take 6 items in. Anyways, this guy tells me he has 6. I tell him I need to physically count them. People put shirts inside shirts all the time, so feeling the clothing is important. He is already irritated at this, but complies. Joke's on me. He has 8, so that's yet another red
Tiny
flag.
Pops.
A long time passes.
Tiny Pops.
Way too much for
You
6
wanted to
items.
come back?
And he
Is it because
basically
I'm throwing
throws about
stuffies?
half the items at me
Is
and
it because
rushes
I was
to the
throwing
register.
stuffies?
As I start putting the clothing on the rack, I see a low-end brand item tagged with a high price. A usual
I
sign
have
it has
extra
been
socks.
tagged swapped. Happens super often. People
Alright,
putting a
well,
$2
these will
tag
just
on
go in
something
the giveaway
Nike,
pile.
for example. So
Leaving
they
it
don't
those
have
are
to
the
pay
socks I'm
$10.
keeping, Flo.
Also, our tags are designed so they can't be ripped off without destroying the tag. So you can tell it has been swapped pretty easily. Of
So
course,
I think that
all
I'm going to
19
reorganize.
have
Hey,
ripped
Mickey,
up
drop it.
tags
No,
that are
no.
not the price they should be. I
Thank you.
get
Yes,
excited.
that's a pile you
Show
should
my
have checked.
manager.
Okay.
She knows it makes me happy.
I think I'm
calling people
gonna.
out for
Currently, I
this,
have
so
them
she
all
lets me
in
handle it.
the same
Poor
drawer
girl at
that
the
I have like
register
the
is
tails
brand
and
new
ears
and
in,
has already finished scanning
and
his
I
items.
want to put them
So
into something
I asked her to
else.
stop for a second and plop the entire pile of clothes he threw at me
And
in front of him. Me.
move
None of these tags
the stuff
are
that's on the
correct,
floor here into the chest
unfortunately.
of drawers,
So
and the
I'm
socks
going
and
to have
stuff
to
are in.
re-tag them. So they
That's
are
my
the
thought
correct price.
process.
Customer. How did you know?
So I'm gonna try doing that. I'm gonna organize
I'm
these
actually not
socks
supposed
a
to tell
little
you
bit.
how I can tell, but our company reserves the right to correct
So,
tags that are not correct at any time.
Tights,
Well,
tights,
that's
tights.
something your company should work on, because I didn't do anything with the tags.
Me. Oh, should we?
Long
Hey,
socks,
manager.
long socks,
It seems we need to work on tagging items correctly.
Short socks.
Either way,
short socks.
I need to retag all of these items. Infuriatingly, we are not allowed to accuse anyone of anything, so I can only retag the items, and hopefully he will learn his lesson. Customer.
These are
Well then, I only want these jeans.
clothes.
How much will they be?
He is being
Wait,
super
maybe
rude at this
those
point.
are.
I look at all the tags I grabbed off the other clothes he swapped with. Only one says jeans, roughly $16. Me. Seems this was the original tag, as I can see this hoodie shouldn't have a jeans tag.
Fine, but just so you know, I'll be calling head office.
I proudly display my name tag to him, so he can see my name, and inform the manager, to which she accidentally laughs out loud, as she knows everything that's happening.
Oh.
It was an honest accident. Don't hate on my manager, she's awesome. He left with just one item, and left me with at least 8 items, all with wrong tags, only to anticipate an amazing call/meeting with head office about stopping a shoplifter. I know he won't call, but part of me really wants him to. I did everything right, didn't accuse him, just reserved my right as an employee, and stopped the shoplifter. Try me, buddy. Next we've got The Tale of the Fraudulent Returner. A bit of context. I work at a craft store. Corporate cut our loss prevention position. We use customer service to deter shoplifters. When doing a return without
Okay,
receipt,
I have
you get
piles.
the lowest sale price, and we
I'm
need
gonna
a
try to
form
make
like
these
me. Our cast. We've got manager, we've got the fraudulent returner, we've got coworker, and me. Our story begins about a month ago, give or take a week. I get called up to the registers by my coworker. As we get the line down, a girl, fraudulent returner, comes to my register. This customer has about 6 products she is returning without a receipt. I'm going through the transaction normally, no red flags yet. About the same time, my coworker needs some change and calls up manager. As manager was getting the change, they noticed a certain product in the return. She strikes up a conversation with the customer. Manager. So, you didn't need all of this? Customer. No, I was working on a project last month, and this is what was left over. Manager. Oh, always buy more so you can return what you don't need. Picks up a certain product. Interesting. We just stocked this 2 days ago. You said you got all of this here? Customer. No, I got this at a different location, like 2 weeks ago. Manager. Interesting. This product just got shipped to the stores. No store was supposed to put them in until a specific date. Which store? I don't remember which store. Manager says okay. I finish processing the return and send her on her merry way. Customer leaves, and manager tells both coworker and I to keep an eye out for her. This is where most stories end, and you wouldn't figure out the return is the stolen product. This story doesn't end here. It continues today. Same exact cast. Fraudulent returner. Really didn't think. So today I'm covering coworker's break. Fraudulent returner is back and has another return. I of course recognize her. I say the normal spiel, and then walk a manager and tell manager I need a manager's approval for a return. Luckily, manager is a couple of aisles away and gets to the register almost immediately. Manager just takes over on a different register. Manager. Hi, I hear you're returning all of this? Customer. Yeah, my grandma doesn't need any of it. Do you have a receipt?
Your grandma now.
No, my grandma couldn't find it. Did she buy it all in this store? Yes, that's what she told me. All on the same transaction? Yep, that's what grandma said. Manager. Okay, do you want to give me a moment to see if I can find the receipt? You would get the exact amount you paid for it instead of the lowest sale price. Sure, that would be awesome. Did your grandma happen to say when she bought all of this? Yeah, a couple of weeks ago. Okay, I'll be right back. Exit stage, left manager. Customer. I'll stand to the side so you can help the others. Customer is grinning ear to ear like she just won the lottery. I take the next customer and the line starts building. I was going to call for backup. However, my coworker pages over the walkie and she's back from break. Sweet. Coworker gets back and takes the next customer. While both of us are finishing up with our customers, manager comes back. Manager. I couldn't find any receipt. Are you sure it was at this store? It could have been the store closer to her house. Okay then. It'll have to be the lowest sales price. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. Manager processes the return, tells coworker to finish it up, and hands coworker a return card. Coworker tries to process the return card, and one small problem. It's already been issued. Coworker calls manager back. We ran out of return cards. Manager voids the transaction and apologizes to the customer. Customer exits the scene.
What gives, Papa? So
Manager sends a mass text to every location in our district and one to the district manager to inform the other locations not in our district. Coworker asked if that was the fraudulent returner we were all on the lookout for because she looked
this
just
is
like
everything.
her. We all agree we won't be seeing her anytime soon. I only have pennies.
I got a lot.
Sorry.
I'm gonna move you guys to the
I've
floor.
worked for a decently sized farm store chain for about 3 years now. This happened back when I was about a month in. For reference, my store is small. It only has 2 registers and, therefore, 2 tills. I don't get my own till, and I can hop to either whenever I need/want to. I was opening with one other manager who was busy stocking feed shelves while I was put on register. About an hour after we opened, an older customer walks in, and I can hear the immense amount of coins jingling in her purse. The woman couldn't have been younger than 60, so I just assumed she was one of those people that liked to carry coins on them. She didn't seem like she was struggling to carry her purse, so I thought nothing of it and welcomed her in. The lady walks around the store for about 10 minutes. The entire time, she's the only one in the building other than me and my manager. And eventually brings up a couple bones for her dog. I scan them and give her her total, around $10 with tax. Hearing this, she heaves her purse onto the counter and it lands with a hefty thud. I'm startled. She's unfazed and tips it over to pull out a gallon-sized Ziploc bag full of pennies.
Where to start?
This is all I have. Is that okay?
Okay,
Internally, I'm screaming. What the heck?
I've already used multiple times, and they're
a
just
mile
kind of
down the
bad
road.
quality, so
Why didn't you
goodbye.
trade these in for bills? Instead,
These I love,
I
so
sheepishly
keep.
told her it was okay and
This
had
I
to
love,
count
so
them by
keep.
hand. She tried to
This
help, but I told her to just not
This one
and
goes
let me
with
take
tail.
care of it since I didn't want her
I
to
like this
miscount.
diva top,
I didn't think she would, but I didn't want to get in trouble if she did.
so
Counting out the total took about 10 minutes, and left her bag almost completely empty.
Wait,
She took her bones and receipt and left with a smile. I was still screaming at her mentally. Her pennies filled up both the penny trays and extra coin trays in both bills, and we still had to put some in the store safe because we had nowhere else to put them. I got multiple comments about the amount of coins in each till by customers who noticed. In the 3 years I've been here since then, I haven't seen her again. I'm not exactly sad about that either. Next we've got,
knit
sorry,
top that
I
I
can't
made
accept that much change.
for
My store has strict no
Goodbye.
paying loose change policy. $5
Bunny
is store
panties.
policy.
Keep,
Most of us will bend it to about
Bunny
$7,
top.
but no more.
keep.
There's a twofold
I might
reason
put
for
those
this.
on a hanger, the
We
ones
only
that's like a
count loose
set.
change
Put them
once a
on
week,
like a little
and
hanger
more than
together.
$5 extra in loose change
I don't know.
throws the daily till count way
Oh,
off.
I like these
Also,
panties.
the weight of too much loose change will literally break our
These ones
tills.
were
A
awkward.
coworker took pity
This
on
was
a
awkward,
customer
so
last week
goodbye.
and took $19 in loose change.
Same with
And about
that.
an hour after, her drawer wouldn't shut, and we found the weight had broke
Yes,
the
I have a
racks.
sailor.
Register out of commission for 3
Sailor bra. I need
days,
to
waiting
use
on
this.
replacement parts. Now, on to
Oh, I
the
should put
story.
bras in a separate
Lady
spot.
comes
Okay,
up.
bras go
Doesn't
here.
look like a typical Karen. She's wearing a t-shirt
Random
from a local
underwire
event,
bra.
and usually this group is extremely friendly. She unloads her
Hold
cart,
on.
makes small talk. Me.
Furry
So,
titties.
your total
I feel like
today is
Katie would like this one.
$74.96. We are doing a donation drive and asking for you to round up to the next dollar. Those 4 cents will
Ooh,
go
same
to this
with this.
charity
This
in the
would be
next
good for
town
me.
over. Their location
Look at this.
services their town and ours. Lady. Sure. Me. Okay.
Oh yeah, I love
So
these
that rounds up
panties.
to an even $75. And she pulls a jar out of her
Keep it
rather
on.
large purse. It's filled with loose
Panties,
change.
these need
She
to
started to
get
dump
washed
it out.
though.
Me. Oh, I'm sorry, but store policy is no more than
I
$5
should
in
have
loose change.
a wash
We have a Coinstar
pocket.
machine over by the customer service desk. Lady. No, you have to take this.
Where's
It's
the
the law. No,
wash
ma'am.
power right there?
Actually, a business can decide what forms of currency they will take. Some places will not take bills larger than $20. We cannot take more than $5 in change. If you want to roll it or use the Coinstar, we will accept it then.
This is a
No,
Tanya shirt.
I'm not
Why
paying
is the
that
shirt
machine
here?
12% of
This is
this.
a shirt.
I'm sorry, but that is policy. Manager. Now. Me. Points to
What
name
is
tag.
this?
That would be me at this time.
Oh, this is a
That doesn't
slit.
say manager. That says
I'll get rid of
lead.
this 'cause I don't need
My
it.
horses have leads. So what does that mean?
Oh, this would be good for Katie also.
Our store doesn't use the term manager. We are leads,
Yes.
as in leading our departments and fellow employees in good customer service. Lady snorts. Whatever. You're just a cashier trying to be something you're not. Give me your leader,
What
then.
is this?
Fine. Pages
Oh,
for
yeah.
store manager. Excuse me,
Forgot about
store
this.
leader, to come to my register. Lady started yelling immediately about how I'm refusing
Soap
her service
Chan.
and she isn't having
I'm
it.
getting rid of this
We have
cosplay,
to take her money,
so...
or she
Bye-bye.
will call corporate and the IRS for us refusing to take her
yes,
money.
these panties.
It doesn't matter what form it is in. Boss,
This
well,
one.
this is my store, my employee,
This was
my
okay, I'll
policy.
take this.
You can take it home and roll it. You can take it to the machine, then use the voucher, or
Lol,
take it to your
this.
bank.
I'll get rid of
That's
that
your
rose for that
options.
one cosplay.
My tills will not hold extra loose
Old
change. I
Victoria's
can't
Secret
believe
panties.
you're willing to lose a customer over this.
Yes, I love.
Forget it. I'm out of
Asuna
here.
bikini.
With that, she walked
This I
away.
should just put with the
Figured she
cosplay.
wouldn't be back. 20 minutes later,
Set that over
Bagger
there.
comes back from doing her
This is
take
a
back.
shirt,
and we hear
which
the coin
I should
star.
get rid of. Actually, maybe
We looked
Katie
at
will
each
like
other.
this. This is pretty.
You don't think? No, couldn't be. It was. 40
Oh,
minutes
the top
after we
to go
heard the
with
coin
those
star
shorts.
starting,
I should put
we
that
hear
together.
it winding down. Over an hour after her leaving, she is back in my line. Fine. I went to your damn
yes.
machine. It cost me over $200.
Skeleton
Where's my
panties.
stuff? Me.
Panties to go with
Unfortunately,
the top.
another one of our policies is to only
Ooh,
hold
yes, I
groceries
love
for
these
20
panties.
minutes. It's been over an hour. It's been
Ooh,
taken
yes.
back.
Halloween.
What? Let me call
Halloween
someone.
panties. I
I
haven't worn
quickly
this
inform my
yet.
boss. Boss tells the
Still.
lady, If you will give me your
I should
list,
wear this
you
this
can
year.
wait in my office while I collect your items. No, I just want my dang money now, and the fee you screwed me out of. Coinstar
This is actually
voucher
just
was
like
over
all a thing together. I should just put
$1,700.
this together as a
Yes,
thing.
she had that much in quarters in jars in her purse. All quarters. Boss comprised with her and gave her a $100 gift card instead of refunding the whole
panty
fee.
set. Pajama
Next
panty
we've got
set. I was gonna do a
Maybe
Teddy
you should
Chan
just show
outfit
up
this,
at the
so.
time the order
Another
is
one that
supposed to
needs
be
to be
ready.
together.
So I have this story I wanted to share. It's nothing too dramatic or outlandish, but it's those kinds of things that make you cynical about people when you think about the fact that they act like the world revolves around them.
These are meh.
So I work at a grocery store that I'm not at liberty to identify. I work in the deli section of the store, which is usually the busiest part. While most of our customers are okay, with some that actually treat us like human beings and not robots,
Panties.
there are some that are less than friendly. I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about. It was noon on Sunday, and of course, that means that everyone and their mother is raiding the deli like flies to a pile of brown bodily waste. Lines as far as the eye can see on the slicers, sub shop, and the hot case. Not only that, but we also have a ton of online orders that we need to push out on time. Customers choose the time they want the order to be ready, but it always has to be 30 minutes in advance of the time it was ordered and printed out on our end. While they are a huge pain sometimes, I like to remind myself that if we didn't have that, they would all be customers added onto the lines, so it would be completely unmanageable. I was personally completing the sub orders we had at the time, churning them out at a reasonable pace.
Panty sets put together in plastic bags.
I get one order that's due at 2 o'clock, and since I finished all of the other orders I had at the time, I get started at around 1:40. Normally, I could get it out at around 1:50, but there were 2 subs I had to complete, and we were already running low on the sub kits they requested. I only had one whole sub kit, so I needed another one.
It's a
It was the
bombshell,
store
bro.
brand, so normally we have them pre-sliced from a special section in the distribution warehouse.
This is
But
definitely part of the set,
unfortunately,
though, whatever.
we were completely out of
The
them,
bras
so I had to slice it
under
manually.
thing.
It's also 3 different types of meat combined, so it takes even longer than a normal sub kit. It takes me about 3 minutes to take the meats out, slice them, weigh the kit so that I'm not using too much, and then
This
wrap
one I might
them
get
all
rid
up.
of because
Then I get
I've
asked
used
to
this
help
one
out a
many
few
times,
customers
so I
since
think
we're
yeah.
absolutely packed. I could have
Honestly,
just
I might
said
get rid
I'm
of this
doing an
one too.
online
It's
order,
pretty, but I don't
but I
think
figured I
it's
have enough time to get the subs done since they were both the same and they weren't too complicated. Plus, I don't like to leave my coworkers in a lurch.
another one that's part of a
I help
set.
around 3 customers for about 9 minutes, putting the time to around
Yeah, this
1:52.
bra, I like
I can
never
still
wear
do the
this.
subs in 8 minutes. Once I finished with the last customer I helped, I went right back to the subs.
Oh, yeah.
Once I got the meats and condiments on the bread, I found that I needed 8 slices of provolone cheese for the subs. I go over to the sub shop, but find that the provolone I had sliced like 15 minutes back was all gone. Wonderful. I go ahead and take out the provolone from the case again, and I end up waiting 2 minutes before I can even slice enough provolone for me and the sub shop, since everyone else is using the cheese slicers we have. I get a large stack of provolone sliced up, take what I need, drop the rest off at the sub shop, and then go back to making the subs. Little did I know, the customer that ordered the subs showed up around 1:54. She just waited there and didn't bother to tell anyone until about 2 minutes before 2 o'clock. When she did, she complained to one of the other associates there at the time that she needed the subs as soon as she got there.
Amazing.
But the time on the ticket said 2 p.m. sharp, no later. That associate went ahead and told me that she was complaining about the subs. Now look, if someone shows up early and they're cool about it, I'll work with them and try to get it out as fast as I can. I really don't mind doing that because we're supposed to provide excellent service. She, on the other hand, was raising a stink about how I didn't get it out fast enough. Yet she was the one that was early by 6 whole minutes. Any other normal person would have simply waited there until we got the subs out on time. But Apparently, she's so important that we needed to get it out on her schedule, even though she chose the time when she ordered the sub. If she simply just showed up at the time she said, the subs would have been ready. So now that she's complaining, I need to hurry and complete the subs at her convenience when we're still packed. Of course, I didn't do that as a favor. I did it because I just want to get her out as fast as I can. I get them done at 1:59 on the dot. The associate that heard the complaint also went ahead and changed the prices on the subs, taking $1 off for the inconvenience, which I really didn't like because it just rewards bad behavior, but that's beside the point. I get the subs wrapped up and packaged, and when I go to hand it off to the customer, she's gone like a fart in the wind. I'm left standing there for a minute with 2 subs in my hand, looking like an idiot while I try to find the customer. Like, wow, if you're in such a hurry to get the subs, why the heck would you just leave in order to do something else? Not only that, we're not exactly empty, considering everyone wants sliced meat, subs, etc. Anyone else would have understood that we're in the fecal matter. So now I figured she probably went to customer service to complain. So I go ahead and walk over to the little refrigerator we have to place the subs in there until she comes back. Lo and behold, she does. The associate that talked to her lets me know that she did. So I go ahead and hand the subs over to him because I don't even want to look at her face. He gets that I'm pretty annoyed by the customer, so he goes ahead and hands the subs off to her. Of course, she just takes the subs and then just walks away. Oddly enough, she didn't exactly look like she was in a rush. We then talked about how that customer was full of it for a minute, and then went back to the grind. Next we've got entitled stepmother gets mad at something I wrote in my diary years beforehand. It's been a while since I've shared an entitled stepmother story, but this one is from quite a few years ago. If you haven't seen me around before, hello, I have an entitled stepmother. My stepmother isn't the greatest person. She's verbally abusive and has been married to my father for the past 14 years. She's caused me to deal with a lot of anxiety. And I have a little PTSD from this history that her and I share. She's done a lot of horrible things, but my father has divorced her due to my mother ruining his mindset when she abandoned us 17 years ago. And there's a lot of money and inheritance that would be involved in the event of a divorce. Now that the history has been shared, here's the actual story. Back when I was about 8, my grandmother bought me a diary. I had been obsessed with the littlest pet shop toys, so it was themed around them, with a pink fuzzy exterior with a monkey stitched into it. When my stepmother got upset with me, or she thought I was hiding something, she'd absolutely tear my room apart. She'd find things and try to read whatever she got her hands on, or she'd find new things to take when I got grounded for the stupidest of things. What I can only assume is she found my diary one of these times, because the events that unfolded next is the only logical reason I could come up with for why she found out what was wrote in it. At the time, I kept my diary underneath my bed and the rungs that held up my mattress. I came back from my mom's for the weekend. My life there was not much better than home, and my room was in an unusual, distressed state. There were things on the floor and pulled out of drawers, but I checked under my bed and found my diary was still where it belonged, though not exactly where I left it. Luckily, I kept the keys to the lock under my bedside table, somewhere where she probably wouldn't think to look. A few weeks later, my stepsister came to visit. She's 11 years my elder, and at the time this event happened, I was 10, and didn't use the diary that often. There were actually never many entries that I put into it, as it was rather sporadic when I wanted to write into it.
I am gifting my laundry. Some of this is probably Katie's.
And I told her I did. She asked me if she could read
it. We share.
Though I didn't know her well, because she
That's
was
what happens when
around
you're best friends and you also make porn. And also you're very clean and you just wash them.
The next day, my stepmother confronted me about one of the entries, and I knew that she had gotten her hands on it as well.
Not to mention, this is like underwear that
I had taken my diary over to my grandmother's with
only
me
wear like once for taking pictures and then never again. So it's like been worn
once. My grandmother lived across the street, and one day my stepbrother was over there nuisance
Oh, no!
because he's as entitled as my stepmother.
Go
Even at
in
the age
front
of
of therapy.
6. He was pretty bratty, and it was irritating.
Okay.
I had
I'm gonna
wrote
try
in
to
my
make...
diary that I wanted him to go home.
Okay, these...
Now, to note, I dated my diary entries. When I wrote this entry, it had been 2 years
Okay, the
beforehand.
bras.
So, when my stepmother confronted me, it was kind of
You
stupid
don't
at this
have
point. She tore
anything.
into me too, saying, "What do you mean you want him to go home?
Actually, do you
This
have...
is his home. Do you not want him to be
do you have
here?
the underwear
Do you
to
hate us
this?
this
I don't
much?
think so.
You
I
should
think
be
this is by itself.
ashamed." Summarized from what I remember, because it's been
This
forever.
has a number that goes with
She
it, but
wouldn't let me
it's...
tell her where I wrote the
Gonna
entry
get washed
the 2 years
first.
beforehand, and
This
she
one
just
has a
kept
number that
running
goes
me
with it.
over and over and over, and I just kind of shut down. She shook the diary in my face the whole time, and I just stared at it, upset, because I couldn't get a word in, and she was blaming me for not carrying around either of them. I ended up
Fuck this
grounded for
bitch.
what I wrote. I used the diary to
Alright,
let
I'm
out my
gonna just take
feelings,
the
though
panties
many
and
of
tie
them
them to
were
the middle of
angry
the bra
childish
so
rants
that
about people who
they
were mean
are
to me at school.
together.
I never mentioned
So when
her
I want
or
to
my
wear them,
stepbrother,
they're already
despite what she
upset.
did to me, besides
And
that
I
one
don't
entry.
have to find them.
When she gave me the diary back, I put it under my bedside table and never wrote anything else in it.
Panties
I was
that
too
go with
scared that
there
she'd
they
find
are.
it and get upset with me again. It stayed there under that spot until I moved my stuff out of the house 2 years ago. I can't remember if it's still in a box or if I threw it in the trash. More than likely the latter. I never kept a private diary again. Instead, I
Honestly,
ended up
keeping a
writing
private
about
diary
my
is a bad idea.
blogging sites
If you
around
want
the age
to
of
keep
13.
secrets.
And boy, was I able to talk about her then to my
Like,
heart. Next we've got Entitled
Yeah.
Mom Wants to Tattle on Me,
okay,
a
now I'm
fully
gonna
grown
put them
woman,
into packs.
to my parents about my attitude. Alright, you guys,
Alright, is there
this
anything
went
that
down a
goes
few days
with
ago, and I've been chuckling
these?
and trying
Oh,
to
hey, this
understand
goes with
ever
these.
since. Sorry it's so long.
Okay,
Older
so these,
generations
I'll
lack
just
of
put this on
logic
the same
or reasoning.
hanger.
Just astounds me
This will
sometimes.
go together.
A little
Okay.
backstory / clarification required. Sorry.
This.
My hubby and I work
This.
hard, and we've done well for ourselves. My hubby also loves golf
I'm
and is
excited
quite
about
good
this
at it.
outfit. I want to
Because
redo
of
this.
both of these, we were able and decided to purchase a nice first home on a golf course, which you can imagine is in a neighborhood of mostly retired folks. We are extremely frugal with our income and are definitely homebodies,
We've
so
got
we
this.
invested in a house that I guess
We've
doesn't
made a
seem
pile
attainable for a
of
couple of our
hairs.
age. I also tend to look
Okay,
younger
this
than
one
my
actually I should
25
put
years
as
when
a
I'm in
core
lounge
set
clothes,
also.
no makeup, and hair tied up in a
Panties
mess.
with it.
This is important later. Our
Okay,
cast.
This.
We've got Entitled Mom,
this.
maybe even Grandma.
This.
I'm not one to assume. We've got Entitled
and,
Kid.
ugh,
We've got me.
this all goes together.
Overprotective dog mom.
So,
And we've got Abu.
hold,
3-pound ball of cuteness overload. Story. There was a warning on Nextdoor app that a coyote was spotted on our golf course and to watch your fur babies closely. My pup was a gift from my hubby, as I have some
If that
medical
dog
issues
gets
that
hurt,
cause
I'm
me to
gonna-
spend way more time in bed than the average
Can't do
bear.
that.
And my pup keeps the depression at bay.
You better
He
not hurt
is
that dog.
ridiculously well behaved, but he is very small and never around kids,
Okay.
so they kind of stress him out. I was in my backyard with Abu for a super quick potty break when Entitled Mom, Irrelevant Dad, and Entitled Kid roll up to the green that butts up to our backyard. I see golfers all day, every day, so I usually don't acknowledge them, nor
This is
they
also
me.
good because I can make it
Entitled
take up
Kid is
less
smacking
room.
the golf ball around the green
Oh,
with 0 attempts
jeez.
at actually golfing when he spots my little pup and screams, "Mama, look at that dog!"
But anyway, I
I
can
smile
flatten them.
and wave, because it was kind of cute, and then call
Hey.
Abu to head inside, even though he hasn't
Take that
peed,
out.
as I already have a sense to avoid any further interaction. Too late. Entitled Kid has ran over and is crawling through the fence that separates my yard from the course. It's just decorative, so huge gaps. Abu sees this and runs to hide behind me as Entitled Kid lunges after him and ends up on his knees at my feet. This kid is literally on my feet,
Nope,
so I
these are
can't
buttons.
move
So,
without stepping on
okay.
Abu behind me.
Panties.
I get out of the
These are
entanglement
buttons.
and snatch up my pup as Entitled Mom climbs through the
So,
fence.
this has a
Entitled Mom. What a cute little guy. We can't go on without giving him some love.
Okay, well you can.
Thanks. He's my little fur baby. Entitled Kid, meanwhile, is literally trying to tear him from my hands while I gracefully try to hold him away. Entitled Mom. Go on, entitled kid. Give him a cuddle.
No.
Me. I'm sorry. He's not really used to kids. He's sweet as can be, but can snarl and nip if he feels threatened. No, it's okay. We have a big lab at home, so entitled kid knows how to handle dogs.
Dude,
Let him hold
if you
him
know
for
how to
just
handle
a
dogs,
minute.
you also know that
I'm
when
sorry.
someone tells
He's
you that
already
their dog
scared
doesn't like
and
to be
will wiggle
handled,
out
you
of your
don't
son's
handle
hands,
it.
and I don't want him to be dropped. I am literally spinning in circles at this point to keep entitled kid's grubby little hands off my dog. This apparently insulted entitled mom as her face dropped and she went dead serious. If he's so fragile, then why do you have him out here without a leash? Don't you know there are coyotes? Me. I do. He's trained to never be more than a few feet from me, and because of his size, his trachea isn't fully developed, and the vet recommended we strain it as little as possible with a leash. That's unfortunately true. We don't even keep a collar on him unless he's outside. Entitled Mom literally scoffed. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard. What did you do to him? Did you hurt him while you were training him? Getting seriously peeved at this point by someone insinuating that I would hurt my dog while still playing keep away with her brat. Me. No. He was the runt of his litter and has more than a few health issues because of it. I treat this pup better than I treat myself, honestly. Now will you please ask your son to stop grabbing at him? Entitled kid, saying nothing up to this point, besides frustrated gargles, snapped at me. Just let me hold him. Me. No, he is too small and fragile to be held by a kid. We are going inside now. Have a nice day. Entitled Mom. Now you wait 1 minute, little missy. All we wanted was to hold your dog.
Tough
now
shit.
you've been rude, inconsiderate, and I'm not sure you aren't abusing that poor thing. Give me the dog, and I want to talk to your parents. Do they know you just let him run around to do whatever it wants? You're probably just as spoiled as he is, which is why you think you can just walk away when someone is talking to you. Entitled kid, still grabbing at Abu in my arms, unintentionally grabbed/grazed my chest, which caused a reflex of waving my arm to knock his away. This in no way hurt either of us, but it upset them both. Entitled Mom. What is your problem? Me. Lady, listen. Please keep your kid from touching me or my dog. Get out of my yard and go back to your round so that my dog can just pee. I literally just got home from work and his bladder is probably about to explode, and I would prefer it not be on me or my carpet. Entitled Mom. You keep that tiny thing in a kennel all day? So you are abusing him. Who are your parents? I know everyone in this neighborhood, and I would like a word with them. We have never had unruly teens here, and I won't let you be the first.
Yeah, unruly
But
teens
I'm
that
not
just
gonna
got
lie.
home from work.
After that, I was laughing. I don't know who this woman is, but if she doesn't know me, she obviously doesn't know everyone, and she obviously isn't someone important in the HOA, so I don't care anymore. Me, with a submissive smile to get her to give up the goods. Okay, ma'am, what is your name? Entitled Mom proudly states name I've never heard of. Me repeats the name. Noted. Not that it's any of your business or matters, but this is my house. You are trespassing on my yard. My husband, flaunts ring in her face, and I both work during the day. So yes, he stays in a kennel, but that's because he likes that it feels secure and safe. This dog runs our house, and I guarantee no dog has ever been treated better. Now get yourself and your son the heck off my property while I go write a little note to the clubhouse about you and your ridiculous antics that I'm sure are not considered proper etiquette for this course. Entitled kid never cried or even acted like he was aware of any of this was happening and continued to reach for Abu. My last statement was being said while literally holding his wrist in the air with one hand as far away as possible so he
little
couldn't
kids
reach
that
his
just
boob
keep
in
trying to
my
grab
other
for
arm
shit
with his
you're
other
holding
hand.
and don't listen
He
to
acted like fighting a
literally
stranger to
flick
get
him
to
in the
something
face.
was completely normal behavior.
Like, get
Meanwhile,
out of here.
the dad, I'm assuming dad, putted, gathered his things, and went and sat in the
That's what I
car.
did to my cousins
Also,
when I
like
was
nothing
younger.
was happening whatsoever.
Worked real well. They
This
didn't-
was all
they
in
didn't
like
do it
5
again.
minutes. But still,
It only
what
takes
the
one
heck?
time.
Entitled mom barked entitled kid's name after being at a loss for words and shooting daggers at me for more
Just
than
a
an
little.
awkward second. He whined, "But mom, the dog." She just walked away, and after a few seconds he followed. I couldn't walk away until they did. At that point, as I was holding entitled kid away, and honestly think he would have followed me all the way inside like it was no big deal. This was seriously the strangest interaction I think I've ever had. I missed a few statements between the two of us, but I think I got the important parts. Entitled mom never got my name, but I'm not worried about her, because she probably still thinks I'm some teen living in my parents' house. Since I'm not, no one will
Even
know who
if
she's
she
talking about.
was.
Now,
That's actually
you
even
can pay
weirder,
for
because then you're
delivery.
just harassing
I
a
work at a
kid.
furniture store in the stock warehouse. We
Like,
have
what do you
5
mean?
stores statewide, and only one warehouse.
Like, how does
so
her
our
being a
warehouse is
teen
packed.
living in her parents' house
I mean packed
make
to
it
the
so,
brim
yeah,
with
like,
stock.
now, oh,
Only
okay,
the
I
6
guess, of
warehouse
course, they
staff
get to
and the 6
fucking
delivery staff are allowed
bully a
to be in the
teenager,
warehouse.
then.
Not
What?
even the salesmen and women are allowed in. There's a store next door to the warehouse. Anyway, story time.
These
Our cast.
two.
We've got me, and we've got the customer.
We've got
We've
this.
also got coworkers. We also have boss.
And
This happened yesterday.
this.
We were all on one side of the warehouse, and we heard someone yelling out, so I went to
All
investigate.
into the same
I find customer
package.
walking around our warehouse. I stop him and have the following conversation. Me. "Excuse me, mate. How can I help you?" Customer. "Yeah, I'm here to pick up an order." "No worries. Do you have your order form?" Customer gives me the form. "Thanks, mate. I'll bring it out. But can I get you to wait outside? Can't have you in here." "Yeah, okay, mate." I go and grab some coworkers to help, as the order was at least 25 items long, and I wanted it to get out ASAP. I get some items and go to the truck the customer had driven to load him up, and I find he's still wandering around and looking at the stock, which are just boxes
Why?
with codes on them. Me. "Mate, I really need you to wait outside. Please step outside." Customer. "Oh, sorry. It's a little cold, and I wanted to get out of the weather." "Well, you can't wait in here. I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait outside or in your car." I loaded his truck and go back to get some more items for his order and inform the boss that we may have some trouble with the customer, but I'll handle it. I go back out with the last of his items, as coworkers have been loading the rest while I spoke to the boss, and I find customer still in the warehouse. But this
Bruh.
time, he was all the way on the other side, trying to hide
This
when I
fucking
walked
guy.
past. Me. "Mate, you need to leave now. I'm not going to ask again." "It's cold outside. Just trying to get warm. No need to be rude." "Then why are you all the way over here?" "No way, it's just to get warm. Please follow me to the door, and I'll load you up so you can go." "Okay, let's go." We get over to his truck, and I put the last items in and tell him I just need to get a pin for him to sign the dotted line to confirm he received his furniture. I'm gone for all of 2 minutes, and I find customer
Seriously?
inside again. This time, even further from the door. I grab some coworkers and tell them to go to the door and wait for me. Me. "Look, mate, you need to leave now. I asked you multiple times to wait outside. Now get out." "Don't be rude. I'm a customer. I'm allowed to look at this stuff, as I've bought them, and I wanted to make sure they're
Right.
stored correctly." "Okay,
Right.
you want to be like this? Fine, we'll do it your way. 1. You're not a customer at name. You're a customer of name. We operate as an independent business. Same name, same business, same owners. But it's for tax reasons or something I'm not paid enough to understand. 2. You're not allowed to step foot in the warehouse for any reason. 3. Now get the heck out. Now. "You're so rude. I'm going to file a complaint."
Do it.
"Do what you want, as long as you leave." He finally starts walking to the exit. We get to the door, and I tell coworkers to unload everything off the truck. "Wait, what are you doing? It's my stuff. You can't take it." "You can pay for delivery. It'll be $320, and it's arranged for 2 days' time. Now leave." I will not ask again. But it's my leave. He finally gets it and leaves. Just to double check we got everything, I did a count and noticed that we pulled off 2 extra items that weren't on his list. He called my boss and complained.
Yeah.
My boss. Hey, OP, can I see you for a minute? Me.
You're gonna get in
Sure.
trouble for that one, I think.
Boss. I just had a customer call and complain that you were rude and refused to give him his items or even look for them, and now you're making him pay for delivery. Me. No, I loaded his truck up, but I found him in the warehouse multiple times and asked him to wait outside. He refused to listen, and so I told him that he can get his order delivered and unloaded his truck. Boss. I figured he was twisting the story. I just have to ask, or else the big bosses will get all upset. Did you count what came off? Yeah, and we pulled 2 extra items off that we didn't load. Were they his? No, not on the list, and the truck was empty when he arrived. I would cancel his order, but it's too big of an order. I'll just pass it on to the head office. Anticlimactic
he stole 2
but
things?
boy,
Okay.
do customers that don't
Never
follow
mind.
simple rules annoy me so much. I'll update if anything more comes off it. Next we've got Entitled Mom Gets Crazy About My Business Plans. A few days after I got out from the hospital, I went to my parents' farm to help out Dad with the farm work. We were also fishing whitefish and Baltic herring. I got a call from the neighboring county that they are going to have a farmer's market for local producers. The woman asked me if I was interested to come and sell fish. I told Dad about it and he was very excited. Dad asked me what kind of fish we were going to sell. I told him that home smoked fish always sell at markets. The next morning, we woke up at 4 a.m. I made some coffee and fried eggs and bacon for breakfast. While sitting and eating at the kitchen table and talking about our new fishing vessel, my entitled mom walks into the kitchen. I thought she was going to keep her mouth shut, but I was wrong. Our cast. We've got my entitled mom, we've got my dad, and we've got Ralph. Me. Mom, what fishing vessels are you two talking about? Dad, nothing you should be worried about. Just drink your coffee and shut your mouth. Me. Here in Finland, you can apply to EU about funds when you are starting a new business. The chances are good because there
Thank
are
you,
no
Plushie.
people in the
Welcome.
country that sell
Welcome to
whole
the
smoked fish at the
crew.
markets today. The idea is good, but will it work in the future? And are we making any profit? I want to give it a try. Mom, staring at me. You are crazy. Are you going to torture your old dad to fish on a bigger vessel? My dad is 85 years old, and his passion is fishing and farming.
Bruh, tell me about it.
It's easier to fish with proper equipment and fishing gear. You don't
Life would
drag
be
the
so much
fishing
easier
nets
if I
by
was a
hand.
guy. Guys'
You're
clothes are
using
so
a
much
winch
easier
and
to deal
crane.
with.
To lower the fishing nets, you are also using a winch. Mom, but it's also going to cost a lot of money. I always told you that you should be like your brother. He is not doing such crazy things as you. Dad, everything has a price tag today. You cannot get around the costs. Mom looks at me. Why don't you buy a smaller boat? The same as you have now. You can still fish, even with rods as we did in the 1940s when I was a little girl. You don't need a 34-foot vessel for that. Me. It's the year 2019, not 1940s. You have to be very stupid. We are fishing with nets, not rods. I can't get several kilometers of fishing nets in a 16-foot boat. Dad and I went fishing. It was a calm and beautiful morning. We decided to lower the nets
So,
at 1.5
why is your mom
nautical
involved in
miles
any of
to
this?
the
'Cause
open
it sounds
sea.
like none of you
We
get
were
along with
worried
her.
about
Why
the
is she
weather, and if it
in
would
a
suddenly
divorce? What's
change
happening?
tomorrow.
Why is she
The
there?
weather forecast showed wind 4 ms tomorrow morning. It could suddenly change to 10 to 12 ms. If that happened,
Like, Dad
we'd
doesn't
be
make
in
sense that he
dangerous
doesn't like
waters
her,
with the 16
but-
Next morning,
and he's willing
we
to
went
tell her to
track
shut
the
up and
nets.
stuff.
It was a
won't,
little
like,
bit
get a
windy,
divorce
but
and
we
kick
made
her
it.
out. Like,
The catch was decent. We cleared the fish and put them in salt for 48 hours. In the evening, Mom came to the kitchen again when I was drinking my evening coffee. She started nagging again about the 34-foot fishing vessel. Mom, I hope EU will not give you any funds. If they do, I hope you will go bankrupt a second time. Me, why? If my brother did the same, you'd find the money for him. It's always the same. You like to put me down. Mom, why do you need that vessel when you are working on a cargo ship? Extra money is not bad at all, but you're too stupid to understand that. How did I manage to work abroad after 6 years at the elementary school if I am stupid? Because people around you felt bad because of your stupidity. You always get what you want, but I am not that kind of person. That is why you always
This feels like we're missing out on way too much context right now. Because like nothing the mom said is like all that
you
bad.
barely managed to be at the ship. You end up in
Like
the
she's so
hospital every
nitpicky and
month.
stuff, but like
I don't
we
think
don't
you
know
have
the full
this heart
context here.
failure. You just want to be lazy. Dad, that is enough. You like to harass him and make him angry. What on earth is your problem? Mom went silent. She likes to test my nerves. She continues to nag at me after Dad went to the living room until I throw the coffee mug at her. Mom didn't speak with me for a few days, and everything was good for a moment. Edit. We sold out at the local market and made a decent profit. People are crazy about home-smoked fish in my home country. I hope we will get the fund from EU to finance the new vessel. Dad is very excited. Next we've got, no, I have to buy it from you. I had originally posted this in r/narcs in the wild, but I thought it also fits here. Let me know if it doesn't. This is about a lady who is doing a favor for her husband, who is also a contractor. I'll warn you now that she's incapable of finishing a sentence without swearing, and this is not how I treat my customers. I do have the authority to ask people to leave, but rarely need to. I've never had a customer like this, or since. She came into my showroom looking to purchase a small amount of floor tiles for a repair. She had come into the store a few times before to verify the color, so I've seen her before, but never interacted with her. I count myself lucky. On the day she came in to purchase the flooring, my boss was out of the office, so I've been in the showroom all day by myself. This lady, and that's being generous, was yelling and being so offensive and so far beyond rude, you'd need a map to get back to civility. She had a problem with having to buy more tiles than she needed. Boxes have a set amount of square feet. You can't break them up. She should know this. She was angry about the flat rate freight charge, claiming she'd rather drive to the distribution center located 3 hours away and pick it up herself. No, absolutely no way am I subjecting my distributor to her tantrums. She called her husband a total of 4 times, complaining and cursing about me right in front of my face. She kept asking me questions about the process, time frame, freight, etc. She interrupted every single answer to every question she asked. She has been yelling for a solid 5 minutes when I finally picked my jaw up off the floor. Y'all, I lost it. It's one of the few times that I've lost it, especially with a customer. I'm a mellow person, and I hardly ever speak to people like this. It takes a lot to offend me. I'm a petite woman, and often appear vulnerable, which is definitely not the word that anyone who knows me would use to describe me. If I do happen to get angry, I have a low, shiver me timbers, scary whisper voice. And if you hear it, oh boy, you done messed something up good.
Shiver me
Lady,
timbers.
I can't believe how many times I've come here today, and this store is closed. Ha, liar. I've been here all day. I have my own business. And if I ran out of comment, look, lady, I think it would be a good idea for you to get your flooring from a different store. I can't go somewhere else. I was referred here. I have to get it from you. I'm positive I had a very confused look on my face because when I replied with, let me get this straight. You're treating me this way, and you want something from me? She was incensed. I cannot believe you people. How hard is it to... Oh no. No. I don't have security to call to help me. I have to deal with her myself, and she clearly only speaks scream. I then stood up from my desk, planted my hands on the table, and loomed my short little self over to her, just to have my next statement sink in as deep as possible. I can dish it right back, should I need to. I have to, or I would be terrible at my job. Petite female plus construction industry equals hard. In a calm and icy voice, I instructed her that this is going to go exactly how I say. Me. You have two options. You can sit down and shut up, or you can get out. If you want me to help you, you're going to lose the attitude right now, or you can go throw a temper tantrum somewhere else. Can you do that? Her face puckered up like she'd been sucking on lemons for 30 years. Whatever, I guess. No, whatever, no, I guess. Is there going to be an issue again? Or can you park the attitude for 5 minutes so I can do my job without being verbally abused? Lady, cat butt face for days. Fine. She's still acting rudely, complaining and mumbling that I need to hurry up because she just wants to get her groceries home. Seriously, lady? That's the motivation behind this BS? 7 times she said this. 7, I counted. Then please tell me, why did you go grocery shopping before you came to order flooring? So I finish writing up her order, and she hands me money. As she's leaving, she starts up again. I'm usually not a jerk. I'm never really a jerk. I'm just stressed out. So that's why I'm yelling. But I'm not a jerk. Shaking my head, chuckling. Sure, lady. Whatever. But I don't buy that for a second. Lady, epic levels of cat butt face. You know, you catch more flies with honey. Just saying. I know, I shouldn't have said this, but why not at this point? Yeah, well, I just buy. But you get out of my store. And she did. She left, having no idea when her flooring would be delivered. A week later, her husband, who she was earning a one-way ticket to heck running the errand for, came in waving the sales ticket inches from my face, like I'd ever forget these people, to see when the flooring was going to arrive, because his wife surely didn't know. Maybe in a few days, I say to myself. I hadn't bothered to order it yet. It takes a day to ship, so I tell him the day after tomorrow. Now, before y'all get cross with me for not ordering the material they paid for, I didn't mess with the guy's business. I knew what day he needed it by, and I definitely would have ordered it on time. But I was so appalled by her behavior that I put her on the back burner. A couple days later, the husband's employee comes in to pick it up. We shared an, I know, right? Look with each other. We definitely both have crazy bosses. He left, and my life went back to just its usual level of guano logo. Next we've got Entitled Cousin Steals My Stuff, Gets Taught a Lesson, and Entitled Aunt Goes Nuts. So this story happened some time ago. It's going to be a long one, so sit tight and let's shift into turbo and go plus ultra. Most of you might have already figured out that I'm a huge nerd or otaku.
Yeah, no fucking kidding.
Before I introduce the cast and start my story, Awesome Cousin, Entitled Cousin, and myself all grew up together. Awesome Cousin is my best childhood friend. As kids, Awesome Cousin and I got bullied a lot, so we learned a few tactics, ambush, different disciplines, etc. Our cast, we've got Entitled Aunt from my mom's side. We've got Uncle from my dad's side. We've got Entitled Cousin, Entitled Aunt's son, age 18. We've got Awesome Cousin, Uncle's eldest son, age 22. And we've got me, OP, MMPR, Green and White Ranger. It was the weekend of July 4th, and my family hosted a family gathering at our house. I was in my room playing Monster Hunter Worlds on my PS4. My room is filled with a whole bunch of nerdy stuff. I collect lots of nerdy stuff. I heard a knock on my door, and when I opened it, it was Awesome Cousin. He's just as nerdy as I am. We love the same things. Awesome Cousin. Hey OP, we just got here. Also, when did you get your hands on the Dragon Dagger and Saba Saber? That's awesome. Cool. They're the Legacy Collection ones. Expensive. The items are displayed above my bed and can be seen by the door. My Dragon Dagger had its own stand and is with the Legacy Collection Power Morpher, the one with both the Green and White Ranger coin. The saber is hung next to the morpher. Me. Welcome, guy. Yeah, I got lucky. I bought them a while back. You can even say it cost me an arm and a leg. We laughed and chatted for a while longer before he left to join the others. After I turned off my game, closed my door, and made sure it was closed properly. There is a trick to opening and closing my door. It's possible to open the door quietly. Open it wrong, and it makes a loud click. This is an important detail later on. I saw entitled cousin looking at me before he went to the bathroom. I had a bad feeling, but still joined my relatives in the backyard. Greeted them, then went back inside. I noticed entitled cousin talking to entitled aunt. I felt a disturbance in the force. Entitled aunt made eye contact with me and came my way. Entitled cousin had this grin on his face and walked past me. Entitled aunt. Entitled cousin told me that you have a lot of toys in your room. Let him have some of them. Me. No, and they are not toys. Entitled aunt in a very condescending tone. Aren't you a little old to be playing with toys? Me. Again, they are not toys. They're expensive figures and collector's items. You do know I'm only a few years older than entitled cousin. I grew up with them. Just give your most expensive toy to him. Since you didn't give him anything for his birthday.
No.
I don't have to give him anything. Do you understand the theory of gift giving? What's that? But he's family. Ha! Family my butt. This conversation went back and forth and got heated, and she stormed off. I headed back to my room to cool off. That's when I ran into awesome cousin again. He handed me a drink, and we chatted while making our way to my room. I heard a loud click, and I recognized it. It was my door. I knew exactly what happened. Entitled cousin comes out of my room. He tries to be sneaky and close my door without a sound, but we were standing right behind him. The look on his face was expected. Shocked. Gotcha, punk. He had the dragon dagger and the Saba saber in his hands. Me. Hey, awesome cousin. You know what I'm going to do, right? Awesome cousin. Yup. Me. Entitled cousin. What do you think you are doing? Nothing. Are you sure? Yes. Now get out of my way. He moved forward, and awesome cousin blocked him while I moved behind him. No. Hand them over. These are mine. I don't know what you're talking about. So if I open my door, my dragon dagger and Saba saber should still be above my bed? Yes, they should. Now out of my way. He tried to make a run for it, but awesome cousin pinned him to the wall. They have their argument while I opened my door to check. Guess what went missing?
How would he think that's
my
gonna
dragon
fucking
dagger
work?
was not on
That
its
doesn't
stand.
even kind of make
PowerPoint's
sense. It's
not
literally
there,
not gonna
and
be
Saba
there.
saber
What?
not on the wall. I
What?
was livid and returned to
What?
awesome cousin and entitled cousin.
What?
Me. Hand me my things before I take them by
What?
force. No. Hand them. This went on for a while until he caved in. Fine. I stood behind awesome cousin. Awesome cousin releases entitled cousin and stands where I stood. Now I'm standing face to face with entitled cousin. Entitled cousin hands the saber back, but I saw the look in his face.
It's so weird.
He smirks and tried to smash the dagger down. From here, everything felt like it was slow motion. I instinctively grabbed his arm and over the shoulder judo threw him, pinning him to the ground. People around the area could hear his body hit the floor. The coins fell out of his pocket.
I'm gonna go through this
After
now.
awesome cousin picked them up and took
So I actually
the dagger and
don't
saber
need
to my room,
to be put
I felt
into
a
the
disturbance
bag.
in the force again. It was entitled aunt and uncle. Entitled aunt. What are you doing to my boy? He's a thief, and I'm teaching him a lesson. Entitled aunt yelled at me like a crazy person, and I explained everything to uncle. Awesome cousin came back and backed me up. I let entitled cousin go. Uncle spoke to entitled cousin. He basically lectured him. Uncle talked to entitled aunt and took her away because she was unnecessarily loud and spewing nonsense. When they were far enough, entitled cousin threw the first punch. It made contact, so I went into full fight mode.
What?
He threw the second punch. I instinctively stepped back and kicked him. Entitled cousin's back hit the wall, and I pinned him there too. Crazy entitled aunt came back, yelling like a banshee. Why did you assault my boy? You're too old to be playing with toys. I snapped and slammed him even harder to the floor. Again, they are not toys. Uncle came back and took entitled cousin away, and entitled aunt continued her nonsense. I said something that took her by surprise, and her jaw dropped. I went to my door and slammed my door in front of her face, locked it just in case. Good thing I did. Entitled Aunt's action was like from a horror movie. The night ended the day on a good note. Entitled Cousin got chewed out by his dad. Entitled Aunt and Entitled Cousin can't come to the house anymore. Moral of the story, don't steal, or your body will hit the floor hard. Next we've got 2 entitled moms, 1 bake sale. I held a bake sale at a school sporting event, girls playing football, tonight to raise money for a class project. I brought my own table and chair, so I had to take it home for the night. Important for Entitled Mom too. My group and I had our table set up with 2 cookies for $1 or 2 brownies for $1, which was written on our sign attached to our table. The brownies and cookies are already packaged in 2s and in separate boxes. Entitled Mom approaches our table, dollar bill in one hand, her kid in the other. I start off with the
Hold up, let me
"Hi,
go grab
how are
some
you?"
more
customer
cookie
service spiel,
thingies.
but Entitled Mom 1 cuts me off. Brownie.
Oh wait, I
And
got
thrusts the dollar at me.
fucking
I
close.
accept it and start
That's
to
all
put it in our
weird.
box of money. Everyone else had went ahead and grabbed what they bought and thanked me. Entitled Mom 1 did not. Which
Did
are the
this shit the
brownies?
old-fashioned way
The
with
brownies are brown.
clothespins.
The cookies are light brown with chocolate chips. I didn't think it was that hard to distinguish. Before I can respond, Kid 1 points them out. Entitled Mom 1 slaps her hand away. I really mean slap. And asks again. I gesture to the box of brownies as I'm locking up our money box. Entitled Mom 1 makes no move to grab her brownies. After I finish with the box, I grab a package of brownies and hand them to her. She snatches them and saunters off without even a thank you. The rest of the night went well until I had to leave. My table and chair were heavy and awkward, but manageable. To get in and out of the area the game was held, you had to go through a gap in the fence just wide enough to get 2 people side by side. When I was trying to leave, there was a large group of people standing in the way. I said excuse me a few times to clear the people out. Keep in mind, I have a folded up table and chair as I'm wading through the crowd. I'm finally close to the gate when Entitled Mom 2 steps in front of me with her kid, who is about 7, in hand. Entitled Mom 2 stops directly in front of me and pulls her phone out. Me. Excuse me. Entitled Mom 2. I'm on the phone, she says while not on the phone. I'm sorry, I just need to get through. You can take the other exit. There are no other exits anywhere near us. The closest was on the other side of the football field, which lets out way away from where I need to be. I'm sorry, I'm still holding the table and chair, and my breath starts to get heavy. My child really needs to get through, she says as her kid is looking a bit lost, while still holding Entitled Mom 2's hand. Me. Excuse me, please. Entitled Mom 2. I'm sure the principal would love to hear about this. I'm not sure what this was, but she doesn't even know my name. Entitled Mom 2 finally drags off her kid, and I make it through. I'm supposed to be meeting with the principal tomorrow during school. Let's see if Entitled Mom 2 tells the principal what happened. Karen tells OP they should find another job because they're too slow at what they do. It's been a few weeks since this happened, but I'm over it. I work at a grocery store with online pickups where people pick up their groceries for free. No charges at all. Well, on this fateful day, I was working the closing shift. We were horribly understaffed, so I was working alone. We still have a few orders that haven't been picked up yet for 8 to 10, and it was already 7 p.m. when 3 customers came in at the same time. We have a first come, first served basis, so whoever calls our department for pickup first gets their orders first. It usually takes 3 to 10 minutes to load each customer, unless the system goes down, and we have to manually scan each and every item, which takes forever. I also tell customers when there are people ahead of them, so they know when they're gonna expect a few minutes of wait. So, I start loading these 3 customers in order. Lady 1 was thankful for me loading her groceries into her trunk without having to get out. No problems at all. Mind you, it only took me 4 minutes to load her. Now I start loading Lady 2's groceries. I got to her car and she comes out. You can immediately see that she was in a bad mood. No worries, we all have our days, right? Lady 2. Why did it take you so long to load my groceries? Me. I apologize, but I cannot get to everyone immediately. Lady 1 called first, so she got her groceries first. Plus, I'm working alone right now. Lady 2 sighs. Alright, just load mine quick. I have to tuck my kids in soon. Reasonable enough. Let's say it took me between 7 to 10 minutes loading hers, since it was a huge load. She thanked me and drove off. Now, I start loading Lady 3's order. She also had a huge order, so it took me a couple of minutes to get to her. As I get her order out of our department store, I see her stomping towards me. She was angry. I know she was, but I really wasn't expecting it. I was tired. I've been working since 12 p.m., and I had to rush my lunch and not take any 15-minute breaks, at least until the end of my shift, where everything slows down. I wasn't able to say anything back until she took a deep breath after a few minutes of her rant. Lady 3, insert really long rant about how long her wait is, how she has chores to do still, and that we should compensate her for her time. Me. Miss, I'm really sorry about the long wait. I had to load the customers ahead of you, and I'm currently alone. Lady 3. Well, maybe you should schedule more people then. Me. I can't do that, miss. I'm not the department manager, and I don't decide who works when. I don't care. I'm expecting a full refund for this.
What?
You and your department
Bitch,
are incapable
no, that's not
of
how anything
accommodating
works.
your customers' needs. A full refund of $600 worth of groceries with no pickup fees for 15 minutes of her time? Me. I can't issue you a full refund. I can't get you a $10 voucher for the inconvenience, but a full refund is impossible. And as I said earlier, I was working alone. You should find another job if you can't load all of us under 5 minutes. And if you won't issue the full refund, I'll take this to the head manager and I get you fired. I just stood there, shocked. I wasn't able to respond at all. Now, put all my groceries into the back of my car. You've wasted too much of my time already. I hope they fire you. She went back into her car, and I just loaded her as fast as I could, because I just don't want to deal with this anymore. After she drove off, I sent an email to our department manager regarding this, and they sent her a $25 voucher because customers are always right.
Bitch.
Maybe I should really find another job. Next we've got Entitled Kid steals my work and presents it as her own, forgetting that I have years of evidence. In secondary school, I started making the groundwork for a book I want to publish someday. Next May, it'll officially be 6 years in the making, so I've put a lot of time into it. Tolkien spent 13 years working with barely 5 races and a single continent, while I'm not just working with multiple continents, but at least 18 separate realms, each with their own calendars, seasons, how gravity works, around 7 different magic systems, over 100 separate races, thousands of relevant animals,
I'm not
history
gonna lie, that
regarding
sounds
the
like
races
way
and
too
stuff like
much.
that. Not to mention biomes, original biomes, planet size, solar system shape, constellations. Basically, I've put a lot of work into this. Every now and again, I show this off to my friends or my teachers, so they can either help me, give critical feedback, or things along those lines. The teacher, who I'll call Nice Teacher, had been a real help regarding grammar and so on. I know that no author is perfect, and that's what editors are for, but I want to be proud of my work, and I'm a bit of a perfectionist. To make sure I don't accidentally screw up my Word documents, I have everything saved on 2 pen drives. One is 50 gigs, and the other is 14 gigs. The 50 gig is never to leave the house, so I use the 14 gig as a sort of transporter to other computers to do work on it. Now that's been explained, time to talk about the swollen sponge that is Entitled Kid. She too is an aspiring writer, but unlike myself, she is aiming towards doing another Twilight or Hunger Games. I let her know that if she did her own thing, she wouldn't be drowned in the copies upon copies of the same story, but with different people.
No offense,
The
but like
writing
let her do
business is
whatever she
cutthroat and
wants.
vicious.
Who cares?
By standing out, the audience is more likely to notice your work
Okay.
than Twilight 99.88876. Entitled Kid appeared to have taken this advice well, but
Alright.
as I have all the social
We got
graces
through the
of a broken
underwear
chair,
and the socks.
I must have missed something, because she didn't really
Okay,
want
we're
to talk
making
to me
really
after
fucking
that.
good progress. Now
Around
we're
that
gonna do
time,
the
there was a
accessories.
sudden rumor sprung from the gutters
And then
that I was a plagiarist and that I
we're
was
gonna-
homophobic. Being the daughter of a lesbian,
Let's see,
I
after
don't
that we're
really
gonna
see
go
the
through
logic of that, but I ignored it.
to
I
do
had better things to do
cosplays.
with my time. On a Tuesday or a Monday, I was with my teacher who was helping me regarding why specific races lived in specific countries. I won't go into detail because we'll be here for all millennia, but I made some good progress. I
A lot of this
automatically
stuff
sent
goes
it to
other
myself via
places,
email
so
because I'm extremely paranoid
Yeah.
about losing work, and yet I somehow forgot my drive. It wasn't the first time I had done this,
yeah, this is
hence why I
gloves
have
that
two of
go
them.
with
And the 50 gig
the socks.
never leaves the house. Best to
Get rid of
lose only a
those.
day's work than over a year's
Okay,
worth.
so
I was
gloves,
saddened that I had lost it, but
glove,
it never occurred to me
useful.
that someone would use
Samus
that word.
gloves. I should put these
I had
with
to ask my mom for money to get a new
with
one
the suit.
because I'm broke,
Okay.
and it was a 16 gig. Not much
I don't know if these
difference,
are for the
but
weird
it
gloves,
suited
though.
its purpose. When I told Entitled Kid about
these
this
gloves.
while we were in the same class, she gave sympathy and
Skeleton
then started
gloves.
talking about the book
These
she
are
wanted to
reptilia
make.
gloves. I should put that with
She
that
had some fun
cosplay.
ideas, not gonna lie, but she
What is
didn't have
this?
any evidence of such work. I told her to write it all down, but she said that she had gotten a new flash drive, can never remember their names,
I have no
and
idea
it
what
would be
these ones
fine.
to buy.
I never connected the dots, so
Are
I
these
gave a
like
little bit of
Santa
praise over it.
gloves? Yeah.
She then
whatever.
started talking about a
Don't
competition
eat it.
surrounding concepts or whatever that was
Okay.
coming up, and it sounded
We
good,
have
so I
just
thought
some
about
basic
entering along
white
with her.
gloves.
I wrote a short
Good.
story about a folktale or a
If they're
campfire
ripped or
story.
anything.
They'd be in my book at some point for some fun and
Okay.
entered. I didn't expect to win. I was just there for some fun. Entitled Kid
these ones can
obviously
stay.
entered as well. When everyone gathered in the assembly to hear the winners and what work they provided that led to such a victory,
Fox
I was
gloves.
curious.
I'm gonna get rid of these.
I was sitting on my own because the rumors about me being a plagiarist and homophobe were still going around
hat.
for whatever reason. One
well,
kid
actually,
even
it's a
telling
ski
me
mask,
to
but I'm
leave
gonna do stuff
out of
with
fear
these
I'd steal their
eventually,
work.
so-
That
You should
kid
go with
entered a
hats,
dystopia about Pepper Pig, so I'm not sure what I was supposed to steal. And when it was announced that Entitled Kid had won, I was congratulatory, despite not winning.
But
A sore loser isn't going to get far in life, after all. But when she proudly read out what she had written, my heart froze. She read out a very short draft
this
I
one's
had made
worse, just
about
kidding.
one of my characters and how they felt after their species just got out of civil war and how tense it was. It was unmistakable. The country's name, the character's name, the species name, the mentioning of certain locations. I was horrified. Finally, the Lego pieces clicked. This embodiment of a bacterial infection had my missing drive. I was so angry that I left and proceeded to have a crying fit in the bathroom because of what Entitled Kid had changed about it. The character mentioned had gone from being a hardened war hero to an edgy teen in love with the character who started the bloody war in the first place, which had ended the lives of millions for her own selfish gain. It felt like my baby had been mutilated. I confronted Entitled Kid about what she had done and wanted to know why she had done such a thing, but she pretended ignorance and went to the principal of our bloody school to complain that I was stealing her work. I was called to principal's office along with my mom and the mom of Entitled Kid, who was an entitled mound of dog feces. Because my memory is rather poor, I can't fully say what was said, but I'm sure most of you are familiar with it. The entitled mom went into a rant about how evil I was, how her daughter was so perfect, like her crap didn't smell, and so on. She reached full Mr. Reddit screeching until Principal threatened to make her sit outside to shut her up. Principal wouldn't expel either of us as she wanted, but she wanted this to be done with, as she takes plagiarism very seriously. She asked Entitled Kid first about the situation, and she painted me as some kind of horrible person while throwing in slurs here and there, with her mom grinning like she has no cheeks. My mom, of course, was horrified at such language being used so casually. Principal was obviously annoyed with it herself. She turned to me and asked my side, and I said that Entitled Kid was filled with more crap than manure. I admittedly fell into the rabbit hole of rants about how angry I was that a character I had worked hard to build had been butchered so horribly to fulfill the fantasy of a nobody. Entitled Mom got furious that I would dare insinuate that her daughter lied. Then my mom got mad that she was yelling at me. An Entitled Kid got mad at me for making her mom mad, and I returned the favor. Principal had to bang a book on the desk to get us all to shut up like she were a judge, and she turned to me and said that I needed proof of my claims. What Entitled Kid didn't know was that I was prepared to break a golden rule of mine for the purpose of this meeting. I brought in Dear Mr. 50 Gig. I had it inside my wallet that was chained to my pants so it couldn't be stolen, and put it in front of Principal. At that moment, nice teacher walked in to give the principal some photocopies of something, and I took my chance. I asked her what we had done a few days ago, and she said she was helping me with Name of Country that Entitled Kid claimed was hers. I asked her the name of the hero of the war in that country, and she said the name Entitled Kid claimed as hers. I asked her who started the war, and she confusedly said the name Entitled Kid had twisted into being a love interest. In the meantime, Principal was looking at what I had done on the computer and concluded that it was Entitled Kid who stole, not me. Entitled Mom proceeded to throw a massive fit, grabbing Principal's computer and smashing it. I nearly died at the thought of 50 Gig being destroyed, but it was okay. This got her kicked out of the room and banned from the school, along with a fine for the destroyed property. Entitled Kid was mad that I had caught her. She yelled at Principal for siding with a homophobe. My mom pointed out that she was a lesbian, so that point kind of lost any meaning. I then figured out that she was the one who was spreading these things about me. Likely was a way to project her guilt to make her feel better. Principal wasn't having any of it and banned her from entering competitions along with giving back my drive. She responded by dropping it in a cup of water, and I was glad as it destroyed all of the damaged art I had made. She didn't get more of a comeuppance than that, and the rumors remained until college. I saw her there and felt it right for me to rant. Have a safe year, people.
A garter.
Next we've got
my
entitled mom used to steal receipts from supermarkets to get money from my dad. So, a little backstory. I'm 22 and from Poland. My dad ran his own company since 1990 and was doing a pretty darn good job. In a few years, he managed to make enough money to marry my mother, entitled Mom, raised my older sister, and built his own house. Times were tough in this part of Europe, so having your own house and not worrying about the expenses was some kind of privilege. While my dad was working his butt off, entitled Mom was a stay-at-home parent who only worked like 3 years in her life, but never mind. My dad could afford that, and there was no reason for her to go to work. Eventually, in the late 2000s, the company profits decreased and began to lose partnerships, which finally ended up with my dad closing his business in 2013. He decided to immigrate to Norway, where he could have earned up to 10 times more than here, and with much less stress. My sister was already out of the family house with her baby. Lucky girl, she ran 200 miles away to another city from my mother. Another story. And I was a 16-year-old high schooler at the time, so me and my mother stayed at home in Poland. And this leads us to the entitled parent story you have all came for. My dad is the most caring and honorable sweetheart I've ever known. And when he moved to Norway, he wanted to make sure me and my mother had everything we needed. So he would give my mom decent amounts of money to buy food and other essentials people need in their everyday lives. He would also pay our bills while he was abroad. All way more than enough to have a decent existence. My mother, on the other hand, has always been a compulsive buyer and couldn't handle any expenses. A lot of our house was filled with 30 different sets of plates, pillows, and furniture. She was spending money on the most bizarre things and beauty treatments, all while she was still unemployed, although me and my sister were in preschool since we were 3. I was working for my own expenses full-time during the summer since I was 15, so I could buy myself stuff like a laptop, phone, or clothes, and also have the money to enjoy time with my friends. My dad taught me to earn the money if I wanted to spoil myself, so I did. A few months after my dad immigrated, he started noticing that my mother was spending way too much money and was begging for more only a week after she got some. She would complain about how hard it is for her to take care of such a huge house, buy food, and raise a teenage daughter who has medical issues all the time and needs to go to the doctor every other week. That's all BS. I never had any issues, and even if I did, the medical care in Poland is free as well as the insurance. My father is a wise man and wouldn't believe her BS, so he came up with a solution. He would give her the equivalent of $2,000 every month, and she would provide him with the receipts from grocery stores, private doctors, and other necessary stuff the money was sent for. Entitled Mom was furious, and I mean it, but eventually she agreed to the idea. Everything was going fine for 2 months. My mom actually proved how much money was spent for the house, food, and me, and my dad was sending $500 more every month, which made me sick to look at. I knew my mom was hoarding most of that money, because I was basically providing for myself, besides the food part. And she wasn't even hiding that fact in front of me. Quite the opposite. She used to brag about how smart she is, that she's taking other people's receipts from supermarkets and going to the private doctor's office to collect them. I was shocked and furious. It was dehumanizing for me. How could that woman fall so low to take other people's receipts from the floor by the cashiers? Well, I knew she once stole my father's money from the car he sold. I'll tell this story in another post if somebody would be interested. But this was too much. She was a liar and was laughing in my face about how stupid my dad was. I am not a very confrontational person, and I didn't want to argue with her manipulative self. So I decided to tell my dad about her BS as soon as he came home, and it wasn't very long. Dad came back to Poland for Christmas, and he wanted to count all the bills and receipts with Entitled Mom. They said in the home office, and I just listened. My father knew that something wasn't clicking, and politely asked Entitled Mom about all the expenses she made. She immediately started to scream and curse at him how comfortable he is abroad with all the money he makes now, and he doesn't realize how hard it is to maintain a house alone. What the heck? You never even had to raise a finger in your life. This quickly turned into more of her cursing and crying, and finally throwing things at my poor dad. My mom is really abusive sometimes, and doesn't have any control of her anger. That was, of course, her manipulative acting, so my dad wouldn't dwell on the subject. After a few minutes of this meltdown, she ran from the office to have a cigarette in our backyard. So I took that as a chance, and I told my dad about what she was bragging about to me, and how she was lying to him. He never said a word. He just stood there with a straight face of disappointment. I was so sorry for him, knowing he's been working his butt off to give us a good life, and this leech of a woman was just stealing and hoarding money from him. He told me to leave the room so he could finish the talk. Entitled Mom came back from the cig, visually more calm. She knew she couldn't act, because she would lose the source of money. But she didn't expect I would tell my dad about all her lies. I don't really want to tell you what was said, because it would lead me to blanking all the text from the curses. All I can say is that Entitled Mom was enraged. She was trying to make more excuses for her behavior, such as, "Your daughter is wearing old and dirty clothes." Lies. I just want her to have a decent life and not to be picked by other kids. You're gonna be greedy about your daughter's health? How dare you?
There we go.
But my father wouldn't take it. He ended up only giving her just 25% monthly of what she got before. But he said that he would give me the money for what I need personally to my bank account. She wasn't having it, but she had to deal with it. Sadly, her attitude towards money never changed, and she's still a parasite. Even after she had to find a job abroad the same year, because my dad said he's done with paying the bills only for himself.
Okay.
I am very sorry for my father every day, because he has to deal with her every day of his life, even though they've been working in 2 different countries. It's hard to be raised by an entitled parent, but imagine being married to one. God. Karen tries to return Pokemon cards that she didn't even pay for. I've been thoroughly invested in this subreddit and didn't think I would ever have a story to share, but now I do. I recently started a part-time job at a large chain retail store. Mainly sells clothes, but dabbles in electronics and toys. Anyway, our store is in a pretty well-off socioeconomic area, so we tend not to get too many thefts. On to the story. Yesterday, a lady came in with her kid, maybe 8 or 9, and the kid led her straight to the toy section, where she promptly began a loud conversation with somebody over her phone. I'm working the register, but have a clear view to pretty much the entire store. While this is happening, the kid behaves like a kid and begins pulling all sorts of toys off the shelf to show his mother, who ignores everything and continues chatting away. I quickly lose interest and help out some customers. Soon afterwards, I see them walking towards the exit again. The mother is still on her phone, but I notice the kid has some sort of Pokemon trading card game pack in his hands. I used to collect the cards, but don't anymore. I didn't realize they even still made them. I know they haven't paid for it, and as they're about to walk out of the store, I run over and try to tell the mom about the kid still having the pack. Of course, it takes me a couple of attempts to actually get her to listen and stop talking on her phone. Finally, she tells whoever she's talking to that she would have to hang up because some employee is harassing me.
Who decided they wanted this
ensue. Our cast, we've got me, and we've got the ignorant mother. Me. Excuse me, miss. Your child has a Pokemon card pack he hasn't paid for. Entitled Mom. Looks at me like I'm some sort of alien life form. A what now? Me. It's a toy from this store, and you haven't paid for it yet. Are you saying my kid is stealing something? I die internally. Not at all, miss. I just think you may have forgotten to pay is all. I would never forget to pay for something. Begins walking away. At this point, I probably could have, and should have, gone after them, but I suffer from pretty bad social anxiety. I know, retail job plus anxiety equals bad. But I just tell my manager about it and offer to pay the price of the pack. $6 I think it was. But my manager says that it was fine. He's nice and understands my anxiety and tells me if I see her again to come get him. Next day rolls around, today at the time of posting this, and I see her come back into the store with her kid. I go and grab the manager like I was told to, and as I come back with him, I overhear this conversation. We've got the ignorant mother, and we've got cashier too. Excuse me, my son bought, stole, 8 Pokemon cards yesterday, and my son says he didn't get the cards he wanted, so I would like a refund. Cashier too, who has an understanding of how Pokemon booster packs work apparently. Unfortunately, Pokemon cards aren't guaranteed to get you the cards you want. They're all randomized. Entitled Mom, alien look again. What? Manager steps in. Excuse me, miss. I'm going to have to ask you to leave this store. My employee here, me, told me about you stealing that pack. Entitled Mom, Pikachu's surprised face. I did not steal anything. Manager, unfortunately, miss, we have surveillance feeds of the entire incident, so I'm going to have to ask you once again to leave, or the police will be called. Entitled Mom just runs out of the store, leaving the cards on the cashier bench. Sorry there isn't any amazing ending with the police being called or a fight breaking out, but I hope to bring you more stories from my job if and when they happen. Next we've got Karen crashed into my Jeep and expects me to pay her cash for her damages because her kids will starve if she pays to fix her car. So, some backstory. I own a Jeep. Hashtag Jeep Life. Fully built, lift kit, ADD bumpers, the whole shebang. So one day I'm coming home from work. It's a summer day, the roof is off, and I'm having some open top fun. Stop at a red light, and suddenly, screech, bang. I drive forward slightly and go back to assess the damage, and lo and behold, it's a Mercedes C-Class, new one on net as well. Completely destroyed from the front, and my beautiful Jeep had no damage apart from a few scratches. I went to check on the passenger of the Mercedes, got them out. Luckily, they were unharmed. These Mercedes are definitely safe. Under a minute after she's out of the car, she starts screaming about how I wrecked her car. I told her calmly that she was the one who rammed into me. I think she understood how my hitting her would be impossible. I offered to share our insurance details because I knew that Mercedes damage doesn't come cheap. But she said she didn't have insurance. She insisted that I pay her $10,000 cash. How she got this number? I don't know. I said that was just plain wrong as 1, she hit me. 2, it's her fault for not having insurance. She then went on a ramble on how her kids needed the money and they had no money at the time. And now her kids will have to starve because she will have to pay to fix her car.
That's not you for not
and how
having
it will
insurance.
be my fault when they are on the street tomorrow. Yeah, on the street with a Mercedes, my bud. That is why you should have insurance. But no, she said that she would call the cops if I didn't pay her. I refused, as this is just dumb. So then she called the cops. Yeah. Cops came, assessed the damage, and asked us what happened. And she said, and I quote, "He backed into me at full speed on a red light," shaking my head. Then they asked me what happened, and I told them, and it became a he said, she said situation. Luckily, a shopkeeper was there and saw the whole thing and even captured it on a surveillance camera. Needless to say, I came out on top. Cops got her for reckless driving and driving without insurance. She then started yelling at the cops about how they would just let a criminal get away. They explained that I did nothing wrong and that they now had video evidence. The partner of the cop came to me and told me if I could drive, I could leave. So I got in my Jeep and left. Never want to have a Karen experience again. Not worth it. P.S. If you have a lifted Jeep with heavy-duty bumpers, a Mercedes can't do much damage. Next we've got entitled parent leaves me with her 5 kids at a fair. One of those kids is older than me. The county fair happened recently in my county. I go to the fair every year and usually bring my second cousins. I will usually ride with them, eat, play a few games, then go watch the concerts. But this year, a look-alike band to one of my favorites was playing. So I told my cousins to text me every 15 to 20 minutes, gave them some money, and they went on their way. I sat and watched the band. Kinda sucked, but oh well. For 2 hours, and then this mom comes to me with the 5 seats next to me and says, "Can you watch my kids for a little while?" I reply, "Sure, they are just going to watch the concert, right?" Entitled mom replies, "Yes, they want to watch them for a while." So the kids come up, and I was expecting like 2 little kids. And these 4 teenagers come up to the 18-year-old me and sit down. The 5th kid was 21 years old and in college. I and the 21-year-old super nice guy get to talking, and he apologizes to me about her behavior. And this happens too often. He then talks to me about her thinking he's an alcoholic with a failing life and should have no responsibilities, especially looking over his brothers. Yes, they were all boys. Turns out he was super nice and quite a good person, just a college student, and that's it. After about an hour talking with the 21-year-old super nice guy, my cousins come back and want to go home for the night. The epic nice guy tells me, "My mother will be coming back soon, probably within the next 5 minutes. You can go ahead and leave." So I get up, tell my cousins, and they decide for me to just stay for the next 5 minutes. Turns out, it wasn't 5 minutes. It was 5 seconds. Entitled parent returns and yells her heart out at me for not watching her kids. Why aren't you watching my kids? My cousins want to go home, and your son, who's older and more responsible than me, is perfectly capable of watching his brothers. Big brother. Mom, it's okay. I told him it's okay to leave. It's not okay. You aren't responsible enough to watch them. That is why I asked this person to watch you immature kids. Get over here, OP. I need to talk to you. Me. Yes? These kids at any moment will turn around and start climbing up and down the walls. You need to go back and sit down until I'm finished talking with their father about this absurdity. Me. How about
Now be right back.
your son is perfectly capable of watching your kids while you sit around scolding them for being teenagers, even when one of them is living on their own in a perfectly nice apartment. Goodbye. Big brother later finds me here on Reddit, and we have talked back and forth a bit, and he never really talks about what happened that night. That entitled parent is a real jerk. Next we've got, apparently theft doesn't matter. A little background. My family has close friends that own a convenience store located behind an elementary/middle school, and kids come in herds during lunchtime for Slurpees, candy, drinks, etc. I've been there a couple of times. Nice place with variety. With any retail shop, theft sadly happens. There's been those odd kid thieves, but most of the time, family friends know their parents as they frequent shopping at our store and get busted. There are also cameras set up and a screen displaying the footage in the store, so people know they're on camera and can easily look back at footage if needed. On to the story. School has started. Kids flock in herds to the store for candy and junk food with whatever pocket change they have. On this particular day, kids were coming in as usual, but entitled kid comes in among them. Family friend keeps a careful eye on all customers as anyone is capable of stealing. Family friend notices that entitled kid was looking at family friend and shuffling around the chocolate bar shelves. Family friend has managed having a store for over 10 years, so they know a thief when they see one. Family friend confronts entitled kid and asks if she stole, and she denies it. Family friend notices something bulging from her pocket and points it out. First, the entitled kid had the audacity to say, "So what? It's only $2. Why does it matter? And why do you keep looking at me and raising your voice?" Family friend is like, "That doesn't make stealing okay." Entitled kid is busted. Justice is served. Or so family friend thought. What they didn't know is she also had some up her sleeve. Family friend saw this after reviewing footage because they wanted to make sure her classmates didn't follow her actions. The next day, family friend shows this footage to their employees to remind them that we have to keep a close eye or this happens. At the same time, it was lunchtime and kids were flocking over once again. Family friend thought to ask these kids if they knew entitled kid. Some got scared and walked out. Others said yes, they knew her. Family friend said they just wanted to remind kids that they are watching and stealing is wrong as they weren't prepared for what happened next. A police officer visits family friends sometimes later in the day, saying that the school contacted them in regards to shoplifting. Family friend thinks the kids she confronted told the school, which led to the school contacting police. The police review footage and take the images of entitled kid to get entitled kid's parents' info and to notify them. Justice served, right? Yeah, but with a side of petty Karen. Entitled mom calls family friend's store and family friend picks up. Entitled mom confronts family friend and says she'll press charges on them for touching entitled kid. Family friend is baffled. Family friend says go ahead. The footage is right there of how there was no physical aggression between them and entitled kid, and how baffled they are that she doesn't care that entitled kid committed theft. After explaining to entitled mom that they have footage so she can see for herself what her daughter did, entitled mom tells friendly friend that the grandma will come with her and pay for whatever she stole. Kids never see the possible consequences of their actions and think stealing isn't a big deal, but things can stack up against you real quick. It's not about the money lost. It's about doing the right thing, which isn't stealing. It might be a couple of little chocolate bars, but sometimes when you get away with small things, it gets serious, and kids start thinking they can do whatever and escape consequences. Next we've got, she can't swim, kick her out of the class. Well, I'm tired, and there were 3 days of agony from this. Working as a swim instructor / aide, I was told that there would be a small chance a parent would talk crap about a kid in the swimming pool. God, did that small chance happen. It was 3 weeks of different events, so I'll split it up. Week 1, I had to take over for my coworker who went out on vacation, and I went through all of it normally. Tiring, but normally. The second to last class I had to teach was where it started. I had 2 kids in that class, one who was confident in the water, and the other who seems to hate the coldness of the pool.
I'm almost done, sorry guys.
It's natural to have someone not used to the cold pool, but when it reaches 3 to 4 weeks, then it becomes a concern for swimming level. It was her second week, so no big deal. Since there were 2 of them, I just did hand-to-hand with her on her strokes and her kicking, while I tell the other to do on his own, while telling him that he needs to get up or kick more on his feet. After the lesson is over, the mother of the uncomfortable swimmer thanks me for taking my time with her and walks off.
Put
As I got out to head to my last class, the entitled dad of the story showed up, and at first
Alright, now we go
his
through the
kid and how he was
cosplays
doing.
I have that I
I was
want
happy
to
to
do.
tell him in a few minutes how he did and what he can do to improve. And just as I was about to walk to my last class, he stops me in my tracks by saying,
and we'll decide if I want to do
I stopped for a moment.
these
Answered,
cosplays or
"Excuse
not.
me? She couldn't swim by
Because-
herself. Why is
I
she
don't know.
still in the class?"
Really.
The class was
Oh,
the third
hello.
level of 6 through 12 swimming class. Are required
Yes.
to know how to float,
Katie, hello.
streamline, and freestyle on their own. Well,
She's
right now,
BRB,
she's not comfortable
but
with the
yes.
cool water temperature. So I kick her out.
I'll do my
Excuse
phone. We'll
me.
check so I can
The
actually chat.
entitled dad starts to get louder. You heard me. Kick
Alright,
her
let me
out.
grab
She can't swim,
the
so
cosplays
remove her
out.
from your class. Sir, I can't do that. I don't have the authority to. She doesn't belong there. She's terrible. Kick her out. Also noted, the mother and the uncomfortable swimmer were gone before he confronted me, so he was talking bad stuff behind their backs. I'm sorry, sir, but give it a few weeks. My coworker will work with her, and just kick her out, please. I sighed and realized I was already behind and was held back by him. I wasn't much of a negotiator or comfortable with a full-blown argument. Mostly can get super emotional about it, so I was basically a pushover. Unlike my coworker, who speaks his mind and just focuses on his job. Alright, I'll think about it. Now, can I get to my next class, please? He turned and walked away to where his kids were. He had 2 sons, one was in the second to last class, and the other
This
was
is
in
actually
last
just clothes
class
I need to
that I
take
don't
pictures
teach.
of
My boss and
to
another one
list
of
on
my
my
coworkers
website.
saw what happened
But
and asked. I told them what he had said and demanded me to do, and all my boss had to say was, "So he's basically a jerk." I walked to my class, got it running, and ended the day there. I planned to tell my coworker about it to let him know what to expect. Well, week after Labor Day, that is. Work was on a Monday. This was a week before Labor Day. Week 2. So I went back to my aide shift, and my coworker got back to his classes again. And we get back to the second to last class, which seems to dictate that nothing has changed since last week. My coworker, we'll call Al,
fit.
had another student in the class as well who was comfortable, so he sent both of them to the castle, or standing structure in the water for the kids to stand on in the middle of the water, and worked with uncomfortable kid to get her settled in.
Okay.
No, technically Al was not there last week, so it did not count for him as her
Alright, let's
third
go do
week,
these.
just her second with him, so still solid to teach. Entitled Dad was still there, and he got irritated that it seemed like his demand was left in
So the
deaf
first
ears.
one is
I mean, what did you
Riveroo.
expect? I, as a replacement,
Obviously,
have the power to remove someone from someone else's class?
I'm gonna keep
Not
this
happening.
one
He went towards Al
because I'm
and
very
said,
excited about
and
this.
what Al told me since I was
So,
too far
yeah,
for them
let
to
me-
hear. Your other
I'm
teacher
actually gonna
didn't
take
seem to
everything
listen
out
to
of
what I
these.
had to say. This girl is incapable of swimming on her own. You also have 2 boys who are capable of learning properly than her. So why is she not dealt with yet? The mother, who heard it, was silent, but but was shown to be appalled by what he had said. Al, taking no words to mind, said, "Sir, while it seems that she is incapable of swimming on her own, it is my job still to help her with her form and make sure she is truly capable of doing so. If you have a complaint, take it to the office. They'll hear your bickering more than I do. I'm working right now." Angrily, entitled Dad walks towards the deck coordinator, not the office, to place his complaint in. As a result, the coordinator went towards me and asked me to help aid Al for the time being about the girl incapable of swimming on her own. I said, "I know, I'll help." I went over and led the two boys myself in the class, while Al worked with the girl to get her more comfortable in the water and move on her own. Class ended without any more complaints, and we move on. And then we come to today. Week 3, today. So, same scenario. Everything going well this time. Al had a shadow, someone who follows the instructor around to learn the ropes, as they are new to the work. So no help from other aides needed.
Alright.
Thank God for me.
So
We got back to the second to last class again. Al teaching the whole class again, and the girl and the entitled dad have a look saying, "You know what? Forget this. I'm about to end this girl's swimming
we
class."
have
He
this,
stood up and walked towards
which
the
I want
office,
to
and the
use
other
to do
comfortable
a
voice
0-2.
follows. Both went to my boss, expressing their
A 0-2
discomfort
Christmas
with the girl
set
being the only student
Christmas
to be
comes
taught
around?
by Al, and
So
shows
that's
no
what this is gonna
attention
be
to the
for.
other boys, who the shadow
But
was
I might
teaching.
just put this in a
And
plastic
demand
bag
that it's been 4
and
weeks.
do it when
It's already too
closer to
long.
Christmas.
Send her out the doors. I heard most of
Because
it
I
and had to
don't
ask my coworker
think
nearest to
I
them what they
need
said.
to have
My
it
boss, feeling
planned
like it was
and
past
set
time to
aside
have her in
like
the water,
right now.
decided to place a drop form
So
and place her
yeah,
back
I'm
to
gonna
second
do
level,
that.
away from cold water. to
Into a
develop
bag.
again. Satisfied, the entitled dad and his backup went back to the area, smiling, knowing they put down a child's swim lesson. Way to go. Arguing about a kid not being able to swim because of freezing temperature. Honestly, I don't blame the dad. He wanted the best for his kid, but the best does not include trying to kick a kid out because of her lack of resistance. If he would have left it for Al to work with her more, but show no progress, it would prove so. All he did was push, push, push until he got what he wanted.
Next
The mother
is a
of the girl
Hooters
seems so
outfit.
upset. I wouldn't be surprised if she just pulls her out
Which
of class. The
I
other
have
mother
been
was just a
meaning to
bystander
use.
who joined after, so no comment there. I wish Al
think
and
I'm
I
just
had
gonna
done more,
hang this
but
up,
damage has
though.
been done. Entitled Dad got what he wanted. Hopefully this is over
I'll
and
just
blows
hang
away,
that up
and I
and
never
wash
want to
it.
see that kind of obnoxious behavior again. I really feel bad for the girl. She
This
wasn't capable of swimming in cold water.
is like
She
a
didn't deserve
kimono
to
that's
be
really
harassed
pretty,
and it-
but I'm not sure
Karen becomes
if I have a
and
thing
ends up
planned
taking their
for it, like,
stuff.
right
We've
now.
got entitled parent, entitled kid, and me. So,
So I think
back
I
when I
might
was
just
12,
put this
my family
in
and
the
I lived in a
closet.
very
So let's
small
open
town,
this and
a place
put
where
all
everyone knew each other, and
see
no
what's
real
happening.
problems took place. It was a calm, safe environment, completely free of Karens. Which is why, after this one time, entitled parent and entitled kid showed up, things started getting annoying. There was a park right next to my house, named after my nickname, because all my friends would go there to have fun, and since it had no real names, they decided to name it after the closest person there.
I just don't know
Naturally,
what for yet.
I used to go there as well. Can't say it was a special park, but it sure was the only one where we lived. Since we, my group of classmates and friends, knew everyone at the park, we got a little surprised after seeing this new couple of individuals. They seemed normal at first. The entitled kid was a 5-year-oldish chubby boy, and he got used to having fun with us. We were nice kids too. But the entitled parent we never really liked. She always looked smug and annoyed by something, and soon enough, our suspicions of her not being that good of a person were confirmed. This park was so small, parents didn't even show up with their kids, so seeing entitled parent was also quite new. One time, the entitled kid got a little upset over us not letting him on the slide as much. There was literally just one slide in the entire park, but we just told him to wait his turn, which he responded to by saying something incredibly rude that you can't really say in English. Basically, a slur that you'd hear from some crazy 80-year-old. We were astonished. All of us knew the slur, but we had never used it in a hateful manner, and generally being raised as angels, this really bothered us. I personally was kind of the leader, so I told the entitled kid to not speak like that, as we're all friends. After that, he started crying. You all know what comes next. Entitled parent was closely watching us from the few benches that were at the park, and after entitled kid started bawling, she rushed over with a disturbingly furious look on her face. She came up to me and yelled, "What the heck did you do to him?" Again, I can't quite translate how much she was cursing, but believe me, it was bad. Me. Nothing.
Okay.
I only told him not
My
to
phone
use those
turned
kinds of
on.
words. Entitled parent. Stop lying. You made him cry on purpose, didn't you? You kids, where are your parents? Now I was a pretty hot-headed kid, so when this random lady started being disrespectful like that, and being the leader of the group, I decided to raise my tone a little and respond accordingly. Me. Excuse me, but we didn't do anything wrong. Your kid cursed and got the correct response to it. You should have taught him not to say those words. And don't talk to my friends like that. And then she slapped me. Now I don't know about other places, but where I live, slapping someone else's kid is something you don't even think about. So when she did it, I wasn't feeling pain. I was just amazed what an entitled parent is capable of. My friends were equally jaw-dropped. We immediately ran off and saw from the far how entitled kid was now going down the slide alone. I told my mom about this incident. She was furious. Keep in mind, I was an only child, raised as her angel, and I guess she was pretty entitled about me too, but not to the point of being a Karen. She asked me how she looked like, and I told her. Short, dark brown skin, brown hair, around her 40s. She told me she would call the police, but I don't know how that ended, as that must have happened while I was in school. The entitled parent and entitled kid were around for like one more week, until they straight up vanished. Fast forward 4 years. My mom was sick and tired of constantly having to clean and tidy up our house, so my parents agreed to getting a maid. I wasn't too stoked about that idea though, since I didn't like having strangers in my house, which is the reason why I never had a babysitter too. Anyway, there's no point in hiding it. The maid was the entitled parent. I do not know how that is possible, because we moved to a different city after I turned 14, so we could live closer to my grandparents. But it happened. The woman that slapped me in the cheek when I was 12 was now a maid in my house, 400 kilometers away from where I used to live. The first time I saw her, I almost went in shock. I actually had to leave and think about what the heck was going on. I wasn't sure if it was her, but ended up confirming this later. I went to tell my mom about this, and she believed me. But she told me that it wasn't a big deal, and that we shouldn't do anything about it now, because the entitled parent was asking a low price of just 10 euros for an hour.
I'll keep the tail.
This is an extraordinarily low price where I live, and my mom even insisted on giving the entitled parent a bigger payment.
Oh yeah, this is
the entitled parent didn't remember me, and she wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary. She was just doing her job. The entitled kid was not with her though.
Junko outfit. I have been really wanting to do this.
My mom told me that entitled parent asked us if she could bring her 9-year-old kid over, as he had nowhere to stay. My mom agreed. This was an instant red flag, as it perfectly matched the description of the entitled parent I knew. And what do you know? It was indeed the couple I was worried of. The entitled kid had gotten even chubbier and instantly recognized me. I knew that because of the way he was looking at me, but I don't know if he told entitled parent about it. Everything was going smoothly. I allowed entitled kid to play with my toys I didn't use, until entitled kid came over to watch me play on my PSP. It was a pretty big thing back in the day, so I wasn't surprised he was curious. Entitled kid asked me what it was, to which I replied that it was a PSP. He told me that he hopes he'll get one of his own soon. After that, all he did was watch while I was playing, and that was all. The entitled parent and entitled kid left in an hour after getting their 10-year-old. The next time we asked the entitled parent to come over, didn't go well at all. See, I told my mom specifically to tell the entitled parent to not go into my room for privacy, as my room never needed cleaning, and I didn't need strangers there, which she told her. But after I was out of the house, it was the entitled parent's time to shine. I was away hanging out with friends. After I came back home, I started looking for my PSP in my room, and I couldn't find it. I also couldn't find 2 of my mini helicopters that were really expensive at the time. I immediately rushed over to my mom and asked her if the entitled parent had gone into my room. She said she probably didn't. We called her, asked about her, and she denied going inside my room. I was disappointed as heck. I got angry at my mom and told her not to let entitled parent in our house again. She understood herself about my concerns and agreed to finish with her. But there was a slight problem. My mom had recommended the entitled parent to one of her friends, whose son was one of my best friends. So I had an idea. I asked my friend to see if the entitled parent will bring her kid over, and if she does, ask the entitled kid if he has a PSP. You all know how this ended. I know it may seem unreal and made up, but the little jerk brought the PSP with him. My friend managed to tell me the serial code on it, and it was confirmed to be mine. My friend ended up telling his mom about it, and the entitled parent was soon confronted about it. Long story short, I got my PSP back. My 2 helicopters were gone though. I asked my mother about this a week ago. According to her, entitled parent was prosecuted for theft, and unfortunately for her, not petty theft, which is stealing something below the price of €100. She had to spend 6 months in prison, which I strongly disagree with, but laws here are laws, and had to pay us around €30,000.
Which,
so
honestly,
she got what was coming.
I'm debating whether or not I want to keep it.
For the
I kind of don't.
though.
I don't know if I
This was
actually
about
want to do
12
this
years ago.
cosplay or not.
How do I remember it? Heck if I know. Next, we've got
I have
entitled parent
giant
calls
bow
911
you put
over
on the
rubber
back,
ducky. A few years ago,
giant bow
actually,
collar.
no, more than a few years ago, I went to a little
Socks.
indoor pool with my family and another family who we considered family friends. So my brothers and the kids from the other family were playing catch with a ball and playing with rubber ducks and the other cliche cool things. Note that the toys we were playing with were ours. Everything was great. Enter entitled parent.
Like, it's cute.
So
No,
entitled
don't get
parent
me
comes in
wrong.
with
I
their
like
kids, and they
it,
seem
but I
fine
don't
at
know if I
first.
want to do it.
I remember that entitled parent was with her 3 kids. The
I might
oldest
want to
probably
do, I
no
think,
older
a
than 9 or
different,
10. Flash forward about 15 to
a
30
different
minutes,
Sailor Scout.
and my
if I
brother
was gonna
swims
do
up to
one.
me with a confused look on his face.
I don't know.
He told me that our toys
Katie,
were
do you want this
mysteriously gone.
cosplay?
I looked over
It's
to entitled
Chibi
parent's
Moon
family,
from
and
Sailor Moon.
surprise, they had our
So I
toys.
feel like I want to
Now,
not have
we
this one.
thought that this was just a misunderstanding at first. The indoor pool place did have toys, but we brought in our own since they don't really have a lot to go around, which is totally fine by the indoor pool place. So my brother, being more confident and older than I was at the time, politely tells the other family that those were our toys and that they should
Wait,
give them
so
back.
what happened?
All of a sudden, entitled kid
What?
2 starts
Dead
screaming
cats?
at my
What the
brother
hell?
that it wasn't ours.
The
This
fuck?
caused a bit of a commotion,
That's so
and
weird.
everyone in the pool turned to look at this wailing kid. After a few more failed requests, my brother goes up to my mom and the mother of our family friends. I'll call her Friend's mom for now, to explain what's going on. Friend's mom, who's known to
Well,
not
why would I
take
keep
crap
just
from
part of the
anyone,
outfit?
goes up to entitled
That
kid
doesn't
2.
make sense.
Friend's mom yells at entitled kid 2 to stop crying and give us back our toys. Personally, I thought Friend's mom overdid it, but it sure did work for a second. Entitled parent turns around with a furious look in his eyes. Entitled parent starts screaming at Friend's mom to stop harassing and
Okay, I
threatening
won't
his
watch it. I
precious
won't
little
watch it.
baby. Entitled kid 2 smiles as entitled parent
Okay,
hollered
I'm
at
not
Friend's
gonna keep
mom.
that one.
This may seem like the climax of the story, but oh boy, does it get
I'll
worse.
keep these because I might be
Entitled
able to
Kid
use
3,
them
the
later.
oldest one, gets out of the
Pops.
pool and tells a lifeguard that we were threatening him. Friend's mom and
Bruh,
mom were shocked
sounds not
at what
good,
Entitled
though.
Kid 3 was saying and talked to each other in another language to try
Okay.
to figure out what to do.
And then I
Side
have a
Friend's
cheer
mom and my
uniform
mom are
that
known to randomly switch
I
from
want
English to another language while
take
talking to each
pictures
other.
in.
It was nothing
So I think
strange
this will
for
be
us
the
kids
next
at the
cheer
time.
outfit I
But
do
all of a
pictures
sudden,
in.
entitled parent
I'll
turns
probably
to
do
my
this
mom.
around Halloween.
Entitled
I wanted to
parent
do like a
yells at my
vampire
mom and Friend's
cheerleader.
mom to
That was my
stop
idea.
speaking that and speak English. At this point,
Uh-huh.
everyone in the building turned their heads to watch. My mom didn't really have anything to do with this, but this
Oh,
guy
and I also
had
wanted
to
to
drag her
do-
in. It was quiet for a moment, an entitled parent carried his poor little baby
Another
away. By the way, they still have our toys. It seems as if getting our toys back wasn't even worth it at this point. And then entitled kid 2 starts cussing out friend's mom while being carried by entitled parent. This was a punch in the face for everyone, because entitled kid 2 looked no older than 6 or 7, and she was throwing smack at friend's mom. Friend's mom looks like she's about to snap when entitled parent turns around and shouts that he's gonna call 911 over a few balls.
And I was thinking of doing a Harley cosplay.
After this, I don't remember much. I hid underwater to escape the drama. But by the time I was above water again, entitled parent and his 3 kids were out of the pool. I thought that all of this had blown over by the time friend's mom's family and my family had got out of the pool. And guess what? It didn't. I was drying my hair off with a towel when the police came. I think they were expecting a bit more than 2 moms and their kids, so they looked confused. One of the police officers starts questioning friend's mom and my mom after a lovely chat with the screaming entitled parent.
And then
eventually, the police realized that whatever entitled parent
Harley outfit. I'm gonna get rid of this. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of this one.
All in all, we got our toys back and were able to exit the building without getting into any more legal trouble. I'm not sure what happened to entitled parent and his kids, but trust me, they definitely didn't get off scot-free. This experience was not the best experience I had. I would rate it a 2 out of 10.
The cherry
but
show?
I did learn how far entitled parents would go just to spoil their kids. Next, entitled mom wants me to cancel photo and threatens to sue me. I happened to run into r/entitled parents while watching YouTube. And then this story about what happened to me a while ago popped out in my mind, and I thought it would be perfect to post here. It's going to be pretty long, so hang on tight. As I said, it was a while ago. 27th of May, 2019 to be precise. Why do I know the exact date?
I think I'll just use this
later.
wig. I'm just gonna like
went to work for the second shift of his job that day, which is about 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. He works for a company that tests and rings up radiator fans for various cars. So when my sister, who's 12,
put away and also it needs to get brushed.
It was up to me to fetch her and bring her home while my mom was in the kitchen. She has anxiety when she gets to drive, so I had to take her place. Now, before I continue, there's a little thing I want to explain about what's going to happen, just to get you in the environment. My sister gets out of school at about 1:20 p.m. And from 1 p.m. to about 1:30 p.m., the road where the kids go out is closed to cars in order to allow entry/exit to school buses. There are even 2 signs that say this, but most people utterly ignore them. And janitors don't want to go and position the road signals themselves. Also, policemen get there to control traffic only once per week. The result?
And then
we often get invaded by cars
maybe
while
like
waiting
move
in the middle
this
of the
stuff
road.
that's down here
Most of the time,
around,
it's either a
put it
touch
away,
and
and then
go
we're gonna start
experience,
on getting the
meaning
art
the
stuff
car is
away.
only passing through and that's
And
it.
also maybe
Or
before we
it's a
start doing the art
resident
stuff, I'm
that
gonna
wants to
get
enter
lunch,
slash
but
exit the road.
yeah.
Some other times there are
put this
insistent
stuff
people
away really
that try
quick.
to pass through and either ignore our signals or just U-turn, and that's that. But sometimes, rarely, there are people who cross the line and annoy everyone waiting in the street. Guess what? Our entitled mom goes on that list. Now that day, while I was waiting along with a friend of my mother's, who was waiting for her twin daughters, which are my sister's best friends, we noticed a massive blue Audi trying to make its way in the road. I obviously signaled it to go backwards, as the road was closed. Also, other people signaled the driver to go backwards, just like I did. Did she listen? Spoiler alert, N-O. Instead, she came forwards to seek parking for her car. Note,
Who the fuck is calling me? Bruh. Go away.
Let's go to the neighboring square with my car at about 12:55 p.m., as I know it's getting packed afterwards. Otherwise, I would be forced to park further away. And she was like that for about 7 to 8 minutes before doing that. After seeing that she had no intention of backing off, I decided I had enough, and at 1:28 p.m., I snapped a photo of the car with my cell phone for evidence. She ultimately parks her car, a bit messily, but she parks it. When I took my sister and was about to go home, Uh-oh, here came Entitled Mom. Excuse me, did you just take a photo of my car? Me, calm and controlled. Yes. Entitled Mom, in a gibberish Italian. How dare you? Are you crazy? Cancel that photo. Not being Italian, she spoke Italian poorly. Me, can't do that. Entitled Mom, cancel that photo, I said. Me, rules are there for a reason. Cancel photo. Did you read the sign over there? It says forbidden access to cars from 1 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. But you can't do that. Referring to the photo. I can. Law is equal to everybody. That's it. I'm suing you. She goes back in her car. Basically, she went nuts and thought she was above all of us and decided to go there with the car anyway. Or it's just me who thinks that. Don't know. But I'm sure she did it on purpose because her kid goes to the same school as my sister. So she must have known the no cars rule and chose to break it. While I was speaking to my mom's friend, who agreed that she had just went full wacko, and we thought that was it. Well, it would have been if Entitled Mom didn't want to give me a parting gift of her idiocy.
I think it's entitled people.
Lowers her window.
I think it's our entitled people.
I'm going to the traffic warden to sue you. I shrugged.
Dude, you can't just
Feel
sue
free
everyone.
to do that.
Oh my god.
I've got evidence anyway. Evidence of what? That you weren't allowed to be there.
Alright, I'm gonna put
That
all
road
this
is
stuff I'm
closed
getting
from
rid
1
of
p.m.
into
to
a
1:30
bag.
Then Entitled Mom
This
drove away.
is the pile of wigs I need to put into the wig
For a
area.
while, I kind of feared that she really went to a policeman to sue me, or that she brought manpower or her husband to her aid.
Where's the
But luckily,
garbage bag?
I heard nothing of her ever
There
since.
they are.
Wow. By the way, want to know how I know the date in detail? Because I still got that photo with detailed date and hour. And no, not sharing the photo because of privacy and because it's proof. And also because I just want to keep it to myself.
Oh,
Next
man.
we've got Entitled Mom yells at me for giving her entitled daughter a punishment for being a nuisance and rude for 2 marching band seasons. Quick background knowledge. In my marching band, people who can give punishments normally make the people receiving them do push-ups. A year ago, I was a junior. A girl joined my marching band section with a bunch of other freshmen. And since we're one of, if not the smallest section in the band, we welcomed her in because we need everyone we can get. So we're all nice to her during the season, and she's nice and laughs with us. But as the season goes on, she becomes more and more insufferable. Back-talking staff, seniors, students, anyone you can think of. In my band, the only people who can do anything about any issues are seniors and staff members, with the directors being the ones with most power. So I couldn't do anything about it, and the one senior we had thought it wasn't worth trying to fight her, so we just dealt with it throughout the whole season. Now this season, me being a senior and having multiple friends with me, we decided to be the nice seniors and not give out punishments. Turns out, we got the worst freshmen of the bunch, constantly ignoring staff orders, talking during practice, not playing their instruments when they're supposed to, etc. So me and the section leader, my friend, decided to put our foot down and say that from now on, the seniors are going to be able to punish anyone who's being either called out by staff or just doing general stuff they're not supposed to. And everyone fixes their attitude by this point, except for guess who? The dear entitled daughter. She continues back-talking everyone and ignoring orders. So when we decide to tell her that she has to do push-ups, she says no and just doesn't do them. Me and the section leader and other seniors decide to not do anything about it, and this is obviously the wrong choice. A couple of days ago, the whole section goes to dinner at a fast food restaurant after one of our night practices, and the entitled mom takes the entitled daughter to dinner and decides to stay there for it. We all eat and have a good time, and after a while, I stand up and announce to everyone that because of the disastrous season we've had when it comes to applying ourselves, and also how we've been acting, everyone has to do 20 push-ups, which is way more than fair, because entitled daughter would have had to do like 500 by this point, and so would have many others. Entitled daughter looks at me dead in the eye and says, no. So I give her another 5. So she says, you can't do that, and you don't have the power to do so. And I say, yeah, I do, That's another 5. So she just stares at me and continues eating her food after a good 10 seconds or so, and so does everyone else. After we're all done eating and we're all talking to each other, the entitled mom comes up and looks at me dead in the eye and starts yelling. Just so you know, I recorded that whole thing. You don't have any power or reason to give my daughter 30 push-ups. Me. Actually, ma'am, yes I do. And giving 30 push-ups is a more than fair punishment, considering the terrible season we've had so far. And I'm doing 20 myself. Plus, it's not like other sections of the city don't do this. Some even make their people run laps and do push-ups. Sometimes they make them do even more strenuous exercises. Entitled mom. Well, you can't make my daughter do this. I'm showing this video to your band director, and he'll have a talk with you. Me. Go ahead. I'll be happy to talk to the band director about your absolute angel of a daughter. Entitled mom. Don't sass me, little boy. I'm more than twice her height and look like a grown man. I know way more than you could. You're too young to even do any of this. Well, ma'am, last I checked, there's nothing little about me. And just because I'm younger than you doesn't mean I don't know how people should act at her age. Entitled mom proceeds to stare at me right in the eyes and looks at her daughter and leaves in complete anger. The whole restaurant saw this and it was a huge mess. After they left, me and everyone there started talking about how insane the mother was, and then proceeded to leave and talk outside while people waited for their rides. During this, we noticed that entitled mom and entitled daughter were still in the parking lot, and when we came out, they were looking at us. So, as some fun, we all decided to start doing push-ups. After seeing us doing this, they drove away and they both flipped us off as they left. After all of this, me and the whole section started talking about how if this somehow came back to bite me in the butt and I got kicked out of the band, they would all quit, and the band won't have any of the major sound effects and big stuff that keeps it going, and has ranked it as one of the biggest high school marching bands in the nation. Edit. The section leader, who I helped co-lead the section with, talked to the band directors this morning, and they're both taking my side through this. And shoutouts to our re-generals of the day, Dark Shadow, Bavarian Mapper, Void AMG, and The Proclaimed. Become tomorrow's re-generals by leaving as many rees as you can in the comments below, and please listen to my playlist every night when you go to sleep. Hey there, Mr. Reddit here. Welcome back to another episode of r/entitled parent stories. Today we have a very special episode for you. A compilation of some of the greatest entitled parent stories we read over the past year. So sit back, relax, and enjoy a few hours of the most entitled parents you've ever heard of. And by the way, Karen assured me that if this video gets 1,000 likes, she won't try to speak to anyone's manager for an entire week. So please smash that like button. And if you're new, subscribe and turn on notifications for new stories from Reddit every single day. We are. And become an official member of the Re-Army today, and I'll give you a shout out in an upcoming video. r/entitled parents. How dare you break your leg at my party?
New link.
Our cast. We've got entitled mom, we've got ex-best friend, and we've got me. Background. So me and ex-friend used to be best friends.
Okay.
She had shown some entitlement before, but I usually brushed it off as she was just tired or sad or cranky. I always made up some excuse. I don't know why, to be honest. Anyways, because ex-friend had her birthday, she invited me because I was her best friend. Now, this party was at a roller skating rink, and I loved roller skating, so of course I said yes. That, and I still thought she was my best friend at the time. On to the story. So when ex-friend invites me to the party, I was really excited. I got her a present and everything. It was the best. Problem is, when we got there, she totally ditched me to hang out with some other girls she invited to her party. I thought, whatever, just means I get to skate more. A few hours of skating later, the announcer at the roller rink called out that it was time to play some games. Racing, limbo, match the number, hokey pokey, etc. I decided to do something stupid. I had seen other people stop skating by doing this trick where they skidded to a screeching halt, all while maintaining their balance. I decided to try to do that. Only problem was, I had never done that before. I ended up losing my balance and falling backwards while my left leg folded underneath me. I will never forget the sickening crack of bones that I heard when I landed. At first, I was in shock, and my brain hadn't registered the pain yet, so I was just laying on the ground. No one came to help me at first, because they probably assumed I had just fallen. But within seconds, my brain realized that, oh, pain, and I started sobbing. I ripped my skates off and curled into a fetal position, cradling my leg close to me.
What is this?
Then someone realized I wasn't okay and rushed over to help me. When they realized I couldn't stand, they called for a wheelchair. It was only then that ex-friend realized that something was happening, and that was because no one was looking at her anymore, and were all staring my way with mixed expressions of shock and empathy. When she finally looked my way, she seemed shocked at first as well, but her face seemed to morph into a glare. I can't be sure if it actually did, because my eyes were pretty blurry from the tears. I'll spare you all the other details, but I ended up going to the hospital via ambulance. The rest of the story will be told from my mom's perspective, as I was riding in an ambulance and was not there to witness this. According to my mom, after I left, ex-friend went straight to her mom and started complaining. Ex-friend: ugh, I can't believe her. OP totally ruined my birthday party. I bet she did that on purpose. She's probably not even that hurt. Why can't just one day be all about me? Entitled Mom: I know, sweetie. I'm sorry. I'll take you out to eat later to make up for it. Go tell your friends that the party is over. Ex-friend begrudgingly went to go tell them the party was over, so that she and her mom could go with my mom to the hospital. My mom said that when ex-friend told her friends the party was over, it was because OP purposely hurt herself, and that I had wanted all the attention, and several other things I don't care to name. Mom was mad as heck when she overheard ex-friend, but she didn't do anything because she had bigger things to deal with, like a daughter with broken bones. Eventually, ex-friend and entitled mom left with my mom to go see me, and according to my mom, ex-friend was glaring out the window the entire time and grumbling under her breath about how I ruined her party and was probably lying about being hurt. Well, guess what? I wasn't. After I got to the hospital, they took x-rays and determined that I had 2 broken bones. I had snapped both my tibia, the big bone in your calf that spans to your knee, and my growth plate, the bone in your ankle that helps you grow, in half, and there were splinters coming from the bones. I had broken my bones so bad that it warranted surgery, and that's what I got. When I heard about what ex-friend had said, I was absolutely heartbroken. I don't know why I didn't just drop her right then. It would have saved so much heartache. Next we've got entitled Mom attempts to steal/burn my notebook. Backstory: I draw things I see in my nightmares to keep them from becoming reoccurring problems. New ones form and replace the ones I get out of my head anyway, so why do I try? Our cast: we've got me, entitled Mom, entitled Kid, Nice Man, and Park Security. Let's get to it. So one day I was at a park drawing in my notebook when out of the blue came the whale, our entitled mom, with her entitled kid. Entitled Kid: look, mommy, an artist, points at me. Entitled Mom: cool. Wanna ask her to draw you, entitled Kid? Entitled Kid: yeah. Me: oh, sorry, I don't really draw people. I only draw to get nightmares out of my head. Sorry. Please? No, sorry, bud. I can't draw that well. Let me see. Entitled Kid then looks at my drawings, turns a shade of pale, and runs screaming to entitled Mom. Mommy, her drawings are scary. Really? Let me see them. Me: I'd rather not let go of this if you don't mind, miss. It's just a notebook. Let me see it. Snatches my notebook. Hey, give that back. Entitled Mom also turns a shade of pale. These drawings are horrifying. Takes out a lighter and holds it up to my notebook. No, give me back my notebook. These demonic bitches need to burn. I snatch back my notebook.
Oh my god.
No, they're mine. Enter Nice Man. Nice man. What are you doing to this young lady's notebook, ma'am? Entitled Mom.
Hold
No,
on, be right back.
you have it wrong. This girl was trying to steal my notebook.
Bruh,
So
why do they
I'm
always do
burning
that?
it so she can't. She's lying. Nice man. Let me see it. Okay. I hand him the notebook. No. Nice man. Who drew these? Me. I did, and I can prove it in any way you ask. No, I did, and I shouldn't need to prove it, because she clearly stole the notebook. Nice man. Okay. He turns to me. Duplicate the signature at the bottom of the drawings to prove ownership of the notebook. Me. Alright. I duplicate perfectly. Nice man. Here you go. Hands me my notebook. Entitled Mom.
This is not for doggies.
What? Are you seriously going to take that as proof? Any idiot can duplicate a signature.
Why do you scratch,
Nice
mommy?
man turns to Entitled Mom. You refused to prove it, and she did it perfectly. So I can deduce that it was hers. Entitled Mom. Fine. Give me the notebook. Tries several times, and eventually makes a horrible chicken scratch version of my signature. There. Now give me my notebook.
Command
Nice
strips.
man. No. Your duplicate is hardly anything close to hers, so it clearly belongs to her. Nice try. Entitled Mom then tries to attack Nice Man, but just as she does, park security shows up. Security. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down, ma'am. Entitled Mom. No, they are trying to steal my notebook.
Why
Security turns
would
to
she
me and Nice
know?
Man. Is this true? Me. No, she tried to steal and burn my notebook. Nice man. I can prove it. I had them duplicate this signature under the drawing, and she, gestures to me, did it perfectly. And she, gestures to Entitled Mom, made one that is barely legible. I can show you. Security. Let me see. Have them each do it again. Nice man. Okay. Hands me the notebook. Would you mind doing that again? Sure. I do it perfectly once again. Nice man. Now you. Hands it to Entitled Mom. Do it again. No. I have done it once already. Security. Do it, ma'am, or I will be forced to take you in for attempting to steal and burn personal property and attempted assault.
Hello.
Fine. Give me the notebook. Nice man.
Puppy.
Here you go. Hands it to Entitled Mom. Entitled Mom takes it and sprints away with her kid in tow. Security quickly caught her and returned the notebook to me. Security. Here you go, miss. Hands me the notebook. Me. Thank you, Mr. Security Guard. You're welcome, Miss O.P. By the way, I read your signature. That's how I know your name. Entitled Mom, struggling to break security's grip. Let me go now, you horrible excuse for security guard, or I'll sue. Security calls officers to pick up Entitled Mom. Nope, this is your fault. You brought it on yourself by trying to steal Miss O.P.'s notebook and attempting to assault Mr. Nice Man. Next we've got Entitled Mom Knows Better Than the Doctor. Cast. We've got me. We've got Entitled Stepmom. We've got Granddad and Little Sister. On to the show. I recently had a stomach problem where I couldn't go to the toilet properly. I won't go into details. And I went to go see a doctor as it had been going on for about 2 days. Entitled Mom couldn't take me because she had to go shopping and my dad was at his work. So Granddad had to come and pick me up and take me to the doctor's. We talked to the doctor, blah blah blah, and he told me to take something called Benefiber, which is just wheat. I bought some on my way home with Granddad. When we got back home, Entitled Mom had to do something important, so Entitled Mom told me to go home with Granddad. Entitled Mom hadn't specified when to come back or anything, so it was a surprise when I got a phone call from her asking where I was and why I wasn't home. When I got driven back, I took the Benefiber with me inside. Entitled Mom. What's that? Me. It's Benefiber. What's that? It's just wheat to help me digest food properly. The questions went on, so I'll skip ahead a little bit.
Are you a doggy?
Entitled Mom. Give me the container.
Hello?
I hand it over, and she reads the contents. My God, they think this is good for you? All it is weed. You should be having this instead. It's better and healthier for you. The container she hands to me is one of those vegan-run companies, and it contains stuff that I don't need. Me.
Well,
I will have the benefiber, and that's it. But that's bad for you, and you should trust me.
bitch, you're not a doctor.
Sure, I'll trust 5 years of internet experience over someone with 5 years of medical experience. Yes, you should trust me over the doctor. I sighed and walked away. I thought that was it. But no.
Bitch, what?
Later that day, entitled mom tells my dad and little sister that the benefiber is bad for me. Dad tells her that it's not and walks off to do something for work. Little sister believes entitled mom, and when I next put it over my soup, little sister says it's bad for me and I'll keep getting sick. I tell her that it's what the doctor gave me, but she says entitled mom is always right. Ah, well, it's fine now. Or is it? The next morning, I wake up and go to have breakfast. I'm not going to school, and entitled mom doesn't have a job, so she is at home. I make my breakfast and look for the benefiber. I can't see it anywhere, so I ask entitled mom where it is. She keeps looking at her phone and says she
For the
doesn't know.
closet. Wow.
I feel like something is up, so I look in the bin, and
this
hey,
mirror.
presto, it's sitting right there at the top. I don't tell entitled mom, but I get it out and wash it and then use some. Entitled mom comes over, looks at what I'm doing, and has a disgusted
hold
look.
up, let me move you guys.
She just stares at me, then walks away. Next we've got
Okay.
entitled parent nearly crashes into us on a busy roundabout.
So, I've
Blames
got
my
some stuff to move
grandfather.
to the other room.
The cast.
And
We've
then,
got me, about 10 in this story. We've got entitled mom, a woman with less car safety know-how than me. We've got granddad,
oh,
we've got grandmother, and my brother.
let me pause this.
The story.
I'm gonna do pretty much the same thing I did yesterday, where I did like a little break. So I think I'm gonna go move some stuff out of here that doesn't need to be in here. And then I'm going to make myself some food. And then we're gonna start on the art supplies, which there's a lot and it could take us a while. I'm hoping we can finish it today. Because if we can, then that's the last thing that we have to fucking go through. And that's pretty fucking awesome. I mean, I have to go through the desk or whatever, but that's not too hard. And then I just need to get like the stuff, the storage for underneath the desk. Then I can put all this stuff away, which should be here next week. So I'm going to find something to do with it in the meantime, so it's not in the way. And then, yeah, if we can get the art stuff all cleared out from this thing, or at least, you know, cut it down quite a bit. I have a bunch of random art supplies I probably don't need, so there's definitely stuff I can get rid of. And yeah, then I can move this out of here, and then we can start, well, I think tomorrow me and Katie were saying that we wanted to maybe go through the stuff I've gotten rid of, see if she wants to keep anything. And I mean, honestly, if we get everything gone through today, we could just, with Katie maybe, go through all the donation stuff, if I can finish today. So, chill. And then we can start decorating and putting everything back together. And I can try to fucking get the bed up here, and we're gonna put that together, and then I need to find a spot for the stuffed animals, but I'm thinking of hanging them over my desk. So yeah. All right, I'm gonna go get some food, move some stuff around, and then I will be back. So I will see you guys in like 10-15 minutes. I'm probably gonna make like a sandwich or something, so I don't know how long that's gonna take. I don't know what I'm gonna make. If I end up making like eggs or something that's gonna take like a few minutes longer, I'll let you know. But yeah, so everyone go get snacks. I'm not gonna end the stream. I'm just gonna put the break screen up so you can just leave this up or come back to it or whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke. Let me think. So yeah, go get snacks. Go get... Do anything you want to do on a break here. And... oh, gosh, I'm excited. Yeah, for the stuffies, I'm either thinking I want to put a shelf up above my desk, which honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards that. I think it would look really good. So either I want to put a shelf up there or I want to put one of those hammock things. So we'll see. We'll see what I end up doing. I need to drill into the wall regardless because it's gonna be heavy. So I need to really think about it before I do that. But yeah. All right, go grab some snackies and I will see you in just a bit. Okay? Someone tell Katie if she comes back and is like, where the heck did we go? Okay? See you soon. I'm back. We have pops. I got myself some olives and a sandwich. Hopefully it didn't take too long. I got a little distracted, but yeah. But yeah. All right. So I'm gonna eat for a bit, and then we're gonna start on the art shit.
So me and my brother went to a theme park with our grandparents. We had a
Hello.
great time as I was finally tall enough to go on a ride called the Eagle's Claw,
I didn't
which
take too long.
spins around in a massive circle. So we were on our way home after losing all feeling in my legs, and we had to go a roundabout, which cut off to 4 roads. We had to go around twice because it was that busy. On the second time around, a small grayish Mini pulled up and charged head first into this cluster mess of tired people wanting to get home. It was about 7:30 because we went out for dinner. This woman pulled into the fray about an inch from my grand's dark blue car. So we get to the road we need to go up when suddenly the car in front of us screeched to a stop, and this crazy looking woman steps out in bright red heels and walks over towards our car. Entitled Mom. What the heck are you doing? That was very dangerous. You should have waited for me to go forwards. Granddad. It's Grandma. Granddad, dear. OP and his brother are in here. Granddad, breathing slowly. It's a blooming roundabout. We wouldn't be able to stop to let you in. You flew in front of us, you crazy bent. I think he and Gran didn't know I knew what they meant. Entitled Mom. I don't care. You useless overweight piece of crap.
Olives.
For description,
Eaten.
my grandfather is about 5'8", mutton chopped and balding on the top. Now he may look like a taller Danny DeVito with a mustache and getting a bit of a beer belly in his old age, but if given the chance, he would probably be ready to chuck this Sigourney Weaver-looking jerk in front of an oncoming 16-wheeler. The entitled mom starts walking back to her car, and as a joke,
It's looking real nice and clean and open in here, guys.
Barely missed her. And I swear to whatever God, that crazy moving stick with heels and a coat follows. Her little 7-ish kid in the back lifted his middle plum-sized finger to flip us off. Entitled golfer blocks my way to go home while screaming at me to go home. This happened a while back when I had foot surgery. I live on a golf course, and there is a path that golfers use to get to different holes, like every golf course. Part of the
Euro
path
pizza.
is 20 feet from my house. My
Sounds
friend was
kinda good.
coming back from the gym, which is approximately 500 feet from my house. She was coming over for a visit. There are 2 paths, and one goes the opposite direction, so she chose the wrong one.
Hello.
She called me saying she was lost, so I decided to come outside to see where she was and meet her halfway on the path to my house, since I was on crutches at the time.
Yeah, no olives for the pup.
So she finally sees me and comes to me. We both made sure we were out of the way of any
But I will give them
cars that needed
snackies.
to get by.
No,
Tim and Spawn
devilish tip for
starts
snackies. How did I miss
walking
that?
up
I
to
feel
us,
like I go
and
tip
here
blind.
is how the conversation goes. Cass,
You
we've
can
got
take it.
entitled golfer. We've got me, and we've got my friend.
But thank you, devilish.
Golfer. What the
Oh, I
heck
didn't
do
see
you
that.
think you're doing walking
I'm
around
tired,
the golf
fuck.
course? I look
Here
at
we
her
go.
like she must be confused.
Give me
I'm
energy.
sorry, Meow. I'm not sure if you understand that this is the neighborhood golf course, and I'm allowed to walk here just as much as you are. Entitled golfer clearly sees that I have a boot, and I am on crutches, and looks at my friend. Entitled golfer. What were you doing wandering over there, being in the way of the other golfers? Friend. I was lost. I've never taken this way to her house before, and I wasn't in the way. The only golfers could easily drive past me.
Am I
They
mixed
didn't
race?
seem to
No.
know that I was there.
I'm Irish.
Entitled golfer looks at me and says, well,
The most mixed we
you
get
two
is
need to go
Irish,
back to where
Norwegian,
you belong.
German, Swedish.
Get off the path, because you can't be here on my course.
But all that's
I
European,
roll
so.
my eyes and start hobbling on back to my house, which was clearly not the way she wanted me to go.
What are you doing in there,
I
Fluffy?
told you to get off the dang golf course. Lady, my house is
Thank you,
literally
dickhead.
right
Bless
there.
up. Wait.
I point to it. It was not even 50
Bless up.
feet from where we were standing. No, you can't go that way. You have to walk all the way around the neighborhood. That would probably take 2 hours, especially since I'm already in pain and sweating from the heat. It was also quite a distance.
I'm curious what you
because
think
my
I look
neighborhood is
like.
big. Can you just drive home, you little jerks? It will only take a minute or two. I look at her like she's
It's a
insane.
turkey sandwich.
You can clearly see that I can't drive because I just had a foot surgery. My
Hello.
friend. And my car is in the shop, so I don't have it with me. I walked here. Entitled golfer. Then call your dang parents. So me, being a smarty, pretend to call my dad, who is currently on base at Fort Belvoir. Of course he doesn't answer, because you can't have your phone on base. I leave a message and say, "Hey Dad, I know you're currently doing PT with the other soldiers at Fort Belvoir, but I need you to come home so you can drive me home from the golf course that's behind our house. This lady won't let me walk 50 feet to our front door because I'm not allowed on her pathway. Okay, see you in about 2 hours. Thank you. Bye-bye." I look at Entitled Golfer and say, "Okay, so he'll be here in about 2 hours. You're more than welcome to stay here."
You think I look like
until
Gabby
he comes."
Petito?
Entitled Golfer gives me
First of
this
all, rest in
angry look.
peace.
I'm just as
I hope they find the
My
motherfucker.
foot
But anyway,
was hurting, and I felt like I was about to pass out.
that's
Some of
interesting.
y'all
But I'm
might
pretty
ask,
sure she's white
why didn't
also?
you just ignore her and keep
No?
walking? No. This jerk parked her golf cart in the way and stood in front of us, blocking our way back to my house. Entitled Golfer. Well, I'm not waiting here for 2 hours. That's ridiculous. Can't you see that her son is sweating from the heat? I need to take him home. So you understand why I'm trying
It's
to go
going
home
good.
now. I need my medication as well. Entitled Golfer looks at my foot again to see I have a boot and it's bandaged up too. Entitled Golfer. I bet you're not even injured. You're just probably faking it for attention.
This bitch.
Her kid tried pulling my crutch from me and says, "Mommy, I want to play with the metal things. Why won't she let me?" Me. Excuse me? You don't just get to assume crap about me. You don't even know me. And get your kid off me before I call the police. I started to try and walk around her, but it's hard walking in the mud and wet grass on crutches. She saw that I nearly fell. Okay, fine. Go home. But I never want to see your face again around here. Snaps a photo of me. If I see you
If you
again,
think I'm not
I'm
white,
calling
only
the
like if you
police.
think I'm not white, what
Me.
race do you think I
It's okay.
am? I'm
I
very
never
curious
want to
because I
see
feel like I
your
look
ugly face
extremely
again.
white.
Go ahead. Call the police. I have a right to be here since my family owns this property. At this
Yes.
point, I was in my backyard. I look at my friend and say, "Man, she is a nightmare."
The
And
crusties.
she just laughs. To this day, I have never seen her by my house again. Next, we've got
The room is messy
my
because we're
feathery
cleaning it. Do you not see the
bodyguard
title?
gets revenge on entitled parent. So, I have 2 birds, a Major Mitchell's cockatoo and a crimson-bellied conure, as well as 2 dogs. My birds are harness trained, so I can safely take them
So
outside. I
cute.
normally walk my dogs together, and then my birds, also separately. So normally, I do 3 walks a day, weather permitting.
I look super white.
Since it was a nice evening, I decided to take my birds. both
My
of
dad
them
gets
out on a
mistaken
walk
for
together,
Spanish a
as
lot,
I didn't
though.
feel like going on a 3rd walk. I normally walk them separately because they get jealous when one gets attention.
But
and
he's
not
very
the
dark
other.
complexion.
My
I don't have
cockatoo
any
is
of that.
very skittish, and my conure is extremely chill on walks. This particular day, my conure was content to make a tent.
Crust
out of
is the
my
best
hair
part.
Once I put his
Eh.
flight suit like a bird.
Honestly, I
onesie
like
leisure all
crustless.
in one, and harness.
I know it's the best
My
for you, though.
cockatoo was nervously excited, screaming, flapping, and talking away. Happy to get outside, sitting on my hand, looking around at everything.
Thank
Due to
you.
both of them being very attractive birds, I try to walk them when we hardly ever see anyone. My cockatoo hates everything and everyone with a passion, except me and my mom. Where I live in summer, it gets dark between 7 and 8:30 p.m., so it is easy to avoid people if I need. especially because I live in a quiet middle
What?
class
No,
area
I said he gets
with lots of
mistaken
families.
for it.
So if
My
I
dad
wake up
does,
7
not
p.m.
me.
when most
I don't
people
look like my
eat,
dad
I won't
at all.
usually see anyone. I am known in the
I look like
area,
my mom.
and people usually respect my space when I have the birds. However, a lot of new properties have come on the market, so there are many new people.
I'm
around.
literally cleaning my
I was
room.
walking back home from
Again.
my usual bird walk route.
Did
I
you get
walked down a
dropped?
huge flight of
Are you
stairs.
good, sir?
The sun was directly in my eyes.
You could.
so I couldn't see the
I believe
people
in you.
around.
You can keep
My
up.
conure was
You can
sound
keep
asleep
up.
in my hair, and my cockatoo was looking around contently. When I got like 5/6 of the way down, I could see the
Puppy.
family in the empty cement parking lot we have above the park. A man,
The
2
floppy
boys,
ears.
about 5 and
Your
7
floppy
ish, riding
ears.
bikes, and a woman. I was wearing a hoodie with
You're
one
so
of those
patient.
huge oversized hoods.
You are
So I put my cockatoo on my other shoulder and pulled the hood up. We do this tons at home, and she likes it. I walk slightly angled so my cockatoo doesn't see the bikes, kids, or the man. Then I hear the words I always dread. Kid 2. Mommy, look, a bird. That lady has a bird. They couldn't see.
Dude, anytime I see someone with a bird out, I'm always just like,
Pretty, pretty
I want a bird. I love
I
birds.
smile and wave, but keep walking at the same time. At this stage, my conure has heard voices and wants eyes on any potential danger, so creeps up to
I'm not
under my
a-
chin
I'm
with the
Irish.
collar of my hoodie. My conure is very protective of me and attacks anyone that he senses is not good, / angry, or is just a man. He just doesn't like man. My cockatoo does similarly, but doesn't bite, just screams bloody murder and lunges when they get close. I hear running footsteps
Such an odd
and
troll.
thinking it is one of the kids, walk slightly faster, hoping to discourage any interactions with them. This is when I hear the ahem. I keep walking. Then my cockatoo
Dude, his
screams,
fucking voices
and
for
she
the
had
Karens
tapped
are
the
so
side of
good.
my hoodie
And the
my
entitled
cockatoo
kids.
was on. My cockatoo freaks the heck out, flapping to the ground, screaming. My conure has moved down my arm to my forearm, nattering angrily as I pick up my cockatoo and start soothing her. I look around and see entitled mom. Her kids are halfway between us and their dad, who promptly, thank heck, called them back. What the heck is wrong with you? I hiss, not wanting to spook my cockatoo further. My kids and I want to pet your birds, she says, pointing at my cockatoo.
You
Look,
can't just
lady,
pet a
I
bird.
take it you have never done this before. But
That's not how
are
birds
not
work.
dogs. They are extremely skittish and
Yeah.
particular. Plus,
They only let
my
certain
birds
people
bite,
pet them.
So no.
And yeah,
I
a
have
cockatoo
kangaroo
is gonna
pouch on
fuck
my
up
hoodie
a
just for
child.
cases where
gonna
my
bite that
cockatoo
finger
or my
off.
conure gets spooked,
Cockatoos
and I
really don't
slip
fuck
her in.
around.
So I grab
Like,
my
it's not a
conure that had
cockatiel,
puffed up
it's a
and is
cockatoo.
swinging aggressively
Oh my
from
God.
side to side, looking at entitled mom. I put him on my shoulder, outside the hoodie, so he doesn't bite my ears. He does that when he gets mad sometimes, even if it's not at me. Bull crap. They are wearing leads. They are
Solar, that's
always
so funny. My
maintained.
mom said I
She
look like
turns
Billie
and
Eilish
goes
too.
to call out to the kids, I assume.
But I don't
But
see
I
it at
turn.
all.
No, these birds are tame, but only to me. They will attack you. Leave me alone. I go to turn, and the lady grabs my arm. This is when my conure had enough. He was a small, fist-sized ball of fur.
It's not how birds
He
work.
lunged for
I
her
used to
hand
have
and bit down
a
hard.
cockatiel.
Entitled mom
Her name was
yelled.
Snowflake.
Luckily,
My cousins
my
have.
conure didn't hold on for long. as she
Well, I had
quickly
one, and then
backed
my
away.
sister
One of her
also had
knuckles
one,
bleeding. Not
but
much,
mine
but
got
it was
sick,
bleeding.
which
Don't touch me or my animals.
I'm so mad, and I still don't know how it
dare
happened.
You are going to
Because
hear
I
from the
took
police.
such good care of
Wait
that
until I
fucking
talk to
bird.
your parents.
We were
I am a
inseparable.
22-year-old
But anyway,
female, and I look about
Thank
16,
you.
17. I hate my baby
let's
face.
see. I'm gonna
Listen
call
up,
you
disgusting
Steel.
human disease.
Thank you,
I
Steel.
am 22.
Mwah.
You won't
Anyway.
be talking to my parents. But my
So,
cousin,
I had a
the city I
cockatiel,
live in,
cute
city
little
police
white
lieutenant.
snowflake. She was
Don't touch
albino.
me or my animals
Loved
again.
her. She died
I
though
stormed off.
because
I
she
didn't want to see her expression or listen to any more BS.
got sick somehow.
Safe
And I'm
to say,
still.
my birds and I will just
Anyway,
be chilling outside.
My
in
sister
our
also
backyard
had
for a
one.
while.
and he was a really pretty blue one, so pretty. But anyway, so she went to college and stuff, so we gave the bird to my cousins, and they got another one, and so now he has a friend again. I love birds. I also used to have chickens.
A little background.
If I ever have a yard again, I want chickens.
And most of the time, I shop from Carrefour, close to my apartment.
Like, I want chickens so bad. They're so fucking cute. I had Polish chickens.
Close to 90% of
I won't go on a tangent about chickens again, don't worry.
Evening hours in the supermarkets and malls can get pretty crowded.
Billy Irish.
This happened 3 weeks back. So I was getting some groceries on a Sunday evening after work. The queue for cashier in the evening was pretty long. Fun fact, Sunday we work here in UAE. Weekends are Friday and Saturday. Since I'm living alone and I hardly cook, I had around 14 items.
Cockatoos don't really talk.
My evenings on. So I was there getting
like
close to
kind
the
of,
cashier.
but
there was just another guy.
not at the same level as like parrots.
Shopping cart full of stuff. And I was on my phone talking to a friend.
I think you have, Katie.
Excuse me, mister.
I think you have, but if you want to send me more, I'm not going to be upset about
I
it.
told my friend to hold and turned around. There was this entitled mom with a kid.
My uncle has a bunch of parrots.
This kid is not an entitled kid by any means. She was too young to even say anything.
Oh my god, I love parrots.
I told my friend on the phone that I'll call
parrots are so fucking smart. Like, literally, one of his parrots, Tinkerbell, she can start the coffee machine.
If we go before you?
And she does it every morning.
And
she's such a good bird.
Mom looks 40, points at the basket and her kid.
Do you want attention?
It's a small basket with some chocolate and a coloring book.
You can't have no.
So I look at the 8 or 9 people behind me in the line, and no one seems to have
you always try it
from their face. Me.
Sammy?
Sure, no problem. You can go ahead. Now, entitled mom doesn't say thank you, which doesn't matter to me anyway. She cuts in the line.
Silly.
The guy currently at the checkout is swiping his card.
You cannot
and cashier is bagging the stuff. Entitled mom suddenly turns around and waves her hand and starts yelling. Entitled kid, come over here.
You don't need it.
Here.
You just had stuff.
Surprised as me, everyone in the checkout counter turned around, only to see the entitled kid with a trolley full of stuff.
You don't need it,
Literally
Bubbles.
more than 100 different items for sure. Everyone in my line
You don't
combined
need it,
wouldn't
Bubbles.
have that much stuff to check out. Me. Excuse me,
You're so
miss.
cute, though.
I was under the impression that you had 2 or 3 items to check out, but this is a bit too much, and I can see no one in the line would approve that. Most of us have been waiting here for over 15 minutes. What you say? I was here before you. I was genuinely shocked. I was like, what? No, you weren't. I was a bit confused. Like, maybe she was there and told me to hold the place or something, and I didn't notice because I was on the phone. Now, already a couple of people are having big trolleys on the checkout counter, which is pretty
Give you
good.
hugs.
It's 2 lines in the middle,
Give you
and
hugs.
2 checkout counters on both sides kind of set up. So entitled kid, about 14, comes by pushing the cart through the line in a forced manner. Like literally.
Someone give
he was
the
not
link
giving a darn
to the
and doing
video.
it by force. So there was one bald
I posted
guy.
it before I went on the
He
break.
was on his phone all the time. I thought he didn't care, or he didn't even notice the whole thing. But he just happened to stop the cart by holding it when entitled kid was trying to squeeze it past him. Bald guy.
You are just inching
You're not
closer
gonna
and
cut the
closer,
line.
aren't you?
Not today.
Do I have voices for the bubbles?
Mom, this jerk is
I have the
stopping
bubbles
me.
voice.
Now the
Is it
entitled
the
mom
bubbles?
storms past me
Is it the
and
bubbles?
goes to the bald guy. Who the
Sorry.
heck do you think you
This is a
are?
Sony.
Bald guy.
It's a
Look,
bubbles.
these people are nice. Might let
Dobby?
you get away with your BS. But I'm not gonna let it happen.
Bubbles.
And you need to teach your little jerk some manners.
You are the
I
dog.
was in the queue ahead,
Yeah.
jerk. And don't you dare preach to me on parenting. No, you weren't.
Thanks for the link, guys.
Me.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
You happen to trick us.
Here,
into
let me see if I can
thinking
do
you
it.
got 2 items to cut the
I
queue.
need to get to the.
Then you were being a really
good dog.
jerky person about it.
That's a good
This
dog.
time, I was sure that she wasn't
There.
in the line before
Pin.
me by
There.
just looking at her face.
There we go.
It was literally the face of someone who thinks themselves as, I am so smart. The rest of these people are stupid. so I can get away with anything. Entitled Mom. I was there before you, jerk. Weren't you staring at my butt, pretending to be on the phone all the time? Me.
Hello.
Now that's it. You're not gonna get on this queue or any queue today without
Can let
waiting
me
your
finish.
turn, jerk. I would have stared at a pack of sour
Oh, big
candy
yawn.
instead of her butt. And I hate those candies.
Do I follow people back on
come up with this
Instagram?
line there at the
No,
moment.
because I have
So
way
we
too
called the
fucking many
queue
people
and
on
called the
there.
manager. To my surprise,
And I don't really go on there
everyone
other
was
than to post.
and one guy actually said, like, maybe it would have been much quicker if we let her first. But let's wait and get this crazy woman sorted out. After a few minutes, the manager shows up.
This is my when she's
Manager,
being a good
What's
Popo's
the
voice.
problem? Entitled
But
Mom.
then I have the
I was on
Popos.
the queue first.
Oh,
And these two are not letting my
This is
kid
the if
through.
she was in trouble
Pointing
Popos
at me and
voice.
the bald guy.
Oh, Popos.
Another guy in the queue.
But you're not Yoko.
Yes. She
You're not
was
in trouble.
cutting the line,
Sorry for
saying
confusing
she
you.
had only 2 items, and her kid showed
Here's
up
a good
later
dog.
with
You're
a
slipping because you're getting so
Manager
excited about
just looks
everything.
at everyone to see that they nod and confirm his words. Manager then asks the cashier, and she confirms
So?
the same. Entitled Mom. These people
Doggy?
are lying.
Doggy?
Manager. It's safe to
Doggy?
assume that you were cutting the queue,
Doggy?
than assuming everyone else is lying, man. So
You
you have to
doggy.
step out of the queue and start
Nah,
at the end
Jack,
of any queue.
Here's Popos.
BS. She turns to me.
Here's
You little
Popos.
liar. And she tried to grab my phone. Maybe to break it? I don't know. I
Here's your
withdraw my
Popos.
phone and hand out
You
a
are
refund.
Soli.
Manager.
Did you know that you
That's
are
it.
Popos?
You are done in here. We don't want you in here anymore.
Do you
Apparently, they can ban customers
want to get off
inside the
of
store.
Mommy Lap so I
So
can
Entitled
maybe
Mom was removed immediately
possibly
by
eat the rest of my sandwich?
and the manager apologized to
Because you were a
everyone
cute
for
baby,
the
but
trouble.
also you're gonna try
The
to
whole
steal
thing
it from
took
my
about 20 minutes of
hands if
everyone's
I
time,
don't move you.
and that was it.
Bubbles?
And our final story of the day,
Bubbles?
entitled Parents Country Club Wannabes. A little backstory. My
Okay,
family
doggy.
and I
I'm
are
gonna put you
originally
down.
From New Jersey. My parents retired to Florida.
Here, I will bribe
I
you.
lived in Texas for part of the
I will
year,
bribe you.
And in Florida with them. The
It's
other
coming
part of the
along
year.
really good.
The house in Florida is located inside a golf and country club
Go get it, Bubbles.
association. There is a country club.
Go on the other side,
People
Bubbles.
living there
Did you get
automatically
it?
means
Sully,
you
walk
can't
over.
apply
Go
for
get it,
membership.
Bubbles.
You
Just
still have
walk
to pay
around
for
it.
to be
Bubbles,
on.
walk
The
around.
club has
Go in
2
there. Go
pools,
get it.
2 golf courses.
Bubbles, just walk
a bar,
around.
A restaurant,
Just
snack
walk.
bar, driving range,
So-
gym, etc.
So it's
So we do use the membership at the club.
Just walk
Last summer, we spent the majority of the days out at the pool. The
Doors
family
have
pool
multiple
is a large
sides,
one,
Bubbles.
Olympic-sized with swimming lanes
This
up to
fucking
10
dog.
feet deep and heated. There's another one
It
for
slid
adults,
under the
but
fucking
it's not as
door.
deep, and it's not
But the
heated.
door's open.
We prefer
She's
the
just-
larger pool because we like the deep end and we like to swim laps.
You pushed it under the
larger
door.
one also has a
Okay.
small covered
You know what,
area
I'm
with
just gonna-
two tables. We are very
There,
careful and
go.
like to protect
Explore.
ourselves from the
Find
sun.
them.
Now, during the summer,
Let me
it's
eat.
usually pretty quiet because all of the snowbirds are back in the north. They are usually only in residence from the end of October until the beginning of April. So we usually enjoyed having the pool to ourselves or sharing with a couple of neighbors that we had made friends with. But then, about midsummer, the obnoxious family arrived. They were very obviously from Brooklyn. I know that accent anywhere. It was the entitled grandmother and grandfather. their
He just
entitled
keeps trying to put his
daughter,
paw under
who
the
appeared
door.
to be in her younger 30s, and her entitled
You can
middle
do it,
son,
Floppy. I believe in you.
about 6 to 7, I would guess. The
You can
irony
get it,
is
Floppy.
that his name actually means
You can figure out that the
angel.
door has multiple sides.
Now these people only had one volume, obnoxiously loud. They would scream at their kid from across the pool instead of getting up. They would just scream his name over and over while he kept
Okay.
misbehaving. They would yell at him to get out, and he would scream, "No!" from the middle of the pool. His mother would talk on her cell phone all the time, telling everyone just how important she is. And of course, she would threaten to call the Devil Spawn's father, who wasn't with her anymore. I think it was self-preservation on his part. These people thought the rules did not apply to them. They brought their own alcoholic beverages and food with them. The kid had large rats in the water. The kid also jumped into the pool right onto people in the pool. He urinated
I need
into
you
the
guys
pool.
to see this.
He vomited into the pool. They would throw their garbage over the pool fence. they would just be generally obnoxious.
Look at him.
To the point that people just started leaving the area. And now that
Should we
brings
help
us
the
to
buddy?
our last interaction.
Let's help the
when I
buddy.
finally had enough.
You are the bunny.
It was
Oh, is she gonna
the
figure it out?
March. I guess the little devil spawn was on spring break. Mom and I decided to go to the pool and relax. We both had our books and looked forward to getting into the water. As soon as we got to our table,
Oh, wait,
I
go somewhere.
realized that the entitled family
Here,
was at the
there,
next
that's out
table
of the way.
over. I told my mom we might not want to
Do you
stay.
need help over here,
She
Doggy?
asked why, and I asked her if she recognized them. Then the mother screamed at the kid. Our
Looks like you
cast.
did.
We've got me. We've got my mom. We've got Devil Spawn. We've got entitled grandmother, entitled
Here, Floppy.
grandfather, entitled mom, the snack bar employee.
Because you
a
tried.
board
You
member,
tried really
and
hard.
my dad.
You just had.
Mom.
You just had.
Spawn.
Soul.
Get out of the
Soul,
pool.
you just had.
Spawn.
You just had.
No, I don't want to. Spawn.
You just had. Here's a Krusty.
Entitled grandmother. Spawn.
Krusty.
This goes on with all
Meeps.
three of them
Krusty.
yelling at him. Mom rolled her eyes at me,
Okay.
and I knew she remembered
Be happy,
them
puppies.
now. So entitled mom gets up.
Alrighty.
And decides to lay on a lounge chair on the deck between the pool and the table where entitled grandma and entitled grandpa sat.
I'm gonna actually move you
So
down
now
here.
they're screaming back
Because
and
I'm
forth
gonna
at each other even louder.
Start working
Spawn is
on
splashing some other people
art
who
desk
have tried to
thing,
get into
or
the
art
pool and
desk,
swim,
what?
and
Art
has decided
storage.
To try to climb on one of the
That's the
older
thing we're
gentlemen
doing
that was
next.
at the deep end. Since it is the only pool that is heated, it's the only one that people can really use in March. It's still a little cool at night, and the water would be chilly. Little by little, between their yelling and Spawn being an absolute monster, people are getting sick of them and going to sit over at the other pool. I was trying to read my book, but their yelling was so bad that I couldn't even hear my
I'm
mom
gonna
talking
start
to me
taking
right
stuff
next to
off
me.
the shelf.
I read the same sentence
And,
5 times and finally gave up.
Yeah.
At that point, I stood up. I am leaving out the language they used as every other word. Me to my mom. That's it. I have had enough. I have read the same sentence 5 times and still don't know what was said. Plus, he has splashed me and my book several times. My mom, getting up as well. I know what you mean. This is ridiculous. Entitled mom rolls over on her lounge chair and looks at me. So, you saying you got a problem with my kid? Me. Yes, but not as much as the problem I have with your general attitude and rudeness. All you do is scream at the top of your lungs at him instead of actually disciplining him, and you continue to allow him to wreck everyone's nice day at the pool. Plus, you are all so loud
Burn them
that
out.
we can't even talk to each other. Entitled mom. How dare you try to tell me how to parent my kid? At this point, entitled grandma and entitled grandfather starred in on us. Entitled grandmother. If you have such a problem, you should go to the adults only pool. That's what it's there for. I'm a board member, and we have every right to be here, enjoying ourselves in a family pool. You should just take your fat butt over there. Oh, this whale has no room to talk. Her butt actually blocks the sun. Entitled grandfather. You can just get the heck out of here and mind your own business. So now, thoroughly ticked off, Mom and I went to the other pool, where we found everyone else they managed to chase off that day, close to 20 people. She had been telling them all that she was a board member and that she was going to have them kicked out. In our haste to leave, Mom had forgotten her towel on the chair, so we had the employee who was working the snack bar go get it for us. We told him everything that happened. When he went to get it, these people had taken it and thrown it over the fence onto the ground.
Right.
We filed a complaint through him. They were not signed in on the pool log. When you enter the pool area, you're supposed to sign in on the log with your last name, address, and member number. They said he had other complaints about them that day, but nobody knew their names to report it. So when we got home, we got a hold of one of the board members. He and my dad see each other daily at the gym, and their lockers are right next to each other. We said that it wasn't right that a board member would be out there breaking the rules, but also bullying the other members. Come to find out, these people aren't even members, let alone on the board. Nobody has seen them this summer. Guess they were told you gotta pay that $500 per month if you want to be part of the club and use the pool. Good riddance.
I mean, like,
Entitled Mom thinks because I have a card stuffed with generic, non-name brand items, I must have money to spare for her. Yep, met another one. This happened a few weeks back, beginning of the month. I had not initially thought to post it, but reading another post of a very similar, almost identical situation reminded me of it, and that it is the perfect fit. Little context, I live on a monthly income, so when I do my grocery shopping, I sort of bulk shop for the month. Not easy and not fun. Not to mention, I am making a lower middle class income. I'm a widowed mother with 2 sons, which makes for an incredibly tight budget. I do my primary shopping between 2 stores that sound similar to Walmart and Haldi. Why?
Yay!
Because they have decent products for very cheap. Cast as
Alright,
usual.
so
We've got me. We've got Entitled Mom.
I
AKA
need to get it.
Enormous Mooch. We've got the
I need to get rid of a lot.
No
here.
Interaction. Just
Like, I
something
seriously
Entitled
need to
Mom
get
used as a prop.
rid of a bunch of
And
shit,
we've got
so
very nice guy. Not part of the issue.
I'm gonna try to be
Only
super
witnessed it.
critical. It's not super cold yet, it's like 50s,
Having
like
done
mid
my main
50s.
shopping for the month. Lots of boxes of pasta, great value. Cans of tomato
It's
sauce.
57 out right now.
Let's just say, for the lack of repeating,
Okay,
90% of what I buy there is great value.
things that are
brand.
important for me to keep.
Other non-name affordable
I need to
brands,
keep
unless otherwise stated.
stationary
I will get the occasional
things.
name brand.
Pens
on
are
sale.
good.
I get different frozen
a few
vegetables,
paintbrushes.
meatballs, sausages, etc. Some frozen meals.
A few
I get
ribbons
root beer,
is good.
ginger ale,
I
Sam's
would like to
Club.
keep
Again,
some
why?
flowers
2-liter bottles
and
cost
then
62 cents. And to be honest, I like it
like
better
a
than the
few
name
glue and
brands.
stuff. So I need to
also
like get rid of a
boxes tea
lot,
bags
but
to
not
make
everything.
homemade iced tea. Again,
I need to
it's
remind
cheaper.
myself that like
I
any
also buy
like I
things
can
with
just
a
go
long
run to
shelf
the
life,
store
or
if
they
I
can be
need to
frozen,
get
so they last
anything
the
more.
month. As I am
'Cause I need to get
finished,
rid of a lot
I
of stuff.
head up and get into line. My cart
So, yeah.
is very full. In
I
front
need
of
to
me,
tear down.
there's a woman. Not the typical Karen. She
So,
looked pretty
here
with
we
the
go.
toddler in the child seat. Her card about half full. We were about
I don't
third or
have a
fourth in line.
criteria
She eyed my
for
card
the
more
stuff.
than once,
It's
and I
more
won't
just
lie.
like
I eyed hers a few times.
I need to get
more or
rid of
less
stuff.
Noting some of the
So-
name brands she had, and recalling
I
a
guess we
time
should think of a
when
criteria.
I actually had been in a
Okay,
financial
if it's
position
broken,
to afford such items,
dirty,
but also noting how much
super
of a better
used,
position I might actually
out.
likely be in.
So it
if
needs
I
to
had
be in,
learned
like,
to shop more
relatively
carefully
new
back
condition.
before the loss of my husband, when the financial situation had been far better.
it needs to fit in the space I have.
Shaking myself from my thoughts
Which,
as we move up.
this needs to
The
get down to
entitled
like
mom ahead of
way
me
fucking
has her
less,
stuff
because
on the
like,
belt. I placed that barrier
yeah,
strip on
it means,
and began
yeah.
placing my own
No
groceries
space.
on it. When the cashier informs the woman of the total, I am half turned
Yeah,
getting
okay.
things from the cart. When I get the dreaded tap on the shoulder,
And it needs to either
almost
fall into one of these
immediately
categories
after
of
her total was
things.
announced,
It either needs to
conversation
be
begins
for
as follows.
repairing
Entitled Mom.
cosplays,
Excuse me.
like
Can you
quick
spot me a
repairs.
bit to help me with this? It came to a lot more than I thought. The hubby has not
quick
worked this many
accessories.
hours, and money has been really tight. And we have a child to feed. She initially asked very
planning
nicely,
supplies,
looking to her card and back to her.
and
I'm
the
sorry.
last
I'm
is
on a
going to
very
be
fixed
like
budget. I really wish cut off.
product,
Entitled Mom huffs. All
Products.
pleasantness is gone.
like stuff for
Yes,
making
that's
stuff
quick.
and like
Come on.
stuff for shipping
Your card
on
is
my website
overflowing.
and stuff.
Surely you can afford to spare a bit.
Okay, so that's what we're gonna do.
Me, sighing inwardly, and so not wanting to deal with this right now, and not wanting to drag this out. Okay, I am gonna stop this right now.
Alright,
I
so
cannot. And not that I owe
things that I immediately know I can get rid
She
of.
tried to cut me
This
off,
fabric,
but I
most
do
of
not
this
stop.
can go.
I live on a monthly income.
Get down
And
here.
I'm on a very tight budget. I practically count every
Okay,
penny.
so I can get rid
I do not
of,
have the luxury of shopping weekly
I think, all of
because it's a
this.
waste of gas.
Get rid of
And
this
so I
felt.
shopped
So
for
I'm gonna
them.
keep this felt because it has a
Just
sticky
cut
back
off
to
again.
it, so this is like good for quick repairs.
Crumbling, but makes one last
Put that
attempt
over there.
motioning to her toddler.
This one
But
also
we
is
have a
sticky back.
child. I cut her off. And I am a widow
Okay.
and have 2 sons to feed. I
Sticky
snapped
back.
back, effectively and thankfully shutting her up. Her mouth snapped shut, and she turned around. I'm not sure if she was mad or mortified.
Right.
but
This
nothing more
would
was
be
said.
good for quick
She paid for
accessories.
her groceries and left.
That can
She had
stay.
enough to pay the whole time. Guess she just jumped on the chance to get someone to pay.
Go.
The cashier was just shaking her head as the
I'll
woman
go.
moved away,
This can go.
not
This can
saying
go.
anything one way or the
This
other.
can go. Okay.
The man behind me in line was as well.
So that
while
already
saying,
got rid of a bunch.
Wow, some people. And then very kindly,
all these
when my total
ribbons,
was said,
as you can
asked,
tell, it's mostly
"You got that
repeats.
okay?"
I don't remember what I
I
got this
smiled
for originally.
and said, yes, thank you.
I don't
Nice to
remember.
know there
So
are
I don't
still
need
awesome
this.
people out there.
If anything,
Next
I'll
we've
just keep
got-
one of them.
I don't live
I'll
here
keep this
anymore,
one because
Mom.
it's like already
I'm not cleaning your house. I hope
open.
you'll include this on your YouTube video.
And
It's a long one, and I'm sorry
I
for
will
that.
just.
I've had a
Wrap it up
colorful
and
life
stick it
when
with. I
lived
think this
in
is.
Louisiana.
I want all
Much
the
of
ribbons to
that
fit
is
in
because
this
of
thing.
my entitled mother.
So anything
Don't
that
get
doesn't
me
fit in
wrong,
there, I'm
she
not
could be a
keeping.
blast and make life fun. But Lord, when she was going through one of her phases, watch out.
Yeah.
She typically
Okay,
did things
wrap
like
this
getting
up
my
really
brother a chocolate
quick.
cake with chocolate frosting and chocolate ice cream for his birthday. The problem? My brother detests chocolate. She knows this.
Who
And
doesn't
when we
like
reminded
chocolate?
her, the response? Yes, but I like chocolate. My brother used to sneak the pills Mom's dog had given her into her coffee, and she'd fall asleep. Anyway, the main story. Cast. We've got me. We've got hubby. We've got brother. And we've got Mom.
Did you say you
My
used to
mother was
drug
going
your
through
mom?
menopause and
What's
had
happening?
decided to quit both smoking and red meat at the same time. She was a nightmare. By the end of the first week, we were trying to give her cigarettes stuffed with steak. By this time, I had moved out,
Yeah, I don't know about this
engaged, and
family.
had our
bro.
son. One night, she calls and invites us both for dinner. I was instantly suspicious. My southern family don't like white people because of what they went through as kids, and my hubby is white. They don't like him, so when she sweetly asked him to come too, I smelled a rat, but agreed to go. The next night, we head over to her house, hungry and looking forward to Mama's great cooking. We never got that far. We're in the living room chatting when I asked about dinner. Mom, well, I have a confession. I didn't ask you two here for dinner. Hubby, why did you ask us over if we're not going to eat? Well, I have inspection on the apartment tomorrow. Me, what's that got to do with us? Starting to feel
Yeah, what
cold
does
in my
that
veins now.
have to do with them?
I need you two to get to work. Me, you, and hubby
What?
can get the front of the house and the kids' bedrooms. Me. Oh, heck. This is what you called us here for? What's the matter? I don't even live here anymore. Do I ask you to come help me clean my house?
What?
She got mad at that and started
even?
hollering and cussing at us. I told my guy
What the
to
heck?
get up because we were leaving.
What is happening with
We
this
were
family?
halfway out when my brother said he had to go to work and asked for a ride. We said yes and went to wait in the car. Bro came out, said he had forgotten his tie when the devil got into me. I got paper and a pen from the glove compartment, told Bro to wait, then wrote, Mom, take your pills and quit terrifying your family. Love, me. I gave Bro the note and told him to give it to Mom and run like heck. He looked at me and I just grinned at him, then told hubby to start the car. He gave me a worried look as he revved the engine. Not even a minute later, brother, flying out of the house, waving his tie. Start the dang car! Start the dang car! Mom comes stomping out after him, shrieking, Forget you! Forget you! Don't you ever come back. Don't call me. Don't write me. Forget you. Hubby gunned it, and we peeled out of there. Him chiding me, while bro and I laughed like loons. Fast forward 2 days. I'm playing with my baby when the phone rings. Me. Hello? Mom, brightly. Hi, baby girl. Haven't heard from you in a while, and was just wondering what is up with you. Me, not shocked at all. Mom, you said, and I respectfully quote, forget you, forget you. I couldn't even finish. She burst out laughing and apologized, blamed it on the menopause, and said she was now taking her meds regularly. I occasionally teased her with it until she passed in 06. I still miss her, entitlement and all. Next we've got the most horrible entitled dad I've ever encountered. This happened this afternoon, and I am literally shaking with rage at the thought that anyone would be so horrible to their kids. Cast. We've got me. We've got entitled dad. We've got the security guard. We've got fiance and the nice kid. I was in Westfield today. For those who don't know or aren't from London, Westfield is a massive shopping center located in Stratford, London. We were sitting in Starbucks, drinking a well-earned coffee, when a young boy runs in, looking really upset. I don't notice it at first, but my eagle-eyed fiance does. Fiance, do you think that boy looks lost, or is it just me? Yeah, that kid looks way too young to be here by himself. Where are his parents? Don't know. Give it 5 minutes, and if no one shows, then we can think about what to do next. 5 minutes passed, and the poor kid is just sitting in a chair looking miserable and really upset. Me and fiance get up and walk over to the kid. We smile at him and kneel down. Fiance, hiya, are you here with your mommy or daddy? Nice kid. My mommy told me that I'm not supposed to talk to strange people unless they know the password. Nee. Your mom sounds like a very smart person. Who are you allowed to talk to? Nice kid. My mommy said I should only talk to someone I know, or if they are wearing a uniform, or they know the password. Me. Well, I don't know the password, but I do have a special badge in my pocket, and I'm sure your mom won't mind you talking to me. I reach into my pocket and take out my warrant card and open it up and show the ID and badge to the kid, and I let him hold it up close so he can see my name, picture, and the words police officer in red letters at the top. Me. That's me right there. I point at my photo. I'm a policeman. Would you be able to have a chat with me for a bit? My name is Jack, and this is Izzy. My fiance waves. Fiance. Are you here with your mommy or daddy? Nice kid. My dad. He told me to wait on a bench, but that was a while ago. I don't know where he has gone. Me.
Sus.
Do you know what the time was when your daddy told you to wait? The big hand was at 6, and the small one was on the floor. Fiance. So, 4:30. The kid nods. I look at my watch, see the time is 17:45. An hour and 15 minutes this kid has been sitting on his own. I feel an anger burning inside me that someone would leave a kid on his own in a crowded shopping center for an hour and 15 minutes. Me. How old are you? Nice kid. I'm 9. How old are you? Fiance. We feel old now. She laughs. Me. How about I go and find someone who can help us contact your dad? Why don't you sit here with Fiance, and I'll go find someone who can help. I walk out of Starbucks and find a uniformed security guard standing by the exit. I take out my warrant card again and present it to him as I approach. Hey there, mate. Off duty police. We've got a 9-year-old boy in Starbucks who can't locate his dad. It's been 90 minutes and still no sign. Security guard. Okay, I'll call it into the security room. Although we haven't had a missing kid alert, And it's been 90 minutes, you say? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Me and security guard walk back towards the Starbucks, and we see Nice Kid and fiance sitting at the table. Nice Kid is tapping numbers in fiance's phone. Fiance is trying to remember his dad's mobile number. So far, no luck. Suddenly, we hear a dialing tone coming from the phone. Nice Kid. I remembered it. I pass the phone to the security guard. Security guard. What's your dad's name? Nice Kid. Entitled Dad. Security guard. Hello, Mr. Entitled Dad. I'm calling from Westfield Security. Your son has been wandering this building for a while now. Please, can you meet us at the security desk by the main entrance? We all leave and walk towards the security desk. Security guard pulls out a chair and the Nice Kid hops up. Fiance let him use her phone to play Angry Birds. Suddenly, this very large, muscular man comes running up to the security desk, shouting the kid's name. Entitled Dad. Where the heck did you run off to, you stupid boy? I told you to sit and wait for me. Security guard. Are you Mr. Entitled Dad? Yes. Now, can you tell me why my son is sitting here when I left him playing in the Apple store? Security guard. That's at the other end of the building and 2 floors up. Where were you? None of your business. Now I'm leaving with my son. Security guard. I need to see some identification. It's purely protocol. Entitled Dad grumbles and hands over driver's license. See, he's my son and I'm his father. We're leaving now. Me. Not so fast, mate. I'm a police officer. Show my ID. I was the one who found your son. Now, I'm going to allow you to leave, but I'm going to have to make a note of your name and address. Security guard hands me the guy's license, and I take a picture on my phone. I then pass it back to Entitled Dad. Entitled Dad. Why the heck did you take a picture of that? Delete it, now! Me. Because I will be contacting social services and the police safeguarding team. They, in turn, will want to speak with you, and they will also contact the boy's mother. You can't just abandon a kid for 90 minutes while you're off doing God knows what. Both me and security guard have both the duty and an obligation to report this incident to the relevant people. It was an honest mistake, officer. I just lost track of time. You don't need to report it, do you? I may never get to see my son again. Me and my wife are going through a nasty divorce. If the police come knocking, it'll just be giving her more ammunition to take my kid away from me.
Should have thought of that, huh?
I would love to comment on your crappy style of parenting, but I don't want to lose my cool in a public place, especially not in front of a kid. Now both of you leave, before I say something I'll regret later on. I turn to Nice Kid, who smiles at me. Hey kid, this is for you. I pull a business card out of my wallet and pass it to him, along with a folded 5-pound note. That's my work number. You can use it in an emergency to reach me. You can dial it from any phone, and it won't show up on any phone bills. Also, you can buy yourself some sweets or something later on. Nice Kid grinned at me, and then said something that honestly made me want to cry. Nice Kid. I wish my daddy was like you. Entitled Dad and Nice Kid left, and security guard shook my hand and headed off. I wrapped my arm around fiance and headed back for another coffee. And our final story of the day. My entitled mother wanted me to cancel my picnic because she scheduled something the same day. Hey, Mr. Reddit, I'm so glad you enjoyed my last entitled parent story. I have another one for you today, and this time it involves...
We had a good time together, though.
Now, my mother has always had an entitled side to her, especially when it comes to my younger brother and I versus my older brother, since younger brother and I are adopted and older brother isn't. But that's not important to this particular story. But if you want some examples, I can give some in the future. Alright, so my family has always been a Christian family. I was in church until I was about 13. Going. Not for any particular reason. I just stopped going. I hadn't gone back until a few years ago, and even then, it wasn't until very recently that I started attending regularly.
Yeah.
I'm 23 now. I should mention that my family and I are at 2 different churches.
Yeah, rip.
I go to the smaller
So
one
mad I
with my best
dropped it.
friend, and they go to one on the bigger
Such a
side,
shame.
on basically the other side of
Alright.
town. Like I
I
said,
want to get rid of
it's
the
been this
moss
way for a
because I
while
can just
now.
get more of it if I
Now,
want to.
for the past 2 years, my friend and I have organized a
Yeah.
summer picnic at the church for the beginning of June as a way to celebrate the start of summer.
This moss.
It's always a lot of fun, with games and food, everything in between.
There.
And the people at church really seem to enjoy it. 2018 was the first year we had one. It was a luau thing, and we went
I might
all
just
out,
condense these
even
all
going as
into the
far to
same
get blazed for everyone. 2019 was a carnival theme, complete with a bouncy house and circus-themed rubber duckies.
Okay.
Both years,
all
I
my
invited my family to join.
shit will be
They didn't
here.
come either year, which honestly
Perfect.
doesn't bother me. It's the reason why they didn't come the second year that annoys me, and the reason why I see my mom as an entitled mother. On to our cast. Pretty short and simple. We have me, Cool Panda, and
Random glow-in-the-dark bums.
so it's worth mentioning that my friend and I start planning these picnics basically right after the other one finishes,
Kiki delivery
and we
service
set
puzzle.
the date for it
Don't
a
know
good
that.
month or 2 in advance, so people have time to get time off if they need to.
These are
So
all
my mom knew
for
well in
shaping
advance what
clay
day
and
and what
paint
time
and
our
stuff.
picnic would be. She even went as far as to say
I think
that
if
they
I
would
want
be
to
there.
do anything
And I
like
kept
this, I
asking
can
her
just go
repeatedly,
buy some more ones.
because
It's not
we're
like they're
always
expensive,
really
so
proud
I'm
of
gonna
our
get rid
work
of
with
these.
the picnic, and I want my family to see them. Each time I asked, she said they would go.
Okay,
Then
stickers.
this happened.
These are good
Oh, side note.
for
Anytime we have an event
shipping
at my
stuff.
church,
So
I make the
keep
poster for the
these.
announcement. So anything like a party or a
Okay,
picnic,
now let's go
I
with
make the
this.
flyer. And I really enjoy doing it.
This is for
But my mom takes
products.
advantage of that and has me make the flyers
Also
for her
for
church.
products.
So one day I got a message from her through
More
Facebook
stuff for
asking me
products.
to make a flyer for an event they
That
were
I
having
can
at the
get rid
church.
of.
They were having a state trooper come in and
This
go
is
over
just
what
little
to do in case of an
charms.
emergency, which is a concern in today's world, but isn't something she had to do.
Purple.
I wish I still had the conversation on my phone, but
Bells.
unfortunately
I don't need bells.
But it basically went as follows. Entitled Mom. OP, can you make me a sign-up sheet?
Staple gun.
Me, annoyed but
Necessary.
compliant. I guess so. Okay. It's for an
Totoro
active emergency
origami.
seminar. Okay,
Maybe I'll put
what
that
day
in
and time?
paper.
June 1st at 3 p.m.
Random. other
June
stuff.
1st
Ooh,
is
this
the day of
on
the
wall,
picnic.
actually.
I know. You said you would go. I kept reminding you. I know. But it's the only day the trooper can come in. Maybe we can come for a little bit. Mom, the picnic starts at 1. Your thing is at 3. And half of the people from your church live like 30 minutes from my church. You wouldn't actually be able to come and do anything. I can't change the date. Fine, whatever. So I made the sign-up sheet and sent it to her. I was annoyed, but what could I do about it? Whatever. She didn't want to come and didn't have to. Then this happened, and it still makes me disgusted, even months later. Entitled Mom. Are you sure you don't want to come? No, it's the same day as the picnic. Maybe your pastor would like to come. Can you change the date of the picnic so he can come?
What?
Seriously? You're kidding, right? No. Cancel the picnic so he can come.
What?
I'm not going to do that. The picnic has been scheduled long before your event, and you knew that date and the time for months. Scheduling something on the same date when you already agreed to come is low enough. But you actually have the audacity to ask me to cancel my picnic at my church
So dumb.
so that my pastor can go to your event at your church? I just thought it would be nice. No. Then I just stopped messaging. I stopped talking to her, and I haven't forgiven her for this. She's always done things like this, and this was my breaking point. Sorry if this was long, but I tend to ramble. Let me control your relationship. Long-time lurker. Finally decided to post part 1 of the only story I have that fits here. I hope my phone format's right, so sorry if that's irritating. Some background. Fiance, then 21, female. And I, then 25, male. We're just starting to date, and she comes from a super strict family. I mean borderline cult. Father is compared to God. Questioning him is like giving yourself to the devil type deal. No cast intros. You're smart people. Fiance and I go to classes together for like 4 years, both in strong denial of feelings for each other. Our family moves across the nation, US of awesome, and I figure we're never gonna see each other again. We reconnect over a year later and realize feelings never die. She makes the first move, and we start dating. All great. 6 months in, we plan a trip for me to visit her for 2 weeks and stay at her place, which she is renting from entitled parents. After plans are set, tickets are paid, and all is green, I get a message. Entitled Dad. I'm solid. I know things work differently in your family, but I expect that you will respect our traditions when you're visiting. I want you to ask my permission before dating my daughter.
What?
And I expect that you'll be staying with the rest of us in a house across the city. Me, wanting desperately to be respectful but equal. Well, we did already make our plans and arrangements. There's a place she set up in a separate room from hers. I find that unacceptable. If you're going to sleep in that house, then you'll have to share a room with my son, who's 23. Me. If you don't mind, I would really rather talk this out in person when I'm there in a few weeks, so that we don't assume any tones. No messages back after that. But when I got there, I did eventually bring it up, and the three of us went outside to talk about it all.
Rulers.
By then, Fiance had told me about his intentions to take that as my consent to give him control of our relationship, including whether or not we dated at all. I still wanted to be respectful, so I went with what I decided was a good compromise. Entitled Dad. Okay, I'm waiting for you to ask. Me. Okay, I want you to know, I'm not asking your permission out of the same respect you ask of me, sir. Please understand, if I ask for your permission and you refuse, I have no intention of breaking up with my fiance over that. So to me, it's disrespectful and insulting to ask your permission for something I don't intend on listening to in the first place. However, because I do respect you, I will ask for your blessing and hope that you're okay with us dating. What? No, you don't understand. I'm not asking for you to break up with her. I just want you to submit to me in the decisions you make as a couple, and especially while staying in my house.
No.
I'm sorry, sir, but that's not happening. I don't even submit to my dad. I'm not about to start with someone else's.
Yeah,
and fiance is renting that house from you with regular agreement on payments. Fiance, we talked about this already. We deserve to be the ones making our choices. Entitled Dad, completely ignoring fiance. You should have asked me before staying in my house with her. I'd rather you were sleeping here and visiting her for a couple of hours after work a few times a week. I'm not asking you to do anything difficult. Just defer to me with making choices in your relationship together.
What?
I'm sorry. I paid out of pocket to be here for her birthday. I like you and all, and I'm glad to visit with her, but I'm here to spend this time with her in the end. I'm not giving that kind of control to anyone. How would your father feel if he heard you saying things like this? He would be happy. He raised his children to be strong and think for themselves. Well, I don't think you understand. I don't necessarily want your submission. I just want fiance to make the choices I tell her to regarding our relationship. Well, that isn't happening either. You both talked about it already, and she said no. And frankly, I don't want that either. For us to have a healthy relationship, she has to act on her choices. That would be acting on yours. Entitled Dad, turning red. I don't think you understand. If you deny me this, There will be consequences that extend beyond you two. Me. I'm sorry, but the answer is no. Your advice and input is still welcome,
Literally,
and we'll
what?
consider it when you give it. But ultimately, all choice in our relationship is ours. I'm here to make a healthy relationship with fiancé, not a relationship with you through her.
What
I see.
even?
I want you to think carefully before committing to this. Fiancé.
Thank you.
We did.
Bye.
Separately and together. We're a team, so we need to act like one. We can't be a team if someone else is controlling what we do. After that, we went inside. Part 2 if people ask for it, as this has gotten long. I'll wrap up part 1 by telling you that after that talk and my visit was finished, he had begun telling her siblings and all of her extended family what a horrible person I was, that I'm selfish and possibly abusive to my fiancé, and that I'm corrupting their little girl, and I convinced her into hating them and abandoning them, while also cutting her off from most of her contact with any of her siblings. Every time I meet another family member, I have questions about how I treat her. Do I believe she should respect her parents, etc.? Up until then, I had a lot of respect for him and liked him quite a bit, and persisted to try to keep that until part 2 happened much more recently. Let me control your relationship.
The rest of them, because I only need one
Context. At this point, fiancé and I, now 22 and 26, had gotten engaged and have everything needed set for the wedding. We're saving up for the final payments, and after a long talk, I managed to convince her to let me try to mend things with her parents. It's a wedding. Who deserves to miss their own child's wedding, right? So she agrees to let me message entitled Dad and ask his blessing again, as a way to test the waters. If he refuses, she's pretty confident he'll do something to ruin the day and doesn't want him there. After that fake, astonishingly I'll say, he copies our entire conversation and emails it to every family member and her. The family all gets this with a message about how horrible I am and how I've guided fiancé into hating her parents.
One of each kind of
I'll add that he didn't send them the screenshot of me getting her to say I could stream it if they said they'd watch. I even cut the screen off so he didn't see the things she said about him. Next time, I might let him see. To fiancé, entitled Dad sends the same conversation with the following. Fiancé, do you agree with the attitude Unsolid has taken towards me? Very sad. After that, I've heard from 2 of her siblings and one of her aunts that I'm treating him very badly, and I shouldn't be keeping his daughter from him. They also insist on saying we're living in sin, and even her sister, who used to be one of my best friends, now treats me like an invader. They also all treat fiancé as a brainwashed no-brain that can't think for herself. She's been reduced to not being allowed more than letters to her siblings, aside from the 2 of the 3 that are 18 or older.
Dude, this family
the
sucks.
oldest is mini entitled Dad, and keeps as distant as entitled Dad does.
Yeah, I'm gonna put all
We
this
decided we want to invite her siblings still, and any family members of hers who manage to show even a little support, or at least are understanding enough to not immediately assume we're bad people for wanting to control our own lives. Edit. Thanks for the silver. I'm glad to see people ridiculing me, and my fiancé is sitting at home reading the comments, giggling like a mad woman. So, extra thanks for that. She gets so much flack from her siblings, she sometimes starts to think she's the crazy one for not caving to him.
Yes,
Next we've got
people
entitled Karen, flush my epilepsy meds, gets jail time. Hey, Mr. Reddit. My wife just told me she would love to listen to her story with your lovely voice. This is the story, after 3 rewritings just for you. Background. In my country, we have mandatory military service for both men and women. In my wife's case, she could have skipped it because of a medical condition. She has epilepsy, but she chose to serve. This story happened during her service. Our cast. We've got the direct commanding officer. We've got the idiot serving with my wife, the Karen. And we've got my wife. The story occurs when OP and Karen serve in the same office under Indigo. Karen and OP also bunked in the same barracks, relative later, with 2 other women serving under a different division. In the beginning, there were no problems in the office with Karen, until one day, OP forgot to take her evening meds with her. The cluster mess transpired as follows. OP. Commander, may I leave early? I forgot my meds, and I need to take them in an hour. Dio. You can leave in half an hour. Context. The distance to the female barracks is 20 to 30 minutes away, depending on walking pace. The DO knew that the meds slowed OP's motor skills, so it took longer for her to get there.
I'll just save it. I'll
save it. Thank you. Karen interrupted. Hey, that's not fair. Why can she leave early?
Then we've got some air dry clay.
Karen, you're lying. You just want to leave me here with all the work.
Air dry clay.
The only work left was cleaning the office.
More air dry clay.
No, I'm not. I have epilepsy. I need my meds to prevent seizures.
This one.
No, you don't. You are just faking to get high.
Pretty empty.
High? Are you out of your mind?
And it's just
my meds suppress the brain. I don't get high. It makes me function a bit slower. Karen, being a big dum-dum, continued to complain that OP was lazy and was slow on purpose. See,
that's it.
She's doing it again.
I'm going
using the same lame excuse so she can just stay in bed.
Put all the stuff I'm getting rid of into a bag really quick.
Dio, that's enough. Karen, stop harassing OP and get back to work before I suspect your weekend leave again.
And then we'll move on to the next section.
Next time,
we got rid of a lot though, which is good.
Every 21 days you get a weekend at home. Karen had been threatened with and received this punishment before for doing or saying something stupid. OP and Karen both respond. Yes, sir. OP returned to the barracks. The following morning, OP arose for the AM raising of the flag routine. This is mandatory for every soldier to be checked in and represented at 7 a.m. While getting ready, OP can't find her meds. OP addressing the 3 other women in the barracks. Where are my meds? Karen, with a wide, malicious expression. I flushed them down the toilet.
What?
Now you can't get high and have to be normal like all of us. OP with a shocked expression. You did what? You idiot! I need them. It takes 3 days for my meds to arrive at the base clinic. I can't go that long without them. I'll have a seizure. No, you won't. You're just a junkie. They stop arguing because they need to get outside for the lifting of the flag. OP arrived late at the office. Dio. OP, why are you late? OP, I was looking for spare meds because Karen flushed my meds down the toilet. Dio, angry and panicked. Karen, get your butt in here right now. Karen, with a pleased expression. What do you want? Dio, still angry and with a commanding expression. First of all, it is Dio, sir, to you. Second, are you out of your mind? Why in the world would you flush OP's meds? She can't function without them. Karen, with the most Karen voice. Yes, she can. She's just faking it. She's a junkie. I just helped her to get rid of her addiction.
What?
OP, with angry tears in her eyes. Addiction? You moron. The pills prevent the seizures. Karen, condescendingly. You will see, she is just a junkie. OP, with prominent blood vessel pulsing on her forehead and a ghost white complexion. I don't feel so good. Dio, I need to lay down. I feel a seizure coming right now. Context. The preventative measures of the meds wear off quickly when a patient is in distress, such as an emotion like anger. Karen. Oh, no, you don't. Stand up. Karen proceeded to lift OP off the floor. See? She is just faking it. Just look at her. At that moment, OP had a grand mal seizure, fell to the floor, and broke her front teeth. Dio screamed at Karen to get the heck out of the room. Karen continued to proclaim, that OP was faking and was all for show. Dio called the paramedics.
Hey.
They, in turn, took OP to the hospital for medical treatment.
Okay.
OP had to stay in the hospital for 3 days of observation and a further 2 weeks at home to rest. Karen received a court-martial and 2 weeks of military jail time. It turned into a 3-month sentence as her urine test showed green in her sample. Justly deserved. Next we've got Karen thinks my tattoo is too offensive. Hey, Mr. Reddit and the Re-Army. Dark back again with another entitled parent story. This time, not from my old job. Now, as I've started college. A little bit of background on the tattoo. I had gotten it as a way to remember an uncle who was like a dad to me. And basically, got the Assassin's Creed logo with his name. And as a way of saying he's forever part of my family. I'll put a link to the photo of the tattoo at the bottom. Cast. We've got me, a chill guy trying to enjoy the sunshine. And we've got Karen. Let's begin. It was a roasting hot summer day, which is a rare thing where I am from, but Fred and I were out in our city's park trying to enjoy the sunshine and enjoying a few cold ones that I had brought with me, and I had taken off my shirt to get a tan on me. It worked somehow. And once I got cozy and was about to take a sip of my drink, Friend and I hear this very loud gasp, and immediately both thought, oh great, here we go. Karen, loud enough gasp to be heard over the city. Cover up that tattoo. It's very offensive, and it shouldn't be seen by anyone. Me, confused on how my tattoo is offensive and shouldn't be seen by anyone. How is my tattoo offensive in any way possible and shouldn't be seen by anyone? It's part of a group, and you are probably trying to get people to join it.
What?
To be honest, I was dumbfounded by this, and looked at my friend, and she was as confused as I was. Friend, his tattoo is from a game that he enjoys, and the symbol itself means family. So how could it be related to a group? No, it's not. I know about games, and that's not from a game. Clearly, she doesn't know about the Assassin's Creed franchise, and shouldn't be shown anywhere. Me, absolutely not dealing with Karen anymore. 1, it's memorial to a family member who means a lot to me. 2, don't ever, I mean ever, disrespect a tattoo that could mean a lot to someone. And finally, it's not from a group, it's from a gaming franchise that the symbol itself means family or creed. Karen, visibly shocked that someone stood up to her for once in her life. Well, me, don't say another word and leave. After that, she went off somewhere else and left me and Friend alone. After that, we got to enjoy the sun while it was there, and even some people walked by and saw it and actually asked questions on it, which was nice. And our final story of the day. Entitled Kid decides to scream at teachers over pretty much everything. Background. I have just started my GCSE year at school, and I've had the unfortunate pleasure of meeting a boy 2 years younger than me, and he is the most entitled kid I've ever met, and I'm the oldest of 6. I've heard some of the stories from my friends, but some I've seen myself. Firstly, a few days ago, my friend was in the school's pastoral office, and he was having an anxiety attack. I don't know the details, don't ask, and the teachers are trying to calm her down. However, in comes entitled kid, screaming and crying. The teachers approach him to ask what's wrong, and he sits down to explain. Dialogue is paraphrased, as I wasn't there for this incident. Now for the cast. We've got entitled kid, teacher 1, teacher 2, friend, okay, the other kid, not involved but mentioned. Entitled kid. I'm being bullied, sir. Teacher. What lesson have you come here from? English with Miss Teacher. What happened, entitled kid? We were talking about our work on my table, and I told the other kid I was a Pokemon master, and he said I wasn't. He began to scream louder. Do bear in mind, he is at least 12 years old. The teachers basically told him they had more important things to deal with, and he stormed out crying louder. He also had an incident in our inclusion room, where you are kept if you are ill during the school day. He and another friend were playing a civilized game of Uno, but the moment entitled kid lost, he began to scream. I swear I could hear the screaming from 2 floors above over the noise of my English class. The last incident I was there for. In our school, we have 2 buildings, east and west, and thus 2 libraries. Me and a group of friends always sit around in West Library.
There's 2 more doors I need to go through.
It doesn't have
let's do this
computers,
first.
so it's no good for homework unless you have a worksheet. So there we are, sat in the library, when one of the special needs teachers comes in. At the time, we have been doing up the library to be a Doctor Who theme. East has a Harry Potter theme. There are some more cast members now. We've got the librarian, we've got me, friend 2, and the special needs teacher.
Okay.
Teacher, do you mind if I
So
tell
do you want to get rid of the
about your
resin
Doctor Who club?
stuff? Because I don't really use it very often. It
As
takes up
it's just
tons
a
of room.
Doctor Who theme, not a club. Librarian. Sure.
So most of it
Teacher.
is just mold.
Thanks.
I can just...
About 10 minutes later, in comes entitled kid. Hello, is this the Doctor Who club? Friend 2. No, this is West Library. But there's some Doctor Who books over there. She gestures to the bookshelf of Doctor Who content. Entitled kid. But Sir said this was a club. Me. No, we've just been decorating and reorganizing. Of course, this sets him off. He begins to scream and squeal at me and my friends, as well as the teacher, all while kicking people's bags and pulling books off of the shelves. Librarian, please leave. The other students here are trying to read. We weren't, but pretended to when teachers stopped by.
Alright.
No! Friend, well, there's always the naughty corner. There's a gap between the bookshelves, just big enough for a person to fit into. Me, or the naughty step. Outside the room, there's a set of stairs. He begins to wail and scream, and specifically me and my friend, at this point, about how we were bullying him, and how he was a good boy. I was losing my rag at this point, and my friends know that I don't like shouting or confrontation of any kind. Friend 2. Don't. I stand up. I am about twice the height of this kid, and he suddenly realizes this. Me. I am sick and tired of your squeaky voice, and of you screaming at me and my mates. You have been asked to leave and have refused. You have thrown books off shelves and potentially damaged the contents of my friend's bags. You have been the most entitled, spoiled little rat I have ever met, and you are going to get out before I get the head teacher. He is cowering in fear, and he picks up his stuff and runs away crying. He never told the teacher about this, but honestly, half of them don't take him seriously anyway, and my record is good, so they won't believe him. I did feel like a bully, but my friends and the librarian reassured me that they would back me up if anything happened.
I don't even have anywhere I can do spray paint in
He's
here,
trying to move schools, but nothing's confirmed. Actor picks the wrong sound crew to mess with. Here's another little tale from my days working in the entertainment business. Very early on in my career, I managed to get a gig working as a showman, a person hired in just to work on the show, on stage electrics, and follow spots on a major West End musical. Even though I was nominally a sound engineer, the chance to work on a big show in, albeit a different capacity, was too good to pass up. When you're a youngster in this industry, you would be daft to turn down such an opportunity because the experience garnered is invaluable, even if it's not directly related to your primary skill set. We spent around 6 weeks working on the production fit-up. Most of the time, I was working on rigging lamps, running cables, installing additional dimmer racks, yada yada. Sometimes I got to help out the sound crew rigging their kit, and thus got to know them quite well. Fast forward to a few months after opening night. Some of the electric showmen, myself included, had managed to pick up the occasional tech crew, assisting the daymen, crew who were permanently hired to the theater, doing lamp rounds. This is where you go around the entire theater, front and backstage, replacing burned out lamps. Useful extra money.
Most of
Thus,
these
I
mods
happened to be
are
in the
stuff.
theater
Yeah.
well before the half-hour call, and was hanging out with the sound crew at the sound desk. There were two of them. We'll call them Pete and Chris. One would run the FOH board for that night's show, while the other would do other jobs, like handing out the radio mics to the cast at the half, collect them at the end, and troubleshoot any problems during the show. They'd also swap duties every day. So we hear the half called, and Chris goes off backstage with his box of radio mics to hand them out, while I carry on chatting to Pete. About 10 minutes later, we see Chris returning to the FOH desk looking very distressed. Pete asked him what on earth was wrong. It transpired that the male juvenile lead had bollocked out Chris for some utterly trivial problem to the point where he had been reduced to tears. I should point out that this particular actor was not well liked by the crew because of his arrogant and holier-than-thou attitude. This seriously did not sit well with Pete at all. By this time, the audience was beginning to fill the auditorium, and you could hear the ambient chatter level going up. Pete then grabbed his headphones and, parking one earpiece over his right ear, proceeded to punch in the pre-fade listen button for that actor's channel. A grin then crept over his face. He then brought the channel live and very slowly raised the channel fader. He handed Chris the cans, and a huge grin also spread across his face. Chris then handed me the cans so I could hear what had amused him so much. I listened in, to be confronted by the sound of the actor right in the middle of taking a full throttle dump. We are talking grunts and groans and levels of flatulence quite the equal of the trumpets that flanked the walls of Jericho. Bear in mind that this sound is now being leaked out into the auditorium, albeit at a level just barely perceptible to the audience. I glanced around at the punters in the stalls and saw that quite a few people were looking around quizzically. I had to struggle to rein in my laughter at the delicious payback, but as it was getting close to Act 1 beginners, I had to go off and take my station. So I high-fived my friends and went through the stage pass door to the electrics crew room to be confronted by my colleagues falling about in hysterics. It was then that I became aware of a peculiarity with the show relay. For context, the show relay is a microphone in front of house and a bunch of speakers all over the backstage and dressing room areas that allow cast and crew to listen in to the progress of a show. Due to a curiosity of its design, what was just barely audible out front was now being hugely magnified backstage. The entire cast and crew, no matter where they were being subjected to the sounds of our actor dropping the kids off at the pool at practically full volume. For the rest of the show, the hapless idiot had to contend with the entire cast and crew giggling uncontrollably whenever he went past, and all the while remained completely oblivious to the reason why, as the one place there were no show relay speakers was in the toilets. Next we've got, I'm not paying a finder's fee for stolen property. Thief earns himself a felony instead. I had just moved to a new city for work, and had been working there for about 3 months, so I'm still pretty new to the area. My apartment complex, I would say, is in a nicer part of the city, and is pretty well kept, so I didn't really expect anyone to go and try breaking into cars. I was sent to travel and had a pretty early drive, so I had packed everything for my week-long trip the night before, so that I could get up and just get on the road. The next morning, I walk out to my car, and I see clothes off to the side of my car, and thinking it was weird, started to look around the car. Turns out, my car had been broken into, and was cleaned out. Out of the trunk, I took my laptop bag, which had both my personal computer and a government computer, 2 gym bags, one that had my work clothes, and the other had my workout clothes and personal hygiene stuff. and a backpack that had my Nintendo Switch and office supplies in it. They also took $50 out of the console where I kept change and random bills for parking. This obviously throws a wrench into my work travel, so I called my supervisor and explained the situation and come back into work. It's my fault. I left all that stuff in my car. So I had to go to our security/IT office and explain what had happened and see what the next steps were to get a new work computer. During this meeting with the physical security manager, which was 3 hours after my family was broken into, I get a call from a local number. It turns out that this guy had found my laptops on the side of the road when he was coming home from visiting his mom. My bag had a contact me if found phone number. Conversation goes as follows. Guy, hey man, I found your laptops on the side of the road. I figured you would want them back. They look pretty important. Government laptops are plastic with stickers with official jargon and returning instructions. Me. For sure. I am currently at work now, but I can come meet you or whatever works. Yeah, man. I'm just coming back from visiting my mom. So I'm trying to get home so I can relax. Cool. I can make it work. Can you text me your address and everything? So I can just come to you. I'll send it to you here.
I have too much, and most of it I don't need.
So if I could get some money for like a finder's fee or whatever, I think that would be cool. Yeah, man. Whatever you need. See you in a bit. As soon as I get off the phone, I call the local police in that area and explain that this guy is trying to extort money from me to get stolen goods back. They instruct me to meet them a few blocks away from the residence, and they will send a plainclothes cop and officers to act on my behalf, so I am not in direct contact with the guy, just in case, since the situation sounds sketchy. I go and meet them where they go to the residence. The guy is hesitant seeing the cop cars. It takes a few minutes to return the bag, with the laptops in it. They bring the bag to me to identify the laptops, and everything's still there. I accept the bag and got my laptops and bag back. Easy enough. On the drive back to work, no more than 15 minutes later, this guy still had my number and starts going off. Bad, unreadable spelling, and all is seething through text messages on how I could get the police involved. He was trying to be a good Samaritan, and he should have thrown my stuff in the grab bag. So I did the normal thing and blocked the number.
Alright.
Now, I'm still missing everything else, including the Nintendo Switch, which was in a case with 7 games. Important. I was originally going to take the loss on it and take it as a stupidity tax, since it was almost impossible to get back.
Pull out the other stuff just so I know what I have to go through.
Right with me with this guy, and thinking if he did have it, he was going to try to sell it fast and cheap. I went on to Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist, searching for a Switch for cheap around the same location as his house. Bingo. The ad read, $200 Nintendo Switch with 7 games and case lightly used. No charger or dock. Must be gone today. The location was enabled and was within 2 miles of his address. The phone number was the same, and the dock and charger were in my apartment. So I had a buddy of mine who lived in the next city over contact him, asking if he could hold on to it till tomorrow, since he wouldn't be in town until the next day, and would pay him $300 instead. The dude agrees, and also gets him to read off all 7 games that were there. This was to buy us more time, so I can go coordinate with the police. The next morning, I get everything together to go make a case to police to assist me with this. Police report, the Craigslist ad, the serial number from Nintendo, the screenshots of the text messages between him and my buddy. I make my case, and the police agree to do the same thing as the day before, and meet me somewhere else to go over what the plan was. I meet them and go over his address, and what all I had missing. These are different officers than the day before, and they recognize the address and the home. We found out this guy is known for this stuff, and is currently on probation. So we come up with a plan where my buddy will call us on his work phone so we can hear the conversation and call him on his regular phone to see what's going on. The police use a plain car, go to this meetup spot, and acting like my buddy, scoop the guy up and get him to cough up the rest of the stolen goods. They were able to recover all my items, including all my clothes and bags. He ends up going to jail and earns a new felony on his record for receiving stolen property. I think I would have lost the rest of it if I didn't do the digging on Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist. Next we've got
I'm gonna move these out of the
Owner
way
fires
because
me.
they're
Get
gonna
sweet
just take
karma.
it to a trash.
Editor's note. I did not realize this story would be a long one, so this will be part 1 of 2. Hey guys, first time poster here. I'm also on mobile and writing this on the spot, so please don't get too violent with me. Anyways, here's the tale of an evil restaurant owner that gets what's been coming to her. Late last year, I started working at a hole-in-the-wall restaurant in the mountains of southern Appalachia. Finding this job was a blessing, as it was a well-paying job due to the location it was in, next to a state forest, and the clientele that ate there. The restaurant was small, inviting, and surprisingly fairly fancy for the location. Tables were custom-made by the GM's husband, landscaping was done by the owner's husband, and the cooks were some of the best I've ever seen. We were situated in between 2 high-class communities
so I have
that
more
had
room to go through
residents that
everything.
were more than generous. When I walked in for the interview, I was basically hired on the spot due to my background in the service industry, and I would be starting the next morning at 7 a.m. Everybody there seemed to get along well and welcomed me into their family with warm hearts and open arms. Now, let's get to the cast. We've got me. We've got FOH manager. We've got general manager. We've got coworker 1, coworker 2, and last but not least, the owner. I shall refer to her as Lucifer, a play on her name and the nickname I gave to her. A few months passed as we were getting out of our busy season, which were the fall and winter months. Our area takes in a lot of tourists and non-locals who visit the mountains on summer break who want to be close with nature. Since summer came to an end, we were about to lose some business, so we had to make some cuts to staff. Thankfully, owner wanted to keep me around since me and FOH manager basically carried the weight of that place on our backs, but wanted to lay off coworker 2. I never really understood why FOH manager and general manager were fearful and reluctant of owner's business practices. I thought owner was actually a pretty cool lady until the day she gathered us all up for a meeting on the back patio of the restaurant. Owner sat down and began with a smirk on her face. Due to the coming months, we will be losing business. I can only handle a few servers, so I will be making cuts. Me and General Manager have decided that Cool Worker 2 will be laid off until the warm season starts again. Surprisingly, Cool Worker 2 was okay with this, as she had a side gig working as a therapist. Alright, owner, just let me know when you want me to come back. I'll be in touch. Cool Worker 2 wasn't the most confident.
Yeah, I have a lot of
server,
shit in here.
as she was kinda gray and couldn't handle the stress thrown at her sometimes. She has a heart of gold,
Which is
and I
what
love her
we're
to
doing
death.
this.
But I understood why owner wanted to lay her off. So I acted cool about the whole situation, even though I was melancholy on the inside about losing a close coworker. Everything was smooth sailing after that, until the holidays came around. It was a week before Christmas, and business was surprisingly starting to pick up. Me, FOH manager, and cool coworker 1 found ourselves in the weeds several times and requested that either owner or general manager could come help us out. During the peak of the rush, FOH manager came to me with tears in her eyes and fully flustered out. Are you good? I asked her. No, I'm backed up with tables right now, trying to handle the front lobby, which was packed with a 45-minute waiting time crowd. I can't get a hold of general manager, and owner doesn't want to help. Wait, what do you mean owner doesn't want to help? Doesn't she run this place? Yes, But she says that it's not her job to pull us out of the weeds, and that we need to fix this situation ourselves, or else she'll start sending people home. What? That's insane. She actually said that to you? Yep. So we just gotta try our best and push hard. I looked at FOH manager, trying to be as reassuring as possible. We got this. Just think about the end of the day when we're counting all our tips. It'll be worth it in the end. Just hang in there. FOH manager smiled at me, and we returned to our grind. Just by chance, about an hour after me and FOH manager's conversation, the internet gave way. Our POS system, Toast, can only run properly when connected to the internet. So we had to announce that until the internet issue is fixed, we can only take cash. Well, this really upset half of the customers, as they were only paying with their big, hefty, golden metallic American Express cards. FOH manager looked like she was about to lose her mind. She paced back and forth in the kitchen, trying to reassure herself that everything would be okay. Cool coworker 1 and I walked over to FOH manager to try and calm her down, but it was to no avail. Me, being the self-pronounced computer expert, decided to investigate the internet issue. I walked back to the office to find owner messing around with the router. What's going on with the internet? We have customers that can only pay with card up front, and your FOH manager is freaking the heck out. Owner looked at me with an enraged face. We won't be having internet for possibly the next couple of hours. AT&T says they will send somebody up to fix it, but I'm not confident they'll get here soon. So what are we going to do about all the people that can't pay with cash? Some of them are in a rush to get out and don't have time to wait for the internet to come back on. I will personally go out there and let them know that they are not allowed to leave until they give a valid form of pay. If any of them leave, I will be calling the sheriff's department to let them know that we have people stealing. Can't we just get their names and phone numbers or something? I can't deal with this raucous crowd. Your tables aren't turning, and you're losing business. There's gotta be something we can do. Owner cuts me off. No, if they ain't, they are going to pay. I will not be losing money off of some faulty internet. And who are you to tell me about my business? You're a server. You don't know anything about business. Go tell them they'll have to stay then. I'm not going to be the one getting my behind chewed out for something that's not even my fault. Go out there and tell them if they ain't, they will have to stay. It's not my job to go out and deal with the public. You're a server for a reason. Now go out there and do your job. I reluctantly walked out to the front and informed FOH manager that owner would not let anybody who had eaten leave without paying. Chaos ensued for the next 3 hours as the 3 of us had to deal with angry customers. Fast forward 2 months. FOH manager has put her 2 weeks notice in. As soon as she put her notice in, owner fired her. I don't take notices. You're either here or gone for good. Now get out of my restaurant.
Why?
FOH manager left in a rage-filled fit as she cussed out owner and pointed out all the things she's been doing wrong. I don't know who you think you're talking to, honey. I'm the most powerful businesswoman in the country, and I can make sure you never get a job again.
Sure.
In fact, if I hear about or see you working anywhere in this county, I will have you fired. Nobody talks to me like that.
Flashcards, these should actually go in the
question
desk.
the legality of this statement made by owner to cool coworker 1. We can take this to the Better Business Bureau, but I don't want to risk being blackballed in my home county, said cool coworker 1. 2 hours after FOH manager was fired, owner came up to me and promoted me to new FOH manager. The voice in the back of my head was telling me not to take the promotion, but I didn't want to question what owner wanted, as I just witnessed what her potential could be on ruining my career. The story of my time as manager will be coming soon, and it'll be much more juicy than this. If you read this, thank you, Mr. Reddit. You've carried me through several months of anxiety and given me a glimmer of positivity and happiness through your stories. Thank you. Part 2 will be coming soon. Entitled Grandmother Threatens to Disown Me for Dyeing My Hair. Hi, Mr. Reddit and the Re-Army. I'm new to the channel and don't use Reddit much. English is my first language, so any errors are fully on me, just being not the brightest. Also, I am on mobile. Sorry. This story is about 2 years old at this point, but I thought I would share it with you anyway. So, enough rambling. On to the cast. We've got me, the only grandchild my grandmother has. We've got entitled Grandmother. We've got Best Friend from the Hermit Crab story, mostly just a mention. 2 years ago, me and my BFF were planning on going to Disney World for the first time ever. We couldn't have been more excited if we tried. This was a big dream come true. A couple weeks before we were going to leave, we had come up with the idea to dye our hair. Her parents were okay with the idea,
I don't want to get all the
and my
stickers
mom
and
even
stuff
offered to
fit
do
in
it
here.
for us. My parents were alright with it, so long as it wasn't the full head and not a crazy color. Everything was going according to plan. I even bought the dyes straight away and let BFF's mom know. We couldn't be happier. That was until Entitled Grandmother found out. Now, Entitled Grandmother is a typically religious grandmother. When she found out that we were planning to dye our hair, she freaked out. It wasn't like I could hide the fact I was going to get it done, since she lived with us at that time. Our conversation left me speechless, to the point where I wanted to cry. I am a Hufflepuff after all. Entitled Grandmother. Is it true you're planning on dyeing your hair? Me. Just a dip dye, Grandma. Nothing crazy. How dare you dye your beautiful hair? You know that's just how God made you. You should respect that. I do, Grandma. It's a temporary dye. It'll come out pretty fast. Plus, it's not the full head. Mom and Dad don't have any issues with it. What color are you putting in your hair? Red. I've always wanted red hair, but sadly I was born a brunette. Then there's no need. You already have red in your hair. My mother has always told me the same thing, but to this day, I have no idea what they are on about. I've never seen any red. Me trying to appease her. Even so, I would still like to put some in it so I can see it. Entitled Grandmother firmly says, no. Me, slightly confused. No? If you even touch your hair, I will disown you. Entitled Grandmother had now crossed her arms and glared at me. Honestly, I was hurt and taken back by what she said. How could this be the same loving grandmother I grew up with? Disown me? I will not let my granddaughter dye her hair and look like the world. Like I had said before, she was very religious and still is.
What?
You should have been there the time I cut my hair, but that is another story for another day. Grandma, it's just a little red dye. It's nothing crazy. Please understand. Had my grandmother known of the famous Re, she probably would have done it. So please feel free to insert one. She always hated it when she never got her way. Throw away the hair dye, and I will understand. I shook my head and walked off, practically in tears. I called up BFF and tell her what happened. She reassured me that in the end, I wasn't being non-religious by dyeing my hair.
That doesn't
And in
even
the
make
end,
sense.
we both did. Entitled Grandmother was
Religious
furious
people dye their
and
hair all the
disowned
time.
me. Thank God she got over it sooner or later. Next we've got my headphones affect the education of Karen's poor baby. This is my first post on this subreddit, yada yada yada. Background.
Okay.
All of this happened about a year ago at a cleaning job I had to pay my way through university. I was registered with a cleaning agency who would send me to various different places to clean, one of which was a very expensive and pretentious private school for kids under 11. Seriously, this place was like Hogwarts, and I went there about once a fortnight. Also relevant is that I have autism, which means I often struggle with loud and high-pitched noises which made working in a school full of screaming kids quite hard. I worked out a deal with my boss at the school, whereby when the kids were out in the playground being super loud, I would clean places that were off limits to them and wear headphones. When they went into lessons and were quiet, I would do the public spaces, and all this worked out fine. Anyway, onto the story. Cast. We've got me, we've got Entitled Mom, and we've got my boss. So it's the morning, and all the kids are arriving at school, loud as heck. So I start my day cleaning the teacher's break room. I'm wearing my headphones. I'm jamming out. All is well. Then, Entitled Mom bursts through the door, clearly having just dropped off her precious angel. I take out my headphones to see what she wants. Entitled Mom. Oh, I must have the wrong room. I wanted to use the bathroom. Me. No worries. The bathroom is next door on the right. Entitled Mom. Were you wearing headphones? Yeah. That is completely unacceptable. I pay over 10 grand a year for the staff at my baby's school to be wearing headphones at work? Me. Well, what an awful example to be setting to children, that you can listen to music in the workplace. The teachers take my baby's phone away at the start of the day, and you can just wander around with yours? Me. In all fairness, ma'am, the children aren't allowed in this room, and when I'm in spaces where they are allowed, I don't have my phone or headphones on me. You're being totally unprofessional. It's an attitude like that, which means that you're a cleaner, and my child will achieve real success in his life. Me. I'm actually doing this job to pay for my degree. If that were true, you'd be smart enough to know that you don't talk back to the people that pay your wages. Your boss will be hearing about this. She storms out, and about 10 minutes later, she comes back with my boss. I'm feeling stressed out and on the verge of tears. Another side effect of my autism is that confrontation/conflict/being yelled at stresses me out beyond belief. I'm seriously relieved to see my boss, and I can't wait to see the look on Entitled Mom's face when my boss tells her that my wearing headphones is okay. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. See? Completely unprofessional. Boss. I'm very sorry, Mrs. Entitled Mom. This is unacceptable. OP, will you please apologize and remove your headphones? Me. But I've been working here for months, and I've always worn headphones. You told me it was okay. It is not okay. We cannot accept you working in this school if you do not comply with our codes of conduct.
What?
But you said, honestly, Mrs. Entitled Mom, I did not and would not condone such a thing. I was about to start crying because I felt so crappy about the whole situation. Then I thought, forget this. I hate this job. I hate being talked down to by snooty parents, teachers, and kids alike. And my boss lying about me to appease this entitled mom was the final straw.
Fuck that guy.
Well, are you going to apologize? Me. No. Find someone else to deal with your obnoxious staff and entitled brats. I laid down all my stuff and walked out.
Good.
And never went back in. My boss at the cleaning agency refused to send the school any more cleaners since they had blatantly lied after telling the agency it was fine for autistic staff to wear headphones. They also insisted I got paid for a full day's work, which the school did. It was very satisfying walking out of that job. I wouldn't wish working as any kind of manual labor staff in a private school on anyone.
Yeah,
Next we've got
bro.
my
Private
entitled
schools are already
mother-in-law
hell on
doesn't
earth.
acknowledge my right to speak, then gets mad I don't talk to her. Dear Mr. Reddit, I've been listening to your channel for a long time, as my many disabilities make it difficult for me to do much more than listen to Reddit stories on YouTube. I hope this isn't too long. I just want to share my stories about my extremely entitled mother-in-law. I posted these as separate stories in r/justknowmother-in-law, but I hope they fit in with entitled parents. I edited them for you and to streamline the narrative. Our cast. We've got entitled mother-in-law. We've got husband. We've got caregiver who was caught in the crossfire. And we've got me. Disclaimer. English is my first language, and I'm on PC. But I have muscular dystrophy, and am losing my vision. So my typing and proofreading suck these days. But I try. Background. Husband and I have been married for over 21 years. I got along great with mother-in-law before we were married because she lived in Alaska. I only met her a couple of times in the 2 years husband and I dated, and she was at our January wedding. But she was back in the lower 48 for good before the 4th of July, and it has been nothing but fireworks since. I have FSH, muscular dystrophy, and was still pretty able-bodied, relatively speaking, when husband and I got married. But 11 years ago, I needed to get a tracheotomy and am ventilator dependent. My mother-in-law actually spent a lot of time at the hospital until I was stable enough to go home. Around 5 or 6 weeks, I think. Things are kind of fuzzy because I was freaking out that my life was now dependent upon a hole in my throat, 3 feet of plastic tubes, and a machine I didn't understand.
Valid
I
reason
still
to
suffer
freak
the
out,
effects of
honestly.
PTSD. For 5 years after, mother-in-law was a live-in caregiver, which made sense at the time because she was losing her home and knew more about my situation than anyone else. Though now she's spun into, I forced her to live with us. I hired other caregivers through the state's Home Health Care Commission, but mother-in-law was paid as well as provided with free room and board plus utilities. She trained the outside caregivers while husband went back to school. Part 1. When and why I stopped talking to my mother-in-law. This was when mother-in-law was still a live-in caregiver. So even when she was off the clock, she was always here. And she loves interrogating the other caregivers about their religion and politics, so she can tell them how wrong they are. She seems indifferent toward the Great Pumpkin. So our cast was assembled in the living room, watching the news, and Cindy Sheehan was all over the news at the time. Mother-in-law, in her infinite wisdom, spoke up and said she was tired of seeing all these people protest when they've never served and haven't experienced sacrifice and lost. I, in my infinite stupidity, blurted out that Cindy Sheehan's son was a soldier and she had lost him in the war. She has experienced sacrifice and loss. Oh, mother-in-law didn't like that.
All right.
Not one bit. She practically shrieked that she has the right to freedom of speech under this roof. And she pointed to husband and shrieked, he has the right of freedom of speech under his roof. And she pointed to caregiver, who was actually on duty, who had only been on the job a couple of weeks and would resign by the following week. I wonder why. And shrieked that she has the right to freedom of speech under this roof. I was in a state of shock. I wasn't saying mother-in-law didn't have the right to her opinion or freedom of speech, but you have to expect other people to express their own dissenting opinion occasionally, as is their right. Oh, but mother-in-law was having none of that. And of course I noticed she didn't at any time acknowledge my right to express my opinion or freedom of speech. That's when I shut down around mother-in-law. If she refused to acknowledge my freedom of speech, I wouldn't exercise it. And when she moved out, I honestly forgot the catalyst. I must have accidentally expressed myself without permission. It became even easier to not talk to her. In fact, it's a challenge to muster the strength to say more than 2 words to her to this day. Part 2. Present day. Mother-in-law freaks out because I don't talk to her about my medical information. So yes, 5 years after I got the trach, things eventually came to a head, and she stormed out of the house, exclaiming she quit. Mother-in-law did move out, but insisted she didn't quit caregiving because money. But we kept paring her hours back and hiring more outside caregivers until mother-in-law only works weekend graveyard shift. However, this week, my weekday graveyard caregiver had to begin a hiatus for an indeterminate period of time for reasons that are a whole nother bottle of anxiety-ridden wax. Mother-in-law had actually suggested in the past that she take over the weekday shift because she needs the money. So again, it seemed natural to ask her to fill in. Mother-in-law accepted, but on the first night she found out that I had just gotten a smartphone. I rarely leave the house, so depend on my landline. but hate asking caregivers to text husband or others on my behalf when I'm at a doctor's appointment and such. She absolutely freaked out. She shrieked, "You don't tell me anything." That led to her ranting about how she used to go to all my doctor's appointments and knew every intimate detail of my medical information and all my care routines. And the hired caregivers know more than she does these days, even though she used to train them. Yeah, because they take me to my doctor's appointments, administer my meds, etc. My reasoning is, mother-in-law and husband put me in bed, and then mother-in-law works while I'm asleep. She comes in my room once or twice a night to help turn me and empty the condensation from my breathing tubes, so I figured anything else is on a need-to-know basis. I have very little privacy or personal space. Therefore, I didn't feel the need to blab every gory detail of my personal info. Anyway, I thought this might be malicious compliance. Ask and ye shall receive, or petty revenge. Here's a stack of papers, choke on it. But really, I guess I caved to the entitled mother-in-law. The next day, I spent the afternoon and evening printing out articles from medical websites and compiling lists. When mother-in-law came in that night, I handed her a list of all my medications, 4 pages, a list of all my doctors and their info, 2 pages, and a stack of articles without mentioning every one of my diagnoses. I mustered my courage to speak and told her about the status of my new wheelchair, still being built, and how I may need to see the neurologist again soon, and gave her a calendar with the doctor's appointments I have scheduled this month, etc. I just spilled my guts, intending to overwhelm her with information. I told her I'd keep her updated on any changes, and asked that she let me know if she had any questions. That seems to have shut her up for now, on that topic anyway. For those concerned, I handed her the keys to the kingdom, and she'll use this information to take over my care management. I honestly don't think she looked at any of it. She had no questions. Her behavior didn't change toward me. I mean, if she truly had read and absorbed the info about the autoimmune disease attacking my eyes, Google OCP eye disease if you're curious. I won't torture you with a tongue twister of a name. And the immunosuppressive drugs I take to keep my immune system from killing my eyeballs, she wouldn't have come into work the rest of the week with a respiratory infection, let alone borrow my clothes and sleep in my bed on her shift. But then, she is an entitled mother-in-law to the core. Entitled mom shoves her kid into my classroom and runs. This is my first post on this forum, so please be gentle with me. Not sure if this is entitled parents or choosing beggars. For context, in my late teens and early 20s, I ran a free after-school program for kids out of a community center. The program was for kids ages 8 to 12 whose parents were currently undergoing a messy divorce. We had a sister program next door for parents of the kids. It was part class, part community group, part group counseling, where the kids, myself, and another volunteer discussed handling anger, prepared them for joint custody, changes in finances, what alimony and child support were, etc. The class was free. Some of the materials were paid for by the center, and the rest I covered myself. I liked the class, and it gave me a bit of padding on my resume, so I didn't mind buying snacks, coloring materials, and prizes for the kids. At the time, we were a few weeks into the class, and I had 8 kids who were attending. 8 is a great number, because do you know how many things come in packs of 8? It meant I bought stuff in those 8 packs, so each kid would have something, and I didn't waste money on spares. So, this afternoon, the kids are coming in, and this parent I haven't met with an unknown kid comes by and sort of drops the kid off without a word to me or her child. It's been a few years, but here is the conversation I remember. Me. Ma'am? Ma'am! Entitled mom. What? Me. Hi, I don't think we've met. Your son isn't enrolled in this class, currently. You can't just drop him off with me. I was told this class is free. It is, but it's not a daycare. You do have to enroll your kid first. In the beginning of the term, I can't watch any kid who comes by. There are things I need to know, like allergies, emergency contacts. I kinda laugh. His name? Well, you can ask me right now. I'm sorry, but the class is starting right now, so I can't. But you can enroll him in the next term. You can find information on how to do that at Insert Information. Entitled Mom rolls her eyes. I have an appointment. Can't you just take him? For the record, the parents were supposed to be enrolled in the class across the hall, not just use us for free childcare. I can't. Besides, I didn't know I'd have another student today, so I don't have enough supplies or snacks for him. Oh, he doesn't need any snacks. He won't mind. Ma'am, of course he is going to mind. All the kids are eating Nutella snack pads and Capri Suns, and all the other kids have workbooks, and he doesn't. It's not fair to him. Besides, it's not really safe for me to watch a kid that I have no information for, so you can sign him up for the next term. Entitled Mom gets all
weird.
up. Fine. Entitled Mom grabs her kid and storms off. That was the end of it. Or so I thought. A few minutes later, I'm working with the kids, and the other volunteer is setting up our next activity. The door opens a crack. The same kid as before is shoved in, and the door slams. The other volunteer and I share a what the heck look, but I open the door and look out, and Entitled Mom is booking it down the hallway. Me. Ma'am! Entitled Mom yelling without turning around. I'll be back in a few hours. Me. Never mind, the class is only an hour long. Half running after her. Ma'am, if you don't come and collect your son, I will call the police about an unaccompanied minor. He won't be here when you get back. Entitled Mom stops, sighs, turns
This is
around,
going
and
out
pegs me with a
into
glare.
the other room.
You are being so unflexible. This is terrible customer service.
Bruh, fuck
Me.
your kids.
You're not a customer. Please take your son. Entitled Mom grabs her kid's hand and starts storming off while yelling, I can't believe you would call the police on a child. What kind of a teacher are you? I am going to tell your boss about how horrible you are to me and my son. To this day, I wonder if she attempted to talk to my boss about my behavior, or imagining the look on her face when she found out the boss of the program was me. Next we've got Entitled Mother gets angry at me for manhandling her
That's
son
funny.
after he broke my parents' fence, then refuses to pay because he said sorry.
Let's do paper
So,
and then we'll
This
start
will
on
be my
order.
first post ever on this
Yeah.
sub, I think. But I have
Okay.
been reading stories on this subreddit for a
So
long
here's
time.
phone.
And well, I just had my
Now, this
first
phone is,
real
like,
encounter
super fucking
with an
handy.
entitled mother,
I only
and
need
honestly,
all of it
I'm
though.
still part shocked and
I
part
can
laughing
always
about
get
it.
more.
Also, no,
So
I am not a native English speaker,
I'll just
so
maybe
I had to
keep
translate
a
it
little bit
all.
of phone.
Act 1. A song of fences and footballs.
But yeah,
So, for a bit of backstory,
it's
my
just taking
parents
up room.
sometimes
So
ask
goodbye.
me or my siblings to watch the house while they are gone, because they do not want to leave the dogs
Alright.
alone for an extended period of time.
Now we've got
Usually
fun
my
paper
youngest
over
sibling does
here.
it because she still lives at home,
This is
but she had to
origami
go to her
paper.
friend's party / sleepover. As a result, my parents asked if I had time, and given I did not have to work today, and I only have one crappy class that I can skip without any real trouble, I obliged. My parents live in a large
Yes,
village
origami
essentially,
paper.
one that gives you the illusion of rural, but in reality, it is a 5 to 10 minute drive from several bigger towns and a city. One of those villages you want to leave as a 20-year-old, but you want to return to the moment you have your own kids. There is barely any crime. Everyone knows everyone. It is extremely calm, etc. However, it has one issue.
Papers.
One of the larger towns close to the village is sort of notorious for scummy people. It is one of those towns that constantly manages to mess up its budget, and a good third of its population are lazy, and so on. It's like a giant pimple on an otherwise blemishless area. As a result, when people from said town manage to get some money, they have a tendency to move to the village my parents live in. Local government makes this nice and difficult for them on the down low, but they can't stop it all. And as expected, they bring their attitude with them. Our entitled mother and her devil spawn in this great saga are from said town. Our cast. We've got me, the Wizard of Oz. We've got entitled kid. We've got entitled mother, entitled dad, and the neighbor. So, I am sitting in the garden, minding my own business, scrolling through some news sites, messaging some friends, enjoying the nice weather, which is interrupted by the sound of a football being shot against my parents' house and the neighbor's house. We have this carport area between the two houses, which is roomy, and make sure you don't lose your ball all the time. So my parents generally allow kids to use it when they're at work. So this continues for a bit, and before long, the ball shoots right over the fence in the back of our yard, which I frankly did not notice as I was on my phone. However, I am quickly interrupted by the dog growling. Extremely big mix German and Belgian Shepherd, followed by the loud crack of wood and a thump from something large falling down.
Yeah, I'm not very good at
I
origami,
see the kid
but
from
I like
two
the
houses
paper a
further
lot,
falling
so...
down, and my dog about to charge. So I put my phone on the table, grabbed the dog by its collar, and put it inside. In the meantime, the kid is already in the yard, grabbing his ball and sprinting back to the broken fence. The fence is about 1.8 meters tall, made of wooden planks. Hence, it's not exactly made to withstand 13-year-old overweight kids climbing on it. The kid attempts to climb back over, cracking another plank at the bottom in his escape attempt, before I walk over and grab him by the back of his shirt collar. Me. And where do you think you're going? Entitled kid. Let me go! Let me go! Me. I don't think so. You just broke the fence, so you can either calm down and we go to your house to explain what happened, or I can call the police. At this point, the kid starts flailing, trying to get himself loose. That is, until he turns around and looks at me. Now, I am 6'5", 6'6", in very good physical shape, and I have permanent resting jerk face, so he quickly stopped. At this point, I grabbed the key from my pocket and opened the door to the yard door to walk over to his house, with the kid still firmly by his shirt collar. As we reach the door, I knock on it and am greeted by the sound of a yelling woman behind the closed door, talking about how the kid has a key, and now she has to get up, etc. But eventually, the door opened, and at this point, from the corner of my eye, I could already see my neighbor standing behind his living room window, arms crossed, shaking his head. Me. Hello, miss, you, entitled mom. Let go of my boy right now. What is wrong with you? I let go, primarily because I was shocked about her reaction. The kid starts sobbing like a 5-year-old and runs inside. Yes. How dare you touch my son? Well, if you would stop yelling and let me explain, I am not yelling. Note, she was yelling. Right, regardless, your son just broke my parents' fence, trying, and that gives you the right to manhandle my son? I did not manhandle your son. I grabbed the collar of his shirt because he was trying to run away after he broke the fence. Now you can either calm down and we can come to an agreement how to handle this, or I can call the police and have them deal with it. At this point, she seemed to calm down a bit more, especially after I mentioned the word police. Right, so it is probably not that bad. She calls over her son, apparently having fixed his sadness as he appears again stuffing his face with candy. Say you're sorry to the neighbor. Sorry. And he bolts off again, not even giving me a chance to reply. Well, with that out of the way, she attempts to close the door, but I quickly shake off my shock and put my foot in the door, pushing the door open again, and at this point, raising my voice substantially. Excuse me? Your son broke the fence. It's all fine and dandy. He gave an apology on your orders, but that still leaves the fact he just broke a 200-year-old wooden fence that will need to be replaced. Entitled Mom. My son said sorry, and that is the end of it. At this point, the neighbor has opened his door, leaning against his doorpost to listen in as his eyes are summoning a hurricane by the sheer amount of rolling they are doing. Just a little note. He dislikes them a lot. He has had a lot of problems with them ever since they moved in. Once again, our entitled mom attempts to close the door on me, but I still have my foot in the doorway, so all she is doing is giving my toes a thrashing. Me. Look, this is the last time her hulking 5'5" muscle mass of a husband appears now, visibly upset, annoyed, every muscle within his noodle arms straining, his balding head glistening in the sun, peeking through the door opening, though slightly obscured by the 3 strands of hair combed over his head from the side as his enormous shape looks up at his taller wife, entitled Dad. And what is the problem here? He is yelling at me and manhandled our son. I will kill you, you jerk! The door swings open, and as you may imagine, I am just shaking on my legs. This pure, mighty example of masculinity threatening to do me harm. Gosh, I have never been so terrified in my life. Look, dude, I didn't do jack crap to your son, and the only one who has been yelling this entire time is your wife. Now, your son broke my parents' fence, so you can either get it repaired or give me the money to buy a new one and pay me for the time it takes to replace it. I wouldn't have charged labor costs, but given they were being jerks, so can I. Or we can get the police involved. You have no proof of what happened, so go fix it yourself, jerk. And if I ever see neighbor, I saw everything. Your son broke the fence and tried to run away. Also, your wife just assaulted the neighbor with the door. You can clearly spot a devious smirk on the neighbor's face. He likely did not see anything, but like I said, he absolutely hates them. And this was him taking revenge, I think. At the same time, I can see entitled mom and entitled dad visibly losing all the bravado they had left. Me. So, as I was saying, the fence cost 200 euros when my parents purchased it. Add another 50 for the time it takes me to replace it, and we all walk away from this. Added to that, if you threaten me again, I will just have to defend myself, won't I? At this point, I was honestly sort of hoping he would lose his cool and attack me, because you have reasonable cause to defend yourself in this case. And honestly, I don't handle threats very well, and I have quite a temperament myself, so you may imagine I was seething at this point. But of course, he backed off. He told me he'd give me the money tomorrow. I reminded him, if I or my parents did not get it before tomorrow evening, I would be sure to call the police. Also, I informed them their kid was no longer allowed to play on our property, the carport. I thanked my neighbor and returned to the yard to scroll on my phone, make this post, and laugh about this stupid ordeal. Update. Since I saw no mention in the rules that updates are not allowed, and since a lot of people asked me for one, I figured I am good to go, and I figured this way of updating would be easier. Also, I just sort of want to use Act 2, A Clash of Dads, and it would be lost in an extremely long post if I added to my other post. Also, it would sort of look messy, you know. I may have minor OCD of the obsessive variant when it comes to threads. So as I said on my previous post, I am not a native English speaker / writer. As such, excuse any mistakes as I am translating everything that was said. The day had passed without any real excitement, apart from the lords of the fortress returning, my parents. It went from morning to afternoon, and soon the daylight was starting to fade. It was nearing dinner time. So basically, I had already informed my parents as to what happened on the phone. I chose to explain it again in further detail when they got home. I showed them the fence, and my dad was unhappy to say the least. Like I said, there is some history there already, and these neighbors in question have been nothing but an annoyance to the entire street. But it seems this time they took it a step too far in my dad's book. Regardless, I explained to him that they agreed to pay up for the fence before the evening, so he should expect them to be at the door anytime with the 250 euros agreed upon, which was honestly the only thing that stopped him from going over there himself and giving them a piece of his mind. Lo and behold, at the last possible moment when I was ready to call the police, Dumb and Dumber decided to show up. So my dad opens the door with me right behind him. My dad. So, finally decided to show up. Entitled Mom.
Which honestly, this is like...
We are here to talk about what happened. How dare you think your son can talk to us like that? I let out a great big sigh. My dad. No, you are here to pay for the damages to my fence. Besides that, I want absolutely nothing to do with you people.
Miscellaneous.
It was at this point, yet again, my knees nearly gave out as her husband appeared from behind her. His shape sculpted by the gods enough to intimidate even a Spartan in the days of Leonidas. Entitled Dad. And what is that supposed to mean? My dad. That I want you to pay for the damages your son did to my fence. And then I want to go back to not speaking to you. Again, it may sound harsh, but like I said, not the first rodeo with these people. Entitled Mom. How dare you! We are here to talk about how rude your son was. Me. Was I rude before or after you yelled at me and slammed the door against my foot? Or perhaps when your husband made his various attempt to threaten me? You should have seen the dude's face when he was muttering to come up with some sort of thing. It was also at this point that my neighbor walked over to our front lawn, peeking over the hedge, about 150 centimeters tall, surrounding the front lawn. My dad. Look, are you going to pay for the damages, or are we just going to have to call the police? I am in no mood to deal with you people any longer than I am absolutely forced to deal with you. No. First, we want your son to apologize for how he behaved. Me. Could you please stop yelling? We have neighbors, you know. Entitled Mom. See? Being rude again. Entitled Dad. You better tone down the attitude. At this point, I am just done with these people. I am certainly not going to say sorry for. I'm not sure what I was supposed to say sorry for in the first place. So I grab my phone and start going through the numbers. Since the non-emergency police line is somewhere saved when you buy the phone most of the time. Me. Right. I'm calling the police. We'll just have them deal with it. My dad. Good idea. Now you people get the heck off of my front lawn. We'll have the police deal with this. Entitled Mom. What? No! Ugh. Just give him the money, Entitled Dad. I could see Entitled Dad's bravado disappear once again. It was like he was deflating, for the lack of a better word. At this point, he just walked over to my dad, pulled the money from his pocket, and handed it to him. My dad. Was that truly so hard? My neighbor had the brightest, most forget-you-esque smile on his face and yells over. Sure seems like it was. Some people just don't know how to behave. I could see Entitled Mom keeping herself back from absolutely blowing up. Her fingertips dug into her hand palm, stomping back to her house, likely breaking one of those incredibly gross, extremely long pink nails. Hilariously enough, her deflated husband immediately follows her, much like a beating little shadow. And that, my friends, is the end of my story. Or is it? And shoutouts to our re-generals of the day, Liam, Soul Chibi Gotcha, and Jennifer. Become tomorrow's re-generals by leaving as many reads as you can in the comments below. And please listen to my playlist every night when you go to sleep. Hey there, Mr. Reddit here. Welcome back to another episode of Entitled Parent Stories. Today we have a very special episode for you. A compilation of some of the greatest entitled parent stories we read over the past year. So sit back, relax, and enjoy a few hours of the most entitled parents you've ever heard of. And by the way, Karen assured me that if this video gets 1,000 likes, she will try to speak to 21's manager for an entire week. So please smash that like button. And if you're new, subscribe and turn on notifications for new stories from Reddit every single day. And become an official member of the Re-Army today, and I'll give you a shout out in an upcoming video. r/entitled parents. Entitled Mom calls police on public library, gets detained. Our cast. We've got me. We've got police officers 1 and 2. We've got Entitled Mom. We've got the good stepmom. This happened yesterday, and we have a meeting about it later today. I work for a library in a small rural town. We have a policy. If anyone calls or comes in looking for someone, we're not allowed to tell them if they are here or not, or where they can find them. This is for cases if someone is looking to fight someone, or a random person is looking for a kid that may or may not be theirs. Now, with that logic in place, let's set the scene. I was working in circulation last night, and around 6 p.m., we get a call that I answer. Me. Hello, this is Anon County Library. How may I help you? Entitled Mom. Yes, I'm looking for my daughter. Gives a brief description of the kid. She should be there. She came in with another lady. Sorry, ma'am. We're not allowed to tell you who's here or not, as we cannot verify that you are who you claim to be. What? We cannot tell you if a kid is here, because we cannot verify you are the parent. What the heck? She pauses and gets distant. I hear her yell to somebody in the background. They won't tell if she's there, because they can't verify I'm the parent of my own dame daughter. She abruptly hangs up the phone. Since we're the only two there for closing for the night, I tell my coworker we might get an angry lady in looking for a kid she already knows we can't tell her anything. What's important is that she is at reference while I'm at circulation. She basically looks after study rooms and computer labs while I look at the stacks so no one can watch desk. And sure enough, around 10 to 15 minutes later, Entitled Mom pops into the place. Where is my daughter? This is a library, ma'am. You need to lower your voice, or you need to leave. And I told you on the phone, we are not allowed to tell you who is here, but you can have a look around. Entitled Mom. To tell me to lower my dang voice, I'm looking for my daughter, jerk. Where is she? Again, I cannot tell you. Now lower your voice, stop with the language, or I will be forced to call the police to escort you out of the building. Little side note, our library is right next to the police station, like directly across. We're neighbors. Entitled Mom gets quite a huffs around the place. We are not that big, so it takes about 5 minutes to look everywhere a patron can be. Once she finished, she comes back, and this is where crap really hits the fan. I couldn't find my daughter out there. I'm gonna check back there. She points at the entrance to the staff-only back room for desk workers.
No.
Me. Ma'am, you cannot go back there. There's only 2 of us working, and I can't allow you back there in the first place. It could be a liability. Okay. My daughter could be back there. Unlikely, as you have to have keys to open that door. Ma'am, the final answer is no. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. You are being disruptive and disturbing the peace. No, I'm calling the police. You are holding my daughter hostage. Entitled Mom proceeds to actually call the police while I sit there dumbfounded. About 5 minutes later, 3 police cars arrive for a retrieval of a kid who wasn't there. As they walk in, Entitled Mom started screeching. They have my daughter locked up in the back and won't let her out.
What?
Police officer looks confused because we're a public library. So I have to explain what's happening and unlock the staff only for them to search just in case. Entitled Mom smirks and says, "Was that so hard, you idiot?" Police officer 2. Lady, there is no one back here. Do you know where your daughter was last? She was here last, and this jerk wouldn't tell me if she was here or not. Me. Our policy is, we can't tell you if someone is here, but you are free to look around. We do this to prevent people from looking for criminals or looking for a specific person to fight, or in the case of kids, so they are not taken. We can't confirm you are the parent. Photos don't help, because we don't know if they are not allowed to see the kid because of visitation issues from divorce or loss of custody. In this case, it was the very last option. The police officer just shakes her head. Police Officer 1. Did he tell you this already? Yes, but she starts to choke up. At this point, a woman and a girl walk in with snacks and a drink from the gas station a couple blocks down. The grandma started to yell. Grandma, why the heck are you here? Did you come here to see this kid? Are you insane? We have discussed this many times with the father. You can't be popping up trying to see the kid. But I miss my baby. I wanted to see her. You lost that right when you left her in a car to buy drugs, and you disappeared for hours. You are lucky she is even here. Entitled Mom starts to bawl. The officers split up and talk to Grandma, while the others detain Entitled Mom to see if she needs to be arrested. Sadly, this is where it ends, as we're not told anything. But it was really crazy and pretty fun. I mean, we get a lot of weird people who come in, but this was by far the most exciting. Next we've got pair of entitled moms try to shut down a festival
from this I
and
want to
frustrate
keep.
my boyfriend. This story starts yesterday afternoon with me and my boyfriend going to a Japanese cultural festival. The festival gets held every year at some kind of large temple / cultural center, but this is my first time. I've wanted to go for the past few years, but for one reason or another, something else always comes up that prevented me from going. So needless to say, I'm pretty excited to go now that the stars have perfectly aligned for me to go. There's all sorts of events and activities going on, both in and outside the buildings when we arrive. Music, food, educational speakers, presentations, etc. And me and my boyfriend spend the day having a great time. Eventually, we end up at a booth that allows people to pay to take pictures in traditional Japanese attire. We both dress up in a yukata, and at the end, the person running the booth tells us if we would like to purchase our own kimonos or yakuta that they have a vendor that is selling them. I think it's pretty cool, so we go to check it out, and I end up purchasing one for me and my boyfriend, both of us putting them on right away. End up heading to go get some food when someone calls out to us with an "Excuse me." Turn around and see two women with a kid. One of them is a white woman, entitled Mom 1, and the other appears to be Asian, entitled Mom 2. Both of them have obnoxiously brightly colored hair and are wearing F8 shirts. Entitled Mom 1. Hi there. Can I just ask if either of you are of Japanese descent?
Oh, wait.
Me. I'm not sure about him, I say jokingly. My boyfriend. No, I'm not. Entitled Mom 1. Well then, why do you feel like you have the right to wear that? Me. I don't understand. It's called cultural appropriation, and it's wrong. So you need to take those off and never wear them again. Boyfriend. Excuse me? Entitled Mom 2. It's just that if you aren't Japanese, you shouldn't be wearing those outfits. Japanese culture isn't your fashion statement. This keeps going on for about 2 minutes. The two seem to have a routine where entitled Mom 1 is the aggressor, constantly throwing out accusations and labels, while entitled Mom 2 is just trying to guilt trip us. Entitled Mom 1 is getting angrier by the second. We tried walking away at one point, but entitled Mom 1 blocks our path. Don't walk away from me. The kid starts crying, probably because his mom just yanked the heck out of his arm and is screaming at strangers on a hot day. Now you're upsetting our son. My boyfriend. Please leave us alone. We bought these at the festival, and you're being ridiculous. Staff members come over since this is starting to cause a scene. Entitled Mom 2 starts speaking to one of them, presumably in Japanese, while the other is stuck with entitled Mom 1 berating them, telling them they should be ashamed of themselves, how they shouldn't allow things like this, etc. Meanwhile, entitled Mom 2 says she's calling the police to shut down the festival.
What?
At this point, we try to get out of there. Entitled Mom 1 spots us trying to leave and tries to grab my boyfriend, who just knocks her hand away. Entitled Mom 1 suddenly pulls out pepper spray and sprays it at my boyfriend, hitting him in the eyes. Shockingly, they don't stick around for when the police show up. They take our statement of what happened, but unfortunately, this place doesn't have security footage, and nobody was recording the incident.
Oh my god.
We made it very clear that when they're found, that we want to press charges. But so far, we haven't heard anything. After that, we went over to the hospital to make sure that my boyfriend won't have any lasting eye damage. I'll keep this updated if anything changes. Update 1. No call from the cops, but boyfriend got a call from someone who is apparently a part of the people who run the event. He didn't ask how high up the chain they were, but the meat and bones of the conversation was they were calling to offer an apology that this happened at their event, and to inform him that they would cooperate in whatever way possible with the investigation. They also told him that they would be making some changes regarding security, and he seemed happy enough with the result. We'll keep posted for further developments. Next we've got Entitled Family argues over cutting the line and calls the cops over a toy that I own. My very entitled parents' story begins at a Costco. For those who aren't fully aware of what a Costco actually is, allow me to enlighten you with this knowledge. A Costco is basically Walmart, but everything is supersized, which for those who live in the UK, a supermarket.
It is not Walmart,
2
actually.
to 4 times bigger.
Costco is not
The
even
inside
close
is like
to
a
being
giant
Walmart.
warehouse.
Costco
This is
is
for
completely
context and to
wholesale.
understand the layout of the entire store.
Costco is not
Usually
Walmart.
at the checkout area, there's a food court where you can order a variety of foods.
Very
More
different.
on that later. Today's cast. We've got Entitled Mom. We've got Entitled Kid, about 6 to 7.
First of all, Costco
We've got
is
Entitled
good.
Dad, Entitled Uncle,
So there's
Normal
that.
Aunt, His Supervisor, and
Alright.
Full Officer. And me. Wait, why do I hear boss music? This story takes place about 2 weeks ago.
So we've got some
So,
pens
as
now.
all those who live in the southern U.S. or
Let's
on
go
the
through all the
peninsula
pens.
that is called Florida, there's
It's
this
just
thing
this.
that's called hurricane season.
And then
It's a season where it's hot and rainy and muggy all at once, and it can't be stopped.
this.
With all the hysteria of preparing for the impact of Hurricane Dorian,
Oh man.
you can imagine how many people there were
Okay.
who were piling their carts high with supplies to be prepared for the weeks that were supposed to come without power, and the amount of devastation that usually comes post-hurricane.
Let me see.
It was a relatively normal day. I had expected things to
Yep, this
go
would be
as
good for the
normally
pens,
as they could.
actually.
We ended up getting the somewhat scraps of non-perishables and some supplies. By the time we had finished scavenging whatever is left over from the store, my mom, yes, I'm a college student who still lives with their parents, lame, had asked if we could stop by a
Fairly normal,
McDonald's and
actually,
grab
but-
a bite. I was hesitant at first because I still wanted to check around the store for any extra supplies we can use to barricade or find any more non-perishables, and that's when I spot the food court. My mom asks me if I wanted to check out the food court, so we buy our supplies and we wheel our cart just outside of the food court. I get a glance at the menu from afar, and I ask my mom what she wants so I can get it and leave.
Good.
There's a long line of people waiting for their meals. I try to pass the time by playing on my Tamagotchi and looking around. As the line gets shorter, I look up to see a family of 4 people who weren't there before. Taking notice of this, I clear my throat. Me to Entitled Dad and Entitled Mom. Excuse me, you just cut the line in front of me. Entitled Dad and Entitled Mom ignore me. Me, again, but a little louder. Hey, you guys just cut in front of me. I was here first. Entitled Mom turns around. Entitled Mom. No. You were standing around. We got in line, and now you're saying we cut you? Entitled Dad and Entitled Uncle hear the commotion and turn around. Entitled Dad tells Entitled Mom, Sugar Bear, what's the big idea? Entitled Mom, This lady thinks we cut her in the line. She says it while raising her voice. I don't know what you're trying to do or say to my wife, but you better stop. Entitled Uncle is just watching all of this while Entitled Mom flashes me a smug grin. I just shrug it off at first, trying to get back to tending to my Tamagotchi Bobby, when suddenly I hear Entitled Mom and Entitled Dad look at each other and then whisper something to Entitled Kid. The line then moves up a little as another satisfied person leaves with their food. They didn't move up the line, and instead, Entitled Kid walks behind them. I'm trying my best to focus on my digital pet, when suddenly,
Okay, I
Entitled Kid
think
is
this is a
standing
whole
in front
bunch
of
of
me.
pens or pencils.
Entitled Kid tells
It's
me,
pens. It's
My
gel
mommy and
pens.
daddy
So
told
I'm gonna
me
get
I
rid
could
of
have
these. I
that
don't need
toy.
the new gel pens.
Now give it to me. Me. No, it was a gift. Bye. Entitled Kid. No,
Only gel
give
pens.
me that toy now.
Goodbye.
Mummy. Entitled Mom. Snap snack at 1.39 Mach.
I think this
Simplify.
is pencils.
Really freaking fast. Entitled Mom. What did you say to my precious baby girl?
Which?
Entitled Kid. She took my
Maybe
toy.
there's room in here.
How dare you? How dare me? How dare you? You tell your kid to take something from me? She's just trying to play with her toy, and you ripped it out of her precious hands. Entitled Uncle finally says something, while most of the cafeteria goers and some staff are looking on. Entitled Uncle.
It's true. I saw her. Someone call the cops.
Entitled Dad. You should be ashamed of yourself, blaming your crimes on an innocent girl. I start shaking as I begin to panic. It wasn't true. I could feel tears forming in my eyes as I watch as Entitled Mom takes my precious toy away.
What?
I'm not a very confrontational person,
Just
and I don't
take
like
it
being
back.
yelled at. Past issues. Entitled Mom. Besides, a fatty like you shouldn't be playing with toys or eating fast food. You should be exercising and eating right. As soon as I started panicking, I looked up in my blur of tears as a woman in the infamous red shirt had come by to see the commotion. Ponytail up, uniform in check. My hero. She walks into the cafeteria, talks to one of the cashiers who had called the incident in, and she points to the Entitled family. Supervisor briskly walks over to us. Supervisor. Hello, I'm blank blank. I'm a supervisor for this section of Costco. I heard over the radio that one of my cashiers was having trouble with a few customers. Can you tell me what's wrong? Entitled Uncle. This piece of crap stole that toy away from my niece and wouldn't give it back. Entitled Dad. She then continued to berate us and tell us that we cut her in the line when she clearly was just standing around. Entitled Mom nods in agreement. Miss Supervisor. And do you have proof that you own the toy? Entitled Mom looks at Supervisor, then me, then begins to look in her absurdly large tote bag, while Entitled Dad comforts Entitled Kid, and Entitled Uncle stutters before he falls onto one detail of my Tamagotchi, the hand-painted stars on the outer shell. Entitled Uncle. The white paint on the toy. I remember my niece and I painting it just before we left the house. Just today. It's acrylic paint and layered. Me. Wouldn't it be fresh paint though? The paint I used on my toy was spray paint, you idiot. You could see the eerie anger that was building up in all three of them. I'm shaking from this. Miss Supervisor. Well, if she did take the toy, as you said before, we can just review the camera footage. It should clear it all up. Come on. I and the rest of the Entitled family, clap clap, followed Miss Supervisor to the front of the store where we wait for an officer to come and resolve this dispute. About 10 minutes later, an officer shows up and Miss Supervisor tells the story. She then leads the officer to God knows where. I tried to separate myself from the small group by standing 5 to 8 feet away from them. I'm shaking and panicking because I have never had any interaction with the police, let alone be accused of a robbery. If you've never had an encounter with an officer, it's scary. I just wanted my pizza, man. 20 minutes go
Alright,
by,
this is enough.
and the officer comes out to where entitled dad, entitled uncle, entitled kid, entitled mom, and I are waiting. During
And
these
as far
20
as
minutes, the
crayons
entitled family
go-
shooting me nasty looks. Supervisor and officer approached us and tell entitled dad, Officer, well, I reviewed the footage, and she's right. It wants to me.
Eh.
Entitled dad.
I
That's
don't need any
impossible.
crayons. I can
That
just
toy
get any
is
crayons if I need
officer. Shut up and let me finish. She came into the store with the toy as well. You
What's
cut in
that?
front of the line. She was in front of you. Entitled mom. But that's not fair. The video footage had to be lying. Entitled uncle was red in the
Random
face as
doorknobs.
entitled dad and entitled kid watched on. Entitled mom then marched over to a trash can and grabbed an empty bottle of soda and threw it at the officer. Officer, that's it. Turn around.
I can just.
What? Ma'am, you're being arrested for assault on an officer and disturbing the peace. Turn around and make my job
Nice.
easier.
Fucking
Entitled
daughter.
mom then tries to run away, but was tackled by the officer.
Alright, last
who was
thing.
then face-planted
Last thing
into
to go
the
through, guys.
concrete outside the store.
Holy shit, and then
The
we're done.
entitled mom was in
And then I
hysterics,
guess it's just
saying
me
that it
doing
was
behind the scenes
all
work,
set up, and
trying
pointing
to
at
like
me while
get
screaming,
all this
I'll
stuff
be
out,
seeing you in court.
get everything moved
Entitled uncle
around,
entitled
and
dad ended
then
up with a fine, while I had to
yeah,
talk
next
with the
time I guess we're gonna
supervisor,
start
a manager,
decorating.
and the police officer
Well, we're gonna
to tell them what happened.
we're gonna go through
I
stuff
ended
and then
up leaving
decorate.
2 hours later. Oh,
Yeah,
and my
alright.
mom.
Let me go
She
through
was
the
roaming the jeans section of Costco. I never got a notice to appear in court. After the whole ordeal, I met Normal Ann in the parking lot of Costco. She was right across from my parked car. I was still shaking and was about to enter my car when she shouts, "Hey, you there!" I turn around, see a woman in her mid-30s jogging over to my car. I'm entitled Uncle's younger sister. I'm sorry I didn't get to stand up for you earlier. I didn't want to bother you, but I know my brother, entitled Uncle, can be a jerk. Me. Thanks. I gotta go now. She nods and runs back to her car and drives off. I get in and go home to prepare for a hurricane that is about to miss us by a landslide. Karen wants $1,000 cash for $10 coupon sent to wrong address. Pays more in legal fees. This story is from a few years ago when I worked in the
Other
legal
stuff.
department of a
Just kidding, I have one more
1,000
thing.
plus store national retailer. As part of my job, I handled
It's all
customer
garbage,
complaints
though.
that elevated
Yeah.
when the customer threatened legal action.
It's act.
Our customer service call center forwarded Karen's call
It's a
to
bunch
me
of male
after she
calls.
threatened legal action. Karen left a message claiming that she was not provided $10 in customer reward coupons. Spend $200, receive a $10 coupon in the mail sort of thing. This was before apps. Based on her purchase of clothing for her son and daughter for back to school. I looked into it and called Karen back. It turned out we
Let's
had an
just see
old
how many of
address
these I can get in
associated
here.
with her rewards account. No big deal, right? I spoke with Karen and offered to send her the original $10 coupon and an additional $25 for her trouble to correct the address. That did not satisfy Karen. She claimed we should have known her address and threatened to sue us if we didn't pay her $1,000 in cash. Her rationale was that it would cost us at least $1,000 to defend the suit. She was in a state in which our company did not have any offices, so we should just pay it to her. I declined, but still forwarded her the $10 coupon she was entitled to pursuant to our rewards program. Sure enough, she sued us for breach of contract, fraud, and any other conceivable charge. I went to my boss, the COO, and told him the story. He asked what I wanted to do. I said I'd rather pay legal fees to a defense attorney than pay Karen, and he agreed. I contacted outside counsel, our awesome attorney, explained the situation to him, and I kid you not, he said in a southern drawl, "I get to sue Karen? I should be paying you guys. There are a lot of lawyers in this legal community who would love to sue her, as she is reckless, unpleasant, and a total pain in the butt to deal with. I'll gladly take your case." He agreed to defend us at a reduced rate. Part of our defense strategy was to countersue her under the state's frivolous lawsuit statute, which would move the suit from small claims court to the larger civil court.
There.
Awesome attorney filed our answer and counterclaim. Although Karen was an attorney, she was not a defense attorney, so she had to engage her own attorney to defend against the counterclaim.
Okay, that's
After
everything.
a couple of hearings, she offered to settle for no more money
done it.
exchanged. She didn't even get the extra
Oh my
$25
God.
coupon I offered her,
Fuck.
and the dismissal of both suits. I talked with
Well,
Awesome Attorney
I
about
had
continuing our claim.
A
but he
long night
advised it would
of
probably be
organizing
worth
ahead of
settling
me,
and
of
being done
moving
with
shit
it,
around
rather than
and
being
getting
vindictive.
stuff to the trash
Although
room.
vindictive would have been fun. Courts
So,
tend not to like that, so I agreed.
oh, I just realized we started a new one. I didn't even put it on. Okay, sorry about that. But anyway, we're gonna stop that for now. We are going to end the stream for today. It's 6 o'clock, so we've been going for 6 hours. So put in some good work here. Yeah. All right. Well, next time I see you tomorrow, hopefully this room will be empty and or have a bed back there, and then tomorrow on stream I'm gonna talk to Katie, figure out what we want to do exactly, but I think that we might just go through stuff. She's gonna look and see if she wants to grab anything, and then I guess you guys can also do that at the same time. So yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Nice. Yeah, so once I get off, I'm gonna get rid of all the stuff that I'm getting rid of. And then I'm going to move that shelving stuff into that closet, put all this stuff away, and yeah. Ooh, everything's gonna be in the fucking closet now. Oh man, it's gonna feel so good. You guys, you have no idea how good this is about to feel. All right. Well. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else I want to say before I go? I can't think of anything. I'm super tired right now. So, all right, I think I will just leave it at that. So, thank you to everybody who hung out with me the whole time. Thank you for keeping me company. Thanks for listening to Reddit stories with me. This might be one of our this is gonna be our last like cleaning out stuff day, but the rest of the week we are still gonna be like putting the room back together. So this isn't our last stream doing this by any means. Probably the rest of the week. So yeah, gonna try to do this as fast as I can. Yay. Okay. Thank you for putting up with this with me, and yeah, thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to everybody who subscribed. Thank you to everybody who joined. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you to everybody who gave me and Katie some suggestions for content. If you guys have any more of them, just like tweet links to cosplays and stuff. That'd be great. Yeah, final reminder that there is a video of me and Katie making out on Katie's Fansly, so if you want that, go there and do it. Otherwise, yeah, that's it. Okay, guys. That was a long day, but I will see you guys tomorrow. It's gonna be good. Alright? Alright. We'll get back to normal soon. Oh, put you back up here. Alright. Bye, chat. I'll see you tomorrow. Where's my end screen? Okay, hopefully. Hopefully it's working. Okay. Okay. Bye. See you tomorrow.